Hunter, you exceed expectations. You are far more exciting and complex than any specimen in my sanctuary.
Welcome Tenno.
If lost upon the plains outside Cetus, you may derive sustenance from mineral-dense termite droppings, which the Australs call Ito Da. You may also never form a consonant again, but at least you will not be dead.
Please like and sub. Okay Tenno. Let's go. Person Turkui waving, 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 person Turkui.
You're fast, Tenno, but are you nimble enough to capture each one of these mobile control points?
Welcome Tenno. Please like and sub. Okay Tenno. Let's go. Person Turkui waving, 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 person Turkui.
appears you need more practice, Tenno. This challenge awaits you when you are ready.
Operator, incoming transmission. It's from Fortuna.
Alad V's selling the latest in asset security. Conduits. Put the key in and you can pull the shinies out. Trick is, you've got to wait to open. Something happens to the conduit before you can pull the goods. You don't get the goods. Ever. Also, the bleeders Alad sold the tech to will try to kill ya. Give that console the old bypass so we can get this thing started. This isn't your regular old job. Alad V sold the conduits with interference routines specifically designed for the Tenno. Don't you worry though. I've got some workarounds. Conduit keys are carried by high-ranking muckety mucks. Knock them down. See what they've got. First key. Right. Find a matching conduit. Demo units looking to depart this mortal coil and take you with it. Keep it clear of that conduit. squared away. Right, same again. Wakey, wakey. Here we go. Next burst, same as a first. Mind you don't get flanked. Demo unit incoming. Don't let them near the conduit. Alright, it's getting a little hairy. One more round, what'd you say?
Your crowns are safe in my grasp, oh Parvos. Protect me!
Check, check, ejecting.
Life support on the way. I've delivered a life support capsule to the area. Activating it will buy you more time. Tenno, prepare for life support. Additional life support has arrived.
Why? looking more and more like this.
Give me
People
one
don't get to know each other anymore. And if you try, then we'll call it sneaky. It's the one thing she
I think we're good.
Sneaky really means friend zone at first. The argument here is very sound because you notice these two sides of the graph.
I think we're good.
If the woman is familiar with a man, how it is that they would consider based off of their relative judge of where they are in the dating marketplace.
Hello there, Red.
That are familiar with the man are still looking beneath them. They refer to this as dating down, but they would consider doing this up to a point if that man has high masculinity, financial foundation, resources, very attractive, etc. But on the right side of the graph, let me move this up so you can see it.
Hey, I saw you played yesterday. How'd you do in Yu-Gi-Oh?
And when a 10 is unfamiliar with you only gonna look at other 10. When a 9 is unfamiliar with you only
did you play Skylar?
So really, when she says become sneaky, it's become familiar, and generally that's through a...
Oh, wait, hold on.
Don't stay in that friendship too long, gentlemen. When she's familiar with you, make your damn intentions be known. I don't want to see any more emails from you guys where the chick's been in your zone for 3-4 years. Nice. You lost out already. You should have got in there in the first 2 months.
Yeah, Skylar will probably be on later, because one thing about Skylar loves to play. Skylar loves to play. Even when I got off last night, I think it was like almost 2 o'clock in the morning, and Skylar was still sitting in the game room wanting to play.
From a delusion or unrealistic perspective, women considering themselves 9s and 10s when they are OBs, or location, if they're a Minnesota 9 and they move down to a city like Atlanta and they're in Atlanta 6.
Yeah, I mean,
still views herself as a
I'll probably do Yu-Gi-Oh later tonight.
Their behavior usually until they get humbled either by judgment.
I wanted to get some Warframe time in because
that they're unable to take
the new update comes out tomorrow.
As what they could have in Minnesota.
And not only does the new update come out tomorrow, but it's going to be a ton of stuff coming out. Hold on 1 second. It's going to be a ton of stuff coming out, and it's also going to be a lot of reworks. So the update's going to have a lot of reworks. I don't know if it's any of the frames that you play, but there's going to be reworks for Nova, Wukong, Hildren, oh my god, I can't think of his name, the one that's the Sentinel frame. God, I can't think of his name. I think it's going to be like at least 4 frames that's getting a total rework. There should be new skins coming out, new suits. I think there's going to be a skin that they give away for free as well. And then the new Warframe. All right, I'll catch you later, Red. Thanks for coming through. Thanks for coming through. If you hit the like button on the way out the door, that'll be great. That'll be absolutely wonderful. Be safe out there. Have fun with your parents. Hey, and if you go through the toy aisle and the collectible aisle, let me know what you see. Let me know how the toys in Walmart are looking, cause I'm also a collector and reseller, so I've been looking in other states to see like what your stuff is looking like out there. But yeah, Red, I'll catch you later.
My husband has no idea how we
Life support has been replenished. When you are ready, go to extraction. Another job well executed.
It's that time again, dreamers. That's all from me.
The portal only allows travel in one direction. Start up the portal generators to reverse the polarity. Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
You will be cleansed.
There's the torsion beam device, but they've taken the void key. Find it.
Ridiculous.
pick up the key. You got the key. Now get back to the portal. Go through the portal now. It's about to collapse. Objective complete. The Void Key and Torsion Beam device are out of commission. The enemy will not be returning anytime soon. All your objectives are complete. Proceed to extraction now.
Hi.
Stay focused. There's a heavy unit approaching.
Hey, Shy.
Mission complete. Excellent work, Tenno.
Okay, Skylar, what's up, man? Hold on. Venom merges with the one. No way. No way. I don't believe it.
I'm not a monster. I don't kill for fun. You're gonna be part of a masterpiece. And when I'm done, the world will know.
Okay. Yeah, Skylar. Right now I'm on Warframe, and I'll be on Yu-Gi-Oh later tonight.
The ending is essentially going to be merging the Sony Venomverse with the Marvel Cinematic Universe going forward. That's why the marketing for the Venom 3 movie keeps saying end of a trilogy, end of the Venomverse. Because outside of the Tom Hardy Venom movies, and also outside of the animation into Spideyverse, Beyond the Spideyverse, so on and so forth, Sony loses money. Morbius, Madam Web, I do believe Kraven the Hunter will be coming, but outside of that, they all flop. So it's almost like in the negotiations with Tom Holland and with Sony, in order to make Spider-Man 4 and Tom Holland's Spider-Man flow more naturally and fluently throughout of the multiverse. The pun. It seems like the ending of Venom 3 is going to correlate to essentially Marvel having full reigns of whichever characters they want to use. But as we know, Sony Pictures, Columbia Pictures, a lot of people don't know this, they make all the money for it, basically. They make at least 70%. It's hard to know the finer details, the exact details, but roughly Sony makes all the money, and then Disney makes all of the money with the merchandise. Because let's be honest, we all know that Disney makes over $1 billion a year in merchandise for Spider-Man. Wow. So, what is good, YouTube? What's you here? If you're only around wow. DC Kaiju months best, probably enjoy this content. If you like trades to cover on a daily basis, if you're new around here, what are you doing? Let me know down below how excited are you for the future of Spider-Man, because it seems like Spider-Man Tom Holland's going to be literally the face of the MCU, at least for Avengers 5 and Avengers 6 and so on and so forth, and probably beyond, because let's be honest, he's the only young actor they've pretty much got now. Also, check us out on Instagram at WashU to see the view face behind the view voice, and check us out on Twitter, WashUG. Right, let's get to it. So, this isn't really new information, but with the new deal and with the new talks that are going around and with the industry insiders saying, it seems like Spider-Man 4 will essentially merge to the Venomverse, and obviously how that's going to happen. And your boy WashU was literally the first person to say this on YouTube at least. I kept saying that no, the god of the symbiote was going to appear in Venom 3. Go back, check the videos. I said it over a year ago, and it does seem that way. But anyone could have pretty much guessed this, because let's be honest, they've been set up for a while. Tom Hardy Venom appeared in the post-credit scene for Spider-Man No Way Home. It was obvious what Sony was trying to do, but it looked like Marvel got cold feet. But now with the end of Venom 3, it looks like Null and Tom Hardy Venom will be piecing over Spider-Man 4, and then we'll be in the MCU, and it seems like there's some kind of variation of a merger. And then obviously what happens at the end of Spider-Man No Way Home, transported to the MCU by the end of the film. But then in Venom 3, Venom and Eddie Brock go back to the Venomverse. But then by the end of the movie, they're going to come back to the MCU because Tom Hardy, Eddie Brock, and Venom cannot take out the god of the symbiotes by himself. Yes, I understand if you're a comic reader. You're going to say, what about Cosmic Venom? We haven't got Cosmic Venom. So essentially the rumour what's going around at the moment is that by the end of Venom 3, or at the start of Spider-Man 4, there's going to be some montage footage of Null, the god of symbiotes, who can traverse with the hive mind and can traverse the multiverse. Null is going to essentially destroy the Sony Venomverse, the Sony Spider-Man-verse, whatever you want to call it. So the plan is that people are saying is Null is essentially going to destroy what is left of the Venomverse, because Venom 3 is the last movie in Tom Hardy's contract, at least for his solo movie. And that does make a lot of sense, and that is really cool, because although this article here was actually written November 2023, and it's pretty much bang on. It says Spider-Man 4 reporting obviously when this information came out back then, it was just a concept of Venom coming over to Spider-Man MCU and having a fight. Not the the god of the symbiotes, which is cool, because let's be honest, as cool as it is getting Robert Downey Jr., Doctor Doom, we need other villains, and why not bring Null, the god of the symbiote, through, because then you can link it to Spider-Man. Then it's actually pretty cool why Spider-Man's going to be like the face of the MCU going forward. And then if Spider-Man is eventually going to get the black suit and become the Venom in Secret Wars, it would actually make a lot of sense. So there's a lot of information going around about Tom Holland's new contract having lots of new pieces to the puzzle, which, yeah, it does make sense, because like I say, he's pretty much one of the youngest and probably one of the best characters that Marvel has, although he essentially does work for actually Sony Pictures, Sony Pictures, because all the Spider-Man movies are in the MCU, they're adjacent to the Sony Pictures, and Sony Pictures make money, like we said earlier in this video, so it does make sense. So Spider-Man 4 is set to come out in 2026, and there is some information going around about Spider-Man 4 is that we start shooting in the UK at the end of May 2025. Why? Because they get a few tax breaks if they film in England. They're casting a new female lead as well as a new male lead to serve as a foil for Peter Parker. How true this is, only time will tell, but obviously they have to cast new people into a new movie. That's why I kind of give some scoopers a hard time, because most of the stuff they post is actually obvious. So allegedly Tom Holland's new contract will literally have another trilogy, which will years of Spider-Man 4, Spider-Man 5, Spider-Man 6. Also, he's going to make 3 additional MCU films, including Secret Wars and Doomsday, and 2 other movies. But that could be, you know, Captain America 4, Thor 5, Doctor Strange 3. So basically, if you're a Spider-Man fan, it's a really good time. We know why Sony wanted Spider-Man World to have a multiversal concept. It's because No Way Home made $1.9 billion, just shy of $2 billion, and would this movie be? I don't know. I think the Star Space was massive. Sure, seeing my boy Andrew, my boy Toby appear again was absolutely freaking massive, but will this have a playoff? We don't know. And I'm likely to believe the information going around saying Sony Spider-Man universe will merge, even though they don't have Spider-Man. There's also information going around that after Avengers Secret Wars is that Kevin Feige is going to work with Sony Pictures to reboot their Sony Spider-Verse, but they can still use the characters because of this new contract sharing arrangement info that's allegedly coming up. This is actually via the Boy Geekcast forum on Twitter, YouTube, TikTok, all over the place. Sony will now start notifying Marvel Studios that they use those Spider-Man related villains in their projects. Marvel will block using the villain straight character until the film hits DVD release, which is cool. So what does that mean? It means the MCU can basically use any character they want. So yes, Craven can appear in the MCU, it's just got to be when that movie has already released on VOD. Seeing as Sony works close with Marvel, Marvel works close with Sony, they know their release schedule, they know their shooting schedule, so that won't be a problem at all. Not only that, apparently the new minimum budget price is $75 million US, and also having a minimum of a 2,000 US reaction. Reading that, and I do actually believe that when they reboot, or maybe not if they reboot it, we know that Sony Pictures, have a one-six massive team up, and we knew they were kind of building some Spider-Geddon Avengers Endgame level. But it's Sony Spider-Verse, but realistically, outside of Venom, for live action, the Sony Spideyverse, kind of Venomverse movies, all flop, so bring them over to Marvel, and somebody still will make their own movies and things like that. But it is cool that we're getting Michael Wade, the god of the symbiotes, the wielder, the powerful guy who wields the Necron sword, is coming. And I really hope this Spider-Man 4 information is true. Also, there are some new updates about Venom 3 coming courtesy of Cryptic HD, who's really credible. Venom The Last Dance is going to be 1 hour 50 minutes. Cool, because I don't really think any movie should be over 2 hours. Yeah, the Batman, Robin Pattinson, made by Matt Reeves, is a really good movie, but 3-hour movies are not necessary unless it's kind of like a Secret Wars, an Avengers Endgame kind of level movie. I really want movies to be closer to 2 hours because then more people will watch them and we get more movies. So let me know, do you want the Sony Spider-Verse merged with the MCU? Let's be honest, it's a Spider-Man universe without an Spider-Man, which we've seen in Madam Web really kind of missed because there was no Spider-Man, and it's really gonna miss in Craven the Hunter, I believe. So likewise guys, check us out on Instagram, check us out on Twitter, OysterGG, and I'll catch you in another video very soon. Catch you later.
What's up, my comic comrades? This past weekend, fans from all around the world came together to celebrate Batman Day 2024. More importantly, this year also marks the Dark Knight's 85th anniversary. So to celebrate, we've decided to do some of the largest history episodes we've ever made and give you the ultimate history of Batman. In this mammoth episode, we'll be running through Batman's origin, story arcs, legendary fights, unique abilities, powerful versions of the character, his rated suits, origin of the Batmobile, Batman's movies, video games, and so much more. I promise you, this will be one of the most extensive videos on the Dark Knight's history you will ever see. So let's not waste any time because we have a lot to cover, so off we go. Okay, Batman's origin has been told and retold countless times over 85 years, but it's always more or less the same unless you're talking about an alternate version of the character. He was first given to us in Detective Comics 33 in 1939, where we see the Wayne family leaving a movie theater, and on their way home we see Thomas and Martha Wayne get mugged by a crook, demanding Martha's necklace at gunpoint. Thomas says to leave her alone and gets shot in the process. The crook shoots Martha as she screams for help. All while a young Bruce watches on in horror. We see Bruce in tears as anyone would be having watched their parents be killed. He would then swear by the spirit of his parents to avenge their deaths by spending the rest of his life warring on all criminals. And that's exactly what he did as he proceeded to train his mind and body to perfection, making himself the ultimate weapon against all those who dared to defeat God. After years of training and having inherited his parents' fortune, he knew he was ready to start war crime, but first he needed a disguise. Saying to himself, criminals are superstitious and cowardly blind, so my disguise must strike terror into their hearts. I must be a creature of the night, black, terrible, at which point a bat comes flying through the window, and Bruce says, a bat, that's it, it's an omen, I shall become a bat, and thus is born this weird figure of the dark, this avenger of evil, the Batman. Now the same exact origin drawn by Bob Kane was the case for Batman #1 in 1940. They just repurposed the page and a half origin for people who may have missed it the first time around. By the time 1948 rolled around, No Chill would be
first time as the man who killed Richard's parents in Batman 47. They also changed it so it was only Thomas Wayne that was shot, and Martha would instead die from a weak heart due to the shock of her husband's earthquake in front of her. Because screw dads, kids don't care about their dads getting shot. Who would care about that? But this version of the origin wouldn't last long. Both parents would go back to being shot and killed by Joe Chill in Detective Comics 265 from 1969, when that story was retold yet again. Little things would continue to be changed and tweaked on the countless retellings about his origin, but all the major beats stayed the same. However, Batman Year One by Frank Miller is probably to this day the most iconic retelling of Bruce's origin, recapping the night his parents were murdered, setting him down the path to become Batman, and then following his first year as Batman in Gotham City. But more recent retellings of his origin grew up in classic Gotham Colors, Scott Snyder's Zero Year, or even the New 52 Secret Origins issue 2, which not only breaks down everything from the day his parents went down in Crime Alley, but also shows how he deals with his parents' funeral. There's a scene where he tells Alfred if he could have anything in the world, he would have a world where nobody dies the way they did, where nobody knows how I feel ever again. Then we see him travel the world, honing his mind and body to be a perfect weapon before coming back to Wayne Manor. After returning home, we see him talking to his father's bust statue, hoping his spirit will answer him as he says, "Father, I failed. I thought I knew how to do this, but I'm lost. How do I do it? I can't wait any longer. There's no more time. Show me." As a Batman flying in, he stands up and says, "Yes, I see. Yes, Father, I shall become a bat." Reimagining his first origin by Bill Finger and Bob Kane with Batman Year One, also reimagined with the now iconic bat scene of the bat flying in. But before we move on to story arcs, you've got to check out these amazing remote-controlled airplanes by Power Up. They have created the first smartphone-controlled paper airplane for both kids and adults. They sent us over a couple of planes to check out, and these things are wild. To be specific, we have the Power Up 4.0 with the Tornado, F-22 Raptor, and Dragon add-ons. I mean, look at this. Each of these are piloted via Bluetooth to your phone and have great stability. The plane's onboard computer even calibrates for imperfect weather. It also has rapid charging with a 30-minute quick charge, giving you 10 minutes of flight time and a range of up to 230 feet. I don't know about you, but when I used to make paper airplanes, they didn't always survive a nosedive landing. But Power Up models are made from a crazy durable carbon fiber body that includes a nylon reinforced nose and motor mount, which means it'll be able to survive our terrible pilot skills and we'll still be able to fly it with our kids. Not to mention these bad boys make for a great gift. It's always hard to find something cool and entertaining for friends and family, but Power Up is a fun gift for birthdays, Christmas, elementary, and middle school graduations, you name it. You can grab one for yourself or pack away a few as gifts today at poweruptoys.com/variant. And when you use our link, you'll automatically get 20% off your entire order. Just click the link in the description to get yours today. When it comes to Batman's story arcs, he arguably has the best roster of superhero stories in comics. So let's get into some of the classics, the highlight reel, if you will, and then we'll get into some of his newer stuff from roughly the last 10 years or so to get an idea of where the character has been headed over the last decade. Alright, first and foremost, let's get the behemoths out of the way, and that first one would be The Dark Knight Returns by Frank Miller. The Dark Knight Returns is arguably the best Batman story ever told, and it takes place in the future where Batman has retired. But he's forced out of retirement due to high levels of crime coming back to Gotham in the form of gangs like the Mutants. So he puts on the cape and cowl once more and sets out to take the Mutants down. He also gets a new Robin, a female Robin, Mary Kelly. Batman returns to Gotham, causes the Joker to awaken from his comatose state at Arkham Asylum, lighting the Joker's fire once again, if you will, inspires him to come out of retirement and cause havoc in Gotham once more. This is also the story where we get one of the most iconic fights in all of comics, Batman vs. Superman, which was reimagined by Zack Snyder in BVS. Next up, we have my favorite comic book story of all time, Batman the Killing Joke. This iconic story centers around the Joker trying to prove to Batman that anyone can go crazy with just one bad day. To do this, he goes to Jim Gordon's apartment, shoots Barbara Gordon in the spine, paralyzing her, as well as potentially sexually assaulting her as it's usually implied in the comics. Joker then kidnaps Jim Gordon, strips him naked, ties him to a dark ride inside of a carnival, where he forces him to stare at naked pictures of his wounded, potentially sexually assaulted daughter. All to prove to Batman that even the best of Gotham can go crazy with one really bad day. But perhaps the book's claim to fame, though, is that the story gives us a potential origin for the Joker. I say potential because we're never given an official origin story for the Joker in canon. They want to keep it ambiguous. In this origin incarnation, we see the Joker was a failed comedian and his pregnant wife is killed by an electrical accident in their apartment. He then goes crazy after a heist at Ace Chemicals goes wrong, with him falling into a vat of chemicals being the final push to make him the clown prince of crime. This is actually something Jeff Johns would controversially revisit in the Joker storyline, adding to it, but we'll get to that later. Another Batman banger is Batman the Long Halloween. It takes place over the course of a year, with Batman trying to track down the mysterious serial killer known as the Holiday Killer, who mysteriously holidays, leaving holiday-themed clues at the crime scene for the police and Batman. Hence, Holiday Killers. Holiday also always uses a .22 pistol. This crime mystery is so intense, Batman aligns himself with Jim Gordon and Harvey Dent over the course of a year to track down and stop Holiday. It's one of those stories that so many Batman and comic fans know, but on the off chance that this story hasn't been spoiled for you, as far as who the real killer is, I'm not going to say and feel that way. Go and read the book for yourself because it's amazing. Then there's also Frank Miller's Batman Year One, which I already went over. It's probably the most iconic and telling Batman story. Telling us how to defeat Batman while mainly focusing on the Cape Crusader's first year at the Dark Knight. With that, we now return to Gotham after years of training and how he starts in war time. Also, it's Jim Gordon's first go-around in Gotham, so the Bat and Gordon are meeting each other for the first time, and we see the relationship start to build from here. It's fantastic and a no-brainer. Obviously, we have the 1993 Batman Nightfall storyline, where Bane breaks Batman's back, putting him out of commission for some time, with Jean Paul Valley taking up the mantle of Batman while Bruce recovers. But ultimately, Jean Paul Valley would be a way more aggressive, crazy Batman, known as Azbat, with Batman being forced to take the mantle back. This is also the Man Who Laughs from 2005. This is a fantastic reimagining and telling of Batman's first encounter with the clown versus crime. This story is basically the origin of Batman and Joker's rivalry, so we already know how the story is going to end, as this is going back in the past, but it was still amazing to see the start of Batman and Joker's feud. In fact, the story was just expanded upon and retold by Tom King in the Batman Brave and the Bold. We also have other classics like Batman Under the Red Hood, which was Jason has been resurrected via the Lazarus Pit and is now under the guise of the Red Hood. Next up, we have Batman Hush, a mock.
It's time to clean your water bottle. I'm partnered with Arm & Hammer to discover the ways to use baking soda. Simple, easy, that's my way to clean. And it's a simple swap to incorporate each year. 1 tablespoon of baking soda is all you need to start cleaning your water bottle, so you can get back to all your water talk adventures. Make the swap to Arm & Hammer baking soda and give it a try.
Now, with Dell's AI PCs, teams can work as fast as a moving train, getting things done simply and securely. Staying in sync every step of the way.
Modern classic and one of the go-to Batman stories for anyone getting into the character. It shows Batman having to find a new villain in Gotham named Hush while making his way to his classic rogues gallery, only to realize he has a super close connection to this new villain. Of course, we have JLA Tower of Babel, which reveals that Batman has contingency plans to take down the entire Justice League if they ever went rogue. The League finds out about this and is extremely pissed that Batman has secret plans to kill them all if need be. We can literally go on for days, but we want to move on to some of the more recent stories from the last decade. So just over a decade ago, what really kicked off Batman for the modern era was the Court of Owls storyline in 2011. It was the first story for a relaunched Batman title as part of the publisher's wider reboot for DC Comics called It was spearheaded by Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo. The story was brilliantly told and crafted, dealing with a mysterious secret society made up of the wealthiest and most influential people and families of Gotham City, and they're called the Court of Owls. In the story, we learned that they were always a legend and nursery rhyme told to kids as a bedtime story. But in the comic, Batman learns they're real. They've been hiding in the shadows, secretly controlling everything in Gotham for generations, assassination, murder, and corruption to their power. And this is really shocking to Bruce, as he thought he knew everything about Gotham, as the Waynes are Gotham's family. Turns out he was very wrong, and the court is real. But what's even scarier is that the owl is the natural predator of the bat. It's a fantastic story, considered to be the best thing to come out of DC 2. Right after this, the same exact team, Snyder and Capullo, would give us another banger, Death of the Family, which dealt with the Joker cutting off his face to prove a point to Batman. By the end of the story, we learned he did this to show Batman that the Bat family is fake. He says, I'm paraphrasing here, under their masks, they're just normal people. They're not like you and me. We don't wear masks. We are our masks. Beneath my grin is just more grin, and beneath your mask is something snouted and fake. We are who we are through and through, saying the Bat family is not, and that's okay. Where the Joker makes him stronger as his test is challenging and making him better. It's a fantastic story and a must-read. Yet another story from Capullo is the Dark Knight's Metal and Death Metal event. What can I say? They're the most prolific Batman creative team in the last decade. The Dark Knight's Metal event introduces us one of the best Batman villains of all time, the Batman Who Laughs. Alternate version became a Jokerized version of Batman, aka the Batman Who Laughs. He's every bit of Batman that the Prime version of Batman is, but with the Joker's mindset, making him one of the most threatening characters in the DC universe. But if this wasn't enough, the event also introduced others in the evil Justice League Batman variants, such as the Drowned, evil Batman Officer Aquaman, the Devastator, evil Batman Officer Doomsday, the Murder Machine, and evil Batman variant of Cyborg, the Dawnbreaker, evil Batman variant of Lantern, the Mercenary, an evil Batman variant of the God of War, and Red Death, an evil Batman variant of the Flash. Later, we would even get the Grim Knight, who is basically a Batman Punisher. But besides the story giving us a bunch of awesome evil ultimate versions of Batman, it also expands the mythos of Batman a lot, giving us Barbados, the Batman. Barbados is a godlike being that was created by the World Forger to communicate the universe. But if that's not crazy enough for you, Barbados claims to be the bat that Bruce Wayne saw fly through his window the night he became Batman. You know, like earlier in the origin segment when we went over Bruce asking his dad for a sign and the bat came flying through the window? Yeah, apparently that was Barbados purposely setting Bruce down the path to become the Dark Knight. All this would eventually lead to Batman's last ultimate plan, taking over the universe as he sees fit by taking the brain of Dr. Manhattan and placing it in his head, becoming the Darkest Knight. A god capable of taking on Perpetua, the mother of the multiverse. Of course, in the end, he is defeated by Batman and the Justice, but it's a fantastic story. Moving on, we have the War of Jokes and Riddles. The story was written by Tom King and takes place in Batman Volume 3, issues 25 through 32. The story takes place early on in Batman's career, giving us a never-before-told story of him versus the Joker and the Riddler. Essentially, the Joker and Riddler are warring on Gotham at the same exact time, hence the War of Jokes and Riddles. In any case, we find out that for some unknown reason, the Joker is no longer able to laugh, and considering he's the Joker, that's a bit of a problem. This sends him into an existential crisis of sorts, trying to figure out what the hell is going on. Simultaneously, the Riddler is yet again trying to prove his superior intelligence by using it to take over Gotham and defeat Batman. Things really get crazy when both the Riddler and Joker realize they cannot coexist in Gotham at the same time, with the Batman there to mess things up. Of course, this means they both want to be the one to take out Batman, which starts a war between the two of them. Other Gotham villains even get in on the mix, and it's just all-out war throughout Gotham City. It's probably my favorite Tom King Batman story. After this, let's talk about the loved yet controversial Three Joker storyline by Jeff Johns and Jason Fabok. The story piggybacked off the idea Jeff Johns set up in Justice League issue 50 of 252, where it's revealed at the end of that issue that there's not one, but three Jokers. And in the Three Jokers story, we find the three Jokers are the criminal, the clown, and the comedian. Each Joker represents a different era of the Joker and or type of insanity. You have the criminal, who's cold and strategic, the clown, who's known for being the one who's beat Jason Todd to death, and the comedian, the Joker from The Killing Joke. So there are three Jokers, and the plot centers around the three of them trying to create the ultimate version of the Joker, which is able to be the most chaotic and destructive Joker to date to bring nothing but misery and pain to the Dark Knight. We end up finding out they're trying to make Joe Chill the ultimate Joker, as it would be incredibly ironic if his greatest enemy is the one who sent him down the path to become Batman. But in the end, with the criminal and clown Joker dead, the comedian being the last Joker, reveals to Batman, once incarcerated, that he tricked the criminal and the clown Joker into thinking Joe Chill would be the ultimate Joker. Also, Batman would stop them and save Joe Chill. He goes on to basically tell Batman, you saved the man who killed your parents. You sent Gotham and you spiraling into the drain of despair. You saw the old, regretful Batman that Joe became, and you forgave him. I healed your greatest wound, so now I could be your greatest pain. Essentially, the comedian Joker orchestrated a way for the Batman to come to reconciliation with Joe Chill, so now he could be the #1 pain in Batman's life. It's also revealed in the story that the Joker 100% knows that Bruce is Batman, hence him getting Joe Chill, but he does not care and won't tell anyone because it's the Batman that the Joker does. The story also ties to the Killing Joke in the sense that it's revealed that the comedian's wife and child actually lived that night in the joke, and Batman just put them in witness protection. Altogether, whether you love or hate this story, it had some of the biggest reveals in recent memory for Batman. Another massive Batman story in recent years is the Joker War, written by the great James Tynion. Basically, what's going down here is the Joker makes a plan that enables him to take control of Wayne Enterprises with a brand new sidekick named Punchline. Joker being Joker is able to manipulate his way to get access to all of his wealth. But not just all of his money and fortune, also his technology at Wayne Enterprises, has been located. Prototypes and all sorts of fancy equipment and gadgets that Batman has in his exchange. The short of it is, the Joker is able to steal use of Batman's tech and fortune, only to turn it against him and Gotham. The Joker is setting out to finally break the bat once and for all by using his money and gadgets against him. The story even gives Joker his own bat suit, as he basically does his purpose one of Batman's advanced bat suits and puts it on, running around as a Joker Batman race. Batman obviously stopped the Joker from completely obliterating Gotham, but a lot of the damage has already been done, specifically to Bruce Wayne and Batman. Bruce has now lost his entire family fortune, Wayne Manor, everything. Bruce is now essentially, and we all know one of the main things that makes Batman Batman is his wealth. He even jokes that his superpower is how much money he has. That was gone for about 4 years, ever since 2020. It actually wasn't rectified up until a couple of issues ago in the main Batman title, but we'll get to that in a second. After the Joker War, we have the failsafe arc done by the amazing Chip Zdarsky. The story centers around Batman creating a failsafe protocol to come after him if he ever went rogue and started killing people. So when Batman is trained to kill the Penguin, failsafe is activated, which is essentially an AI robotic Batman that's one of the most terrifying and threatening Batman villains, as Batman created him to take him down if he ever went rogue. It's a contingency plan for Batman. Failsafe is such a threat he even solos the entire Justice League, including the Man of Steel. This would then lead into the Zur-En-Arr Batman story, and Zur-Batman would eventually merge with Failsafe to create a Failsafe Batman to do the things in Gotham Batman has never been willing to do. But of course, in the end, Batman realizes he's stronger with the Bat family and is able to defeat Failsafe Batman, after which he takes Zur's fortune, reclaiming his stuff. And from here, all of this kind of starts to transition into the absolute power event that's merging with the all-in-DC initiative and the absolute universe. All of which we're covering here on the channel separately, so be on the lookout for that. But throughout all the stories we've covered in this video, the one thing that you can't help but notice is that Batman has one of the deepest and most iconic road challenges in all of fiction. In fact, several of them, like the Joker, Riddler, and Penguin, are so embedded in pop culture that even casual fans can tell you something about them. With that being the case, it wouldn't be so offensive to Batman without showing his enemies his love so readily. Batman villains are among the most well-known in comics because most of them are complex and really well fleshed out. First up, of course, we have the Joker, Batman's arch enemy, the clown prince of crime, who is a psychopathic anarchist. He's quite literally obsessed with Batman and thrives on pushing Batman to his limits, thinking he's put on Earth to make Batman better in a sick, twisted way. He's the embodiment of chaos. Then we have Two-Face, once Gotham City District Attorney Harvey Dent, until he was permanently scarred with acid falling on one side of his body, which caused a psychological breakdown in the development of dual personalities. Two-Face is obsessed with fate and makes decisions based on the flip of a coin. Essentially, he's a representation of good and evil, and lets fate decide which version of him is going to show up. There's Edward Nygma, aka the Riddler, who is one of the most brilliant minds and uses his genius to constantly try to outsmart Batman by leaving clues and riddles at his crime scenes, trying to prove his superior intellect. There's Catwoman, the acrobatic Catwoman, who is the heart of the Fader, and walks the line of hero and villain. Next up is Scarecrow, who uses fear toxin, which causes terrifying hallucinations on his victims. You got the Penguin, who's essentially the kingpin of crime for the underworld of Gotham City, that runs and owns the Iceberg Lounge as a front for his illegal underworld operations. He's extremely cunning and ruthless. Do not piss him off despite his unfriendly appearance. We have Mr. Freeze, one of Batman's most attractive villains, and all he really wants to do is find a cure for his wife Nora. And he will quite literally do anything to find said cure, like steal or take anyone out to get his way, which is what often brings him to conversation with Batman. There are tons more we're familiar with, like Bane, the Batman's back, Poison Ivy, the eco-terrorist, Ra's al Ghul, the leader of the League of Assassins, yet another eco-terrorist that wants Batman to be his successor and believes he should cleanse the world for the greater good. Then, of course, there's Harley Quinn, one of my personal favorites, who's first introduced Batman series and has become one of the most popular characters in comics and originally reserved for sidekicks. We also have Clayface, Man-Bat, Hush, the Mad Hatter, Hugo Strange, Black Mask, Killer Croc, the list goes on forever. And this list of amazing bads has led to many of his greatest fights and battles. So let's take a look at some of Batman's most intense fights against members of his rogue squad. Kicking off our list is the final Batman vs. Joker battle from Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film. I think all of us Batman fans can agree that the 89 Batman film is one of the most iconic contributions to Batman in all of his history. And it shouldn't be shocking that a fight scene from said film made our list. The scene that made it is during the climax of the film, where Batman comes to his final confrontation with the Joker. Batman even starts off the fight reiterating the line Joker said to him earlier in the film. Have you ever danced with the devil in the Devil's Light? Before punching the Joker across the face into a massive bell.
After all I've done for the arts, they mean to kill me.
Batman then grabs the Joker by the shirt collar saying, I'm gonna kill you. With Joker responding, you idiot, you made me, remember? You dropped me into that vat of chemicals. But Batman doesn't care and keeps beating the crap out of him before ultimately saying, you killed my parents. I made you made me first. Because remember, in this movie, Joe Chill didn't kill Bruce's parents. The Joker did before he actually became the Joker. Anyway, the epic fight keeps going before the Joker falls to his death after Batman ties a gargoyle statue to his leg while the Joker tries to get away via a helicopter. Again, this is easily one of the most iconic Batman fights, period. Next up, we have the final confrontation between Batman and the Red Hood from the animated movie Batman Under the Red Red Hood. Like many of you, this is one of my all-time favorite DC animated movies. I still remember watching this movie for the first time back in 2010, and it instantly became one of my favorites. In any case, as for the Batman and Red Hood fight scene, it's absolutely epic. And the crazy part is that it's a 4-minute fight. I mean, the two are throwing grenades at each other, batarangs, and throwing stars, fighting in an alley before climbing to the rooftop, then fighting more there. We see Batman holding his batarangs in his fist and slashing at Red Hood's helmet, and Red Hood is able to cut off Batman's utility belt and slash him in the neck. But then Batman tackles him off the roof and they land on top of the Prince Cathedral down below, where after Red Hood pulls off Batman's cowl, he reveals his identity to Bruce. It's at this point that things get incredibly personal. As Jason says, tell me what bothers you more, that your greatest failure has returned from the grave, or that I've become a better Batman than you. In summary, it's an incredible fight all on its own, but add how personal the fight is for both of them, as it's essentially a father-son battle, with the son hurt and the father never killed the son's killer. So the fight, along with the incredible emotional dialogue, makes this easily an all-time great fight for Batman. I will also add that the comic confrontation this is based on from the Under the Red Hood comic is also fantastic. Next on the list is the Batman vs. Deathstroke cinematic from Batman Arkham Origins. This fight is on here for its sheer badassery. There's simply no other way to put it. It's hands down one of the coolest Batman fights ever. There's no iconic dialogue, no real emotion. It's just an epic fight all on its own and all the way through. The fight is so dope that when Ben Affleck was going to star in and direct his own Batman film that would have put him up against Deathstroke, us fans were saying the fights in Feel need to be like this cinematic. It's no shocker that the Arkham games probably have the best Batman fight choreography we've ever seen, especially with cinematics like this. It's just so brutal and epic and shows all the aspects of Batman's fighting style. How brutal he can be, his use of acrobatics, his use of his gadgets, and his overall skill in martial arts. It's the perfect blend of everything, and this Batman vs. Deathstroke cinematic is probably the most perfect example of that to date. Making its way to lucky number 7 is the Batman vs. SWAT fight scene from Batman Year 1 Part 3, and Batman issue 406. In the fight, Batman is running away from the GCPD and gets shot in the leg by one of them before hiding in a nearby building. But the commissioner, just wanting Batman out of his hair, has a helicopter drop a bomb on the building he's hiding in since it's due for demolition anyway. Now, at this point in time, Jim Gordon is not the commissioner yet, but this is Batman, and even though it's only his first year as the Dark Knight, he ain't gonna go down that easy. He actually survived by hiding in a fortified basement. And to make things that much harder for the Dark Knight, Batman had to ditch the utility belt when it caught fire. And now the GCPD is going into the building to kill anyone they see. But Batman being Batman, he still has a signal device fitted in his boot that's able to attract a swarm of bats from his Batcave. So he activates it and has to wait for them to arrive. Batman then starts evading the SWAT team in epic Cape Crusader fashion. It's not the cleanest or most graceful fight he's ever had, but it's the grit and rawness that makes it so epic. For instance, Batman kicks a pillar in so that part of the roof collapses on top of the SWAT team, and Batman is finally able to escape when his bats arrive, swarming the entire place. Batman Year 1 is one of the best Batman stories ever told, and similarly, this fight scene is also one of the best, demonstrating his skill to outmaneuver and beat an entire SWAT team in just his first year as a Bat. Next up is the best live-action Batman scene to date, and that's the Batman warehouse fight scene from Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice. It's also one of the most brutal Batman fight scenes ever. It's pretty much an Arkham video game fight scene brought to life. Now, some people have problems with this fight, specifically that Batman is killing people, which I get. I wasn't a fan of him killing in the Snyderverse either. But let's not be biased here. Did we all forget that Tim Burton's Batman, played by Michael Keaton, also killed? Like in our number 10 pick, where Batman literally tells the Joker he's gonna kill him and does just that. Then in Batman Returns, he straps a bomb to one of the Penguin's thugs' chest and throws him in the sewer where he blows up. But people never complain about Keaton Batman killing. Everyone's only got a problem with Batfleck doing it. Again, I'm not a fan of Batman killing. I get it, but you gotta appreciate a cool scene when you get one. And the warehouse Batman fight scene is incredible. Plus, you could argue that those people may have lived. Sure, they're in critical condition, but they may have come out alive. People recover from bloody head trauma and grenade blasts all the time. Horribly mangled, but alive nonetheless. The point is, this scene is fantastic as it gives us that fantastical, brutal Batman where we see him throwing batarangs into people, using his grapple gun to pull and launch people, breaking arms, punching someone headfirst into the ground, and taking shots to the head from point-blank range with no damage, then annihilating that person. I mean, we see him manhandling 4 thugs at once, and we see him rock bottom someone, people. Come on now. Again, I know people have a problem with this incredibly brutal Batman in this scene, but honestly, that's the reason why I love it so much. Coming in at number 5 is the final Batman vs. Joker fight scene at the end of Batman Mask of the Phantasm. Mask of the Phantasm is still easily my favorite Batman movie to date, whether we're talking live action or animated. Everything about it blew me away. I was completely captivated. One of the things that captivated me was the awesome fight between the Joker and Batman towards the end of the movie, which took place in the movie's version of the 1964 2004 New York World's Fair. This fight scene is just flawless in my personal opinion. I mean, you got Kevin Conroy Batman up against Mark Hamill Joker. Icon versus icon. The fight is everything you'd want from that epic Bruce Timm style animation. Kevin Conroy Batman, Mark Hamill Joker, Batman jumping on Joker's jetpack as he's get away, with the Joker saying, "You'll kill us both," and Batman responding, "Whatever it takes." The fight ends with Batman causing Joker to crash his jetpack and Andrea, aka the Phantasm, showing up and capturing the Joker. Batman warning her that the place is wired to explode, but she just tells Batman, one way or another, it ends tonight. Goodbye, my love. As her and the Joker seemingly die in the ensuing explosion. So not only is the fight itself between Batman and the Joker incredibly epic, the emotion at the end with the Joker dying by the hands of Bruce's former love Andrea, who sacrifices herself to seemingly kill the Joker, put it over the top. The number 4...
At Spectrum, we believe every day unlocks unlimited possibilities. Spectrum transforms your gaming experience into a galaxy of adventures, and with super reliable internet speeds, you're always front row to the entertainment you love. Switch to Spectrum Internet Premier.
It's a vision. It's a design. It's taking potential and making it a reality. In the community, around the home, you bring to life desirable outdoor spaces. Shape the land to your will in a way that makes it better than it was before. What was once done with overgrown trees and gardens quickly turns into your blank canvas. This is inspiring. It creates a place where friends enjoy lunch, where families bond in their...
Number 4 Batman fight on our list is from the Batman Endgame storyline, specifically the finale and final showdown between Batman and the Joker in issue 40 of the new 52 Batman run by Scott Snyder and Greg Shore. Putting it simply, this is the Batman and Joker fight that end all Batman and Joker fights, as they quite literally fight each other to the death. The majority of the fight takes place in a cave where we see the Joker chopping Batman's neck with knives and slashing at his back before stabbing him with 2 knives to his shoulder, creating a twisted, bloody Joker smile on his back. At this point, Batman tackles Joker off a cliff in the cave and beats the hell out of him. The Joker eventually gets up and retaliates, throwing bladed playing cards at Batman, one of which gets lodged in Batman's left arm, another in his right shoulder, and the third straight in his eye. Batman just tackles the Joker again and then bites a piece of his ear off, all Mike Tyson style, before spearing the Joker in his side, impaling him with the ears of his cowl. The two of them then drop to the floor in a pool of blood shaped like a heart, which again, poetic. But it all comes to an end when the Joker tries to kill Batman by stabbing him through the head. But Batman is able to hold the blade away from his face long enough for the stalactite to fall from the cave ceiling and impale the Joker right through the back. The two then die next to each other in the same pool of blood shaped like a heart. You have to read the story to get all the little nuances. The dialogue really helps push how brutal and crazy this fight is, along with being extremely gory and violent, and one of the best Batman fights of all time. Making its way into our top 3 is easily one of the most iconic Batman fight scenes of all time from one of the best Batman comics of all time. A lot would say the best, and that is The Dark Knight Returns and its epic fight between Batman and the mutant leader from issue 2. This 4-page battle is one of the most popular Batman fights of all time, and that's for good reason. It's just raw, pure form of Batman. He's all done playing games. He's not trying to change or reform you, he's just out there to end you. And that's exactly what he does to the mutant leader. As they fight in the mud hole, he systematically strikes the mutant leader to give himself to the bid. As Batman even says to himself, he's fast, faster than I am, and stronger, and seemingly impervious to pain when they do come smarter. Batman first repeatedly strikes the mutant leader on the forehead after hurt him, causes blood to spew over his eyes, then strikes the nerve cluster in his deltoid, keeping the mutant leader from using his arm. Batman ultimately takes the mutant leader down to the ground, jiu-jitsu style, while grabbing his leg and then gives the iconic line, "You don't get it, boy. This isn't a mud hole. It's an operating table, and I'm the surgeon." He then proceeds to break the mutant leader's leg and other limbs, and as he lays unconscious, Batman stands over him in victory as the mutant gang members look on. I will also say the animated adaptation of this fight scene from The Dark Knight Returns 2-part movie is also extremely well done, and even more brutal in a lot of ways. Just missing the top spot is the time Batman fought Bane during the Nightfall storyline in Batman issue 497. Yes, you remember correctly, this is the issue where Bane broke Batman's back. Now clearly this fight doesn't end in Batman's favor, but it's still an epic Batman fight nonetheless. Easily a top 3 most known Batman fight of all time. The issue starts off with Bane breaking into Wayne Manor and challenging Batman / Bruce Wayne to a fight. The Cape Crusader obliges, and the two start going at it for the rest of the issue. That's right, this fight lasts for 17 pages. It's insane. The fight starts upstairs in Wayne Manor, but eventually Bane throws Batman into the grandfather clock that opens the door to the Batcave before he rams Batman through the door to the Batcave, and they tumble down the stairs and end up fighting in the Batcave. I'm not gonna front, Batman gets some good shots in, but for the most part, he's getting manhandled by Bane during this fight. Being punched and thrown and beaten all around the cave. Bane even backhands his face all before saying, "I am Bane, and I could kill you, but death would only end your agony and silence your shame. Instead, I will simply break you." As he lifts Batman over his head and smashes him over his knee, breaking Batman's back. He then walks away saying, "Broken and done," leaving Batman there, broken. Like I said a minute ago, Batman gets manhandled in this fight, he loses, and it ends with him getting his back broken, and someone else having to take over the mantle of Batman for a while. But it's still one of the best and rightfully most well-known Batman fights of all time, and really shows how Bane is easily one of Batman's greatest adversaries. And making its way to the #1 spot is yet another from The Dark Knight Returns, and of course that would be when Batman squares off against Superman at the end of the story. I would go as far as saying not only is this one of the best Batman fights of all time, it's one of the best comic book fights of all time. I mean, there's a reason this particular fight always gets brought up when you're talking about either Batman or Superman. It's a classic, it's loved, it's iconic, it's all of the above. And I think a big reason for that is because we got to see two of the most popular characters in DC square off against one another. And the fun part is they're complete opposites. One is a human with no superpowers, and the other is essentially a god. So how does a mere mortal fight a god? Well, Frank Miller showed us how in this fight. We see him don his epic and now classic armored suit to fight the Man of Steel, using nothing but his wit and technology at his disposal to fend off Krypton's last son. And I gotta say, Superman does a great number on Batman, until the Dark Knight has Oliver Queen shoot a kryptonite arrow at Superman, weakening him enough to give Batman an edge. At which point Batman starts beating the ever-loving crap out of Superman while giving his now famous speech, "I want you to remember, Clark, in all your years to come, in your most private moments, I want you to remember my hand at your throat. I want you to remember the man who beat you." Batman then suddenly suffers a heart attack with Superman catching him before he seemingly dies, but the point is, the fight is epic, and the Dark Knight had Superman on the ropes by using his wits and technology. Of course, we also got a very loose adaptation of this fight in BVS, which is also good, but not nearly as good as the comic or the animated version, but still good nonetheless. Alright, that wraps up our look at some of Batman's endurance and stamina. Think of him as the most elite and by the best in boxing, karate, ninjutsu, jujitsu, Muay Thai, and the list goes on. He knows 127 forms of martial arts. His expertise in hand-to-hand combat makes him one of the most formidable fighters on the planet. He's also an expert detective, often referred to as the world's greatest detective because of his genius-level intellect and second-to-none investigation skills. He's been able to solve some of the world's greatest crimes and mysteries. He's an expert in criminology, psychology, hacking, and forensic science. He is so knowledgeable about all of these that he can predict a criminal's next move. He's also a tactical genius, being a master tactician and strategist, always being 10 steps ahead of his enemies. This is one of Batman's primary abilities, always having a plan and always being prepared to be able to outthink his opponents. This is where the highly debated pep time argument often comes into play, that if Batman has pep time, he can essentially defeat anyone. The Crusader is also a master of stealth. Anyone who's played the Arkham games knows exactly what I'm talking about. He is vengeance, he is the knight, he is Batman.
Evil has always existed.
Whatever you may say about
Understand this monster. We have to decipher these murders. Is happening around us. Oh, what is it?
He lurks in the shadows and strikes his enemies with fear. He also has incredible willpower and mental toughness, and because of this, he is extremely hard to manipulate and control. Bruce has safety walls built in his head to protect him from anyone trying to manipulate or control him. And obviously, Batman is a master of all weaponry. Melee weapons, firearms, prefer them, explosives, and more. The Dark Knight is a master escape artist, being able to escape almost any restraint or trap he's in. He also has insane leadership skills, leading the Bat family and sometimes the Justice League, which says a lot that a mere human has led the Justice League, which is mainly comprised of superhuman of immense power. I can go on, but I think everyone gets the idea. Batman is a real problem. You don't want to have to go up against him. But here's a little factoid. Batman is actually considered a metahuman by the U.S. government. We found this out in issue 22 of the Suicide Squad from the 2016 series. On the last page of the issue, we see Waller tell the Suicide Squad, we have a new mission, Trial Run. You will apprehend 2 initial meta targets, both criminals in their own way, Batman and Killer Frost, and you will put them both behind bars. So Amanda Waller straight up referred to Batman as one of the 2 metahumans. Now Batman isn't really a metahuman in the sense that he has had actual superpowers secretly all these years, but Amanda Waller and the government refer to him as because, let's be honest, they don't know any better. The things this guy is capable of doing make no sense. So it's safe to say they introduced him as a metahuman. He's just that. This statement actually shook up the fandom quite a bit and caused a lot of controversy. There's even speculation that since the Joker and Batman have nth metal in their blood, being healed by it, as revealed in the metal event, that there's potential for Batman to be a meta, as it could have granted him some superpowers. This is something the Joker even alluded to in the end of the Dark Days, the casting one-shot from the metal event. But longtime Batman writer Scott Snyder has even gone on social media saying Batman is not a metahuman. He may gain certain powers for special stories, but he is not inherently meta. So do what you wish with that information. Now, we know Batman has some of the best gadgets and vehicles in all of fiction. I'm talking about his grappling gun, batarang, EMPs, cloaking device, antitoxins, smoke bombs, shock gauntlets, Batmobile, Batcycle, Batboat, Batwing. The list goes on. Some of the best weapons and gadgets and vehicles we've ever seen in fiction. But a lot of those smaller gadgets are stored in his utility belt, which is one of his most important tools, so let's talk about where it came from and what his utility belt does. Diving right in, the concept of Batman's utility belt was created by Gardner Fox and was first introduced in July of 1939 in Detective Comics issue 29, which was only 2 issues after his first appearance in Detective Comics issue 27. Anyway, the utility belt's first mentioned in Detective Comics issue 29, we see Bruce getting ready to suit up. Picks up his belt and says, these glass pellets of choking gas might come in handy tonight, if this is what I think it is. And just like that, the concept of Batman's utility belt was born. Kind of off topic, but still worth briefly mentioning, is the fact that 2 issues later in Detective Comics issue 31, Fox also created the first Bat-themed weapon, the Batarang, which, as I just said, debuted in Detective Comics issue 31 in the Batman vs. Vampire storyline. Getting back to the topic on hand, all the way up until 1989, which is when we got the first Tim Burton Batman movie, almost all artists drew the utility belt the same way. They drew it as a yellow belt with a buckle and cylinder capsules around it. Now, you know how I said almost all artists drew it the same way? Well, that's because there were several exceptions, like in the 1986 Dark Knight Returns comic, where writer-artist Frank Miller drew the utility belt with military-style pouches that went all the way around the belt, and with seemingly no belt buckle. Then, in 1987, in Batman Year One, artist David Mazzucchelli continued the pouch theme with his own twist and style. Several artists for several different stories would go on to use the military pouch theme after this, and by the early 2000s, the pouches became the modern standard for how Batman's utility belt was portrayed in comics and basically all forms of media, including in Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. But with all that said, the Adam West Batman from the 66 Batman TV series did have the pouches on his belt, and not the capsules. So maybe that's what really started it all. But what you do know for fact is that Batman's utility belt is one of his most important tools for fighting crime, as it houses like 90% of all his gadgets. Each of the pouches or cylinders on Batman's belt contains a massive array of different tools that are crucial to Batman's pursuit of justice, both on the streets of Gotham or even in the Justice League Watchtower fighting an alien invasion. Every single pouch or cylinder on his belt is interchangeable with one another. And of course, through the years, Batman has modified what he carries in his belt. Batman is constantly changing what he carries in his belt to accommodate different situations or opponents he might be facing. And of course, not anyone could just open his utility belt. That just wouldn't be safe, nor very Batman-like. Almost every version of the belt has a built-in security feature that stops any random person or villain from opening it. The belt has been shown to electrocute villains who can even touch it. It's even been shown to release stun gas to prevent people from messing with it. All you really need to know, though, is that Batman's belt's compartments are locked and only he knows how to open them, and probably a select few of the Bat family. As I said earlier, Batman has a plethora of different gadgets and tools in his utility belt. Some examples would be flashlights, smoke capsules, fingerprint kit, forensic kit, first aid kit, lock-picking tools, kryptonite ring because you never know when you're going to have to fight Superman, batarangs, miniature laser, bat-shaped handcuffs, gas mask, and rebreather because you might have to breathe underwater sometimes like in Suicide Squad, trackers, several sedatives, anti-venoms, mini-explosives, light grenades, anti-fire foam, and an ultrasonic transmitter to attract bats because, well...
Yo, these were sold out everywhere. Then my eBay list went off. Got them. Felt lucky, so I looked up some more heat. Now those are on the way from a dude in Canada. Thanks, bro.
I've reached that course a million... Oh, very well. Take this.
Me? Obsessed with you? Yes. Yes, I am.
Batman.
And that's just the tip of the iceberg, right? Basically, whatever the story these Batmans have, he can have it in or on his belt. Just like that, my comic Conrads, you now know more about one of the most important items that Batman has, his utility belt. Another incredibly important weapon in Batman's arsenal that is essentially become canon in its own right, or at least inseparable from Batman himself, is the Batmobile. So let's dive into the origin of Batman's whip. The Batmobile is easily one of the most popular cars in all of fiction. That says a lot considering we have other popular cars in fiction like the X-01 from Ghostbusters, the DeLorean from Back to the Future, and Kit from Knight Rider, just to name a few. With that said, from the jump in Batman's first appearance in Detective Comics issue 27, he was driving a red sedan to get places. But at first, it wasn't a badass vehicle, nor was it even called the Batman. He was just a red sedan that he drove to get from place to place across Gotham. In fact, it would take over half a year for Batman's car to officially be called the Batmobile, which happened in Detective Comics issue 48. While talking about Batman and Robin, the panels read as follows inside of Detective Comics issue 48. They ascend stairs and slide away a panel that leads into a seemingly old deserted barn. There is a quiet purr of a supercharged motor. The Batmobile flashes through the streets with bullet speed as Batman and Robin charge out of the barn in the Batmobile. And what's crazy is that in the Batmobile's first official appearance, it was still a red car. But at least now it was a red supercharged car, but it still just looked like a normal sports car of the 1940s. Like many of Batman's staples, the idea of dubbing Batman's car the Batmobile came from Batman co-creator Bill Finger, which isn't shocking as Finger is responsible for Batman's secret identity Bruce Wayne, and he's also the reason why he's a detective. Almost every major attribute Batman has came from Bill Finger. If you haven't already, you guys have to watch the documentary Batman and Bill. It's really enlightening and just all around awesome. Anyway, in the early 1940s, the Batmobile would take a huge leap forward. In early Batman issues, the Batmobile actually now had bat motifs like the Batmobiles of today. It was black and stealthy and had a huge Batwing spoiler coming off the top of it, as well as having a big bat head on the front of it. So though not technically the first Batmobile, this is the first Batmobile in the way we think of it today. A badass sports car that resembles a bat in one way or another. Now the Batmobile would more or less keep this design through the 1940s. Artistic spraying would add little changes like giving it red racing stripes as seen on the iconic Batman 20 cover. Literally issue 19 of Batman, the issue before, the Batmobile was still all black. You could also credit that Spray's cover from Batman 20 gave inspiration to the now iconic 66 Adam West Batmobile, which also has red accent lines. Once the 1950s came is when we would get the next major change for the Batmobile in Detective Comics issue 156. In this issue, the Batmobile got into a wreck. When two thugs Batman and Robin were chasing down, blew up the bridge Batman and Robin were on. Not only was the Batmobile destroyed in this explosion, but Batman also broke his leg, so Batman and Robin were forced to rebuild the Batmobile. The two of them literally came up with blueprints for the new Batmobile while Batman was still in bed at the hospital. Batman then tells Robin while looking at the blueprints, he made space for a built-in crime lab, complete with everything necessary for making tests on the run, to which Robin replies, I can hardly wait to try. On the next panel, we see Batman recovering at home in the Batcave, while Robin is working on the new Batmobile. He says those rocket tubes and the fenders will give us bursts of tremendous speed for short distances. We then see that they're adding radar antenna, but Robin says it's tricky to install, to which Batman says it's gonna be worth the trouble if ever we have to navigate in the dark without lights. Then a few pages later, Batman, still on crutches mind you, reveals the new Batmobile to Robin, to which Robin says, oh boy, it's finished, what a beauty. And Batman replies, it's 10 years ahead of anything else on wheels, fella, how about a trial spin? The new Batmobile looked more or less the same as the previous version, except it was a little longer and a little wider, and it had a big headlight on the top of it. The main changes came internally as far as what it's capable of now, with all the added upgrades like the rocket boosters, built-in radar, crime lab, and so on. Now I realize that a lot of these upgrades in 2020 seem dumb or no big deal, but remember, this was the 1950s, so everything they put in the Batmobile during this time was a big deal. No other car had this stuff unless you were like James Bond. Anyway, Batman and Robin take the car out for a test run, and it works perfectly. Even Commissioner Gordon says, the new Batmobile, it's sensational, stunning, superb. Then Batman tells Robin later in the Batcave, the way the Batmobile performed, nothing short of a catastrophe can keep either of us out of circulation from now on. This Batmobile broke the ice for all the other Batmobiles to come, as now it can be anything the artist or writer needed it to be. What I'm saying is they can now add any device or piece of tech needed to the Batmobile to get Batman out of a pinch. So from here on out, the Batmobile became more than just a fast car, and instead the greatest tool in Batman's arsenal. Because of this, writers and artists would change things on the Batmobile when they needed, or just because they wanted to. And who could blame them? It's such a staple and iconic piece to not just Batman's history or comic book history, but pop culture in general. Movies and TV have given us the incredibly recognizable and iconic Keaton Batmobile, the 66 Batmobile, even the Tumbler, and of course one of my all-time favorites, the Batman the Animated Series. Batmobile. What's also really cool is that a lot of times artists straight up put the movie and TV Batmobiles in the comics. Like the DC Rebirth Batmobile, it is heavily inspired by Batman the Animated Series, as seen in Tom King's run. Then in Batman the White Knight, Sean Murphy created his own awesome looking Batmobile, but also straight up put in the Tumbler, the Batman Animated Series Batmobile, and the Keaton Batmobile, just to name a few. Anyway, on top of driving one of the most recognizable vehicles in comics and fiction, Batman also parks that Batmobile in one of the coolest and most well-known layers in comics, the Batcave. The Batcave first appeared in the 1943 The Batman film serial. It was produced by Columbia Pictures and serves as one of the first adaptations outside of comics. It's also the live-action debut for Batman, Robin, Alfred, and Linda Page. But besides that, it introduces two mainstays to the Batman mythos. One, the depiction of Alfred as a slim butler sporting a thin mustache instead of the heftier, clean-shaved version we saw previously in issues like Batman issue 16. The other mainstay introduced to Batman's mythos is what we're talking about today, the Batcave, referred to as the Bat's Cave in the film series.
What? That's impossible. You're going with us to the Bat's Cave.
We see Batman and Robin use the Batcave hidden beneath Wayne Manor, which is accessible via a hidden entrance. Anyway, the first time we see Batman in the serial, he's sitting at a desk in the Bat's Cave. So it's actually kind of crazy that the Batcave was introduced to us in this show and not the actual comic books. But it was such a good idea they brought it into the comic books, and the rest was history. Nonetheless, as for when the Batcave made its first appearance in comics, that would be Detective Comics issue 83 in 1944. In issue 83, Batman and Robin hear an alarm from the Batcave, saying someone...
The NFL season is here. Get NFL Sunday Ticket and YouTube TV and watch every game, every Sunday, all in one place. Sign up today. Terms and embargoes apply.
Someone must be down there. So Bruce says, let's go. The comic then tells us a secret stairway leads to the Batcave, subterranean shelter for the Batmobile, the Batplane, crime lab, and other crime-fighting tools for the Batman. While the Batcave is almost never depicted the same way twice in comics, TV, movies, and even video games, generally speaking, it always has at least several levels of caverns and chambers. However, the first time it was really broken down for us was in Batman issue 48, with the cover saying, in this issue, exposing the 1,000 secrets of the Batcave. This issue gives us the first real look at how the Batcave is laid out. We see that directly under Wayne Manor, there are spiral stairs that lead down into the Batcave. In the first two rooms, Batman has access to the secret laboratory and the trophy room, where he has displayed a giant penny and an animatronic T-Rex. But more on that later. After the trophy room, we have the garage that houses his Batmobile and Batplane. Then next to that, there's a winch chain to pull the Batplane up into an incline so he could take off through the old disguised barn. And beyond the winch, there's a natural grotto. Very basic compared to the future layouts we would get of the Batcave, like this one we got from 1995, drawn by Dick Sprang, titled Secrets of the Batcave, which is absolutely gorgeous and classic, and one day I hope to own a print of it and hang it in my office. But nonetheless, the layout from Batman 48 is still huge and effective. Now again, Batman 48 from 1948 was our first real look at the layout of the Batcave. But just 2 years later, in Batman issue 158 from 1950, we got another cool look at the Batcave and the start of one of the trinity of trophies, as I like to call them, appearing in the Batcave. In Batman 48, we see in the trophy room there's a large animatronic T-Rex and a giant penny. Two of the most iconic things in the Batcave. The third one being the huge Joker card. Hence, the trinity of trophies, as I've dubbed them. But the animatronic dinosaur and giant penny are definitely top two, with the giant Joker card coming in third, as it was added later on. But that is neither here nor there. In issue 48, we see the animatronic dinosaur is a T-Rex. Then in Batman issue 148 from 1950, we see it's a Brontosaurus. The cool thing about this is that these animatronic dinosaurs actually came from a real case that happened to Batman in the comic books. Batman actually fought these animatronic dinosaurs in Batman issue 35 from 1946. And after him and the Boy Wonder defeated them, he clearly kept a few of them to display them as trophies in his cave. With that said, clearly he favors displaying the T-Rex, as that's the one that's always been depicted for the last several decades. Similarly to that, the gigantic penny came from another one of Batman's battles when he was fighting a pretty much forgotten villain called the Penny Plunderer in World's Finest Comics issue 30 from 1947. Essentially, he was a villain who used pennies during his crimes. It's kind of cheesy and weird, hence me saying pretty much forgotten villain. Once he defeated him, he decided to display the gigantic penny in his Batcave, because I mean, if I had the room, I'd want to display the gigantic penny. And rounding out the trinity is the giant Joker playing card. The card originally belonged to the Joker, and he displayed it in his lair, first appearing in Detective Comics 114 on the second page of the issue in the second to last panel. And after one of the many times Batman defeated the Joker, he decided to take this gigantic playing card and display it in the Batcave's trophy room. Now, once 1985 rolled around, we got another layout / look at the Batcave in the definitive directory of the DC Universe issue 2. We see in this rendition of the Batcave there are 3 levels, one above ground with the Batcopter and Batplane hidden inside of a mountain near Wayne Manor, and 2 lower levels beneath Wayne Manor. We see there's also 2 elevator shafts, one running from Wayne Manor into the top level and lower level of the Batcave, and one that runs from the mountain to the top and lower levels. We see all the things we've become accustomed to in the Batcave, like the crime lab, garage / repair shop, Batmobile launch ramp. Then in the lower level we got the computerized room and workshop, as well as a trophy room right next to it that has the trinity of trophies, the gigantic Penny, the animatronic T-Rex, and the gigantic Joker playing card. And then last but not least, we have the Batboat in the underground stream. We would then see another edition of the Batcave from Who's Who in the DC Universe issue 13 from 1991, where again we see mainstays like the crime computer, the Batboat, the Batmobile, the Penny, T-Rex, Joker card, all that good stuff. Being one of the most iconic parts of Batman's mythos, there is no shortage of renditions of the Batcave in comics, TV, or movies. And we've got some awesome renditions of said cave over the years. As far as comics go, I'm really a fan of Andy Kubert's design from Son of Batman, as well as Ray Capullo's from Batman issue 1 of the New 52. You also have Jim Lee's take from Batman Hush, then Michael Jannon's from Batman Rebirth issue 1, which kind of took cues from Ray Capullo's, and for good reason. Then obviously we've seen several versions of the Batcave on the big screen as well, starting with Keaton's Batcave, then Christian Bale's Batcave, Affleck's cave, and now Pattinson's taking the mantle with the newest Batcave in the Batman. So with Batman having such a huge impact on comics and pop culture over the years, he has had a number of alternate versions introduced from the DC multiverse over his 85 years. But which are the most powerful? Let's take a look. First up, we have the fan favorite Flashpoint Batman, aka Thomas Wayne Batman. This is just a brutal, doesn't take any crap Batman who is willing to stop his enemies permanently, which is what makes him so powerful, the fact that he doesn't hold back. Admittedly, he's not as good of a detective as his son, but as far as strength is concerned, he's definitely more of a bruiser than Bruce. He legitimately hunts down and stalks his suspects, then pounces on them, ending them permanently. He's the freaking one who stabbed Reverse Flash right through the chest at the end of Flashpoint, stopping and ending him. Simply put, Flashpoint is an apex predator, so if he's coming after you and he finds you, he will be the last thing you ever see. Next up, we have Azrael Batman. Both the original Nightfall version from the 90s and the new version of the White Knight version. In the Nightfall storyline in Detective Comics 668, Azrael Batman and Tim Drake Robin get into the Batcave as they don't see eye to eye on the way Azrael is going about being Batman. Azrael gets the upper hand, grabbing Robin by the neck, saying, "I'll wash the scum of Gotham into the sewers. I'll take them all down. So many that hell won't hold them. They will fear me as they never feared him." So yet again, this is another version of Batman who isn't afraid of killing. In fact, he's all about it, as he was trained as an assassin from birth, who is now in an armored batsuit that enhances his strength, ready to send so many villains to hell, it won't be able to hold them all. Then in Curse of the White Knight issue 5, Azrael straight up unalives the Riddler, Killer Croc, the Ventriloquist, Penguin, Poison Ivy, Two-Face, and more, all with a single stroke from his sword while saying, "I'm Batman." So not only is this version of Batman extremely powerful as he wears an armored suit, giving him the strength to take on superpowered beings on the level of Bane, but he's also extremely deadly as he's more than happy to kill you if need be. Next up, we have Darkclaw from the Amalgam universe. This is one of my favorite versions of Batman as it's a hybrid of Wolverine and Batman, giving us one of the most powerful versions of the character ever. You got Batman, one of the world's best detectives, tacticians, and martial artists, and then the healing factor, ferocity, and adamantium claws of Wolverine. So not only is this Batman with one of the best healing factors in comics and virtually indestructible claws that shoot from his hands, but also a remarkable nose to pick up a scent, all mixed with Batman's training, fighting abilities, and detective skills. God help the person who has to come up against Darkclaw. Man, it's a shame we haven't got to see more of him. This is such a cool hybrid and version of the character. I really do wish we could more. But moving along, we have another one of my personal favorites, and that is Green Lantern Batman. We saw this all go down in the Elseworlds story Batman in Darkest Night. Essentially what happens is Abin Sur crash lands near Wayne Manor and offers the Green Lantern ring to Bruce, saying, "You have been chosen. You shall receive power, Bruce Wayne, power to bring justice to this far-flung section of space," with Bruce Wayne becoming a Green Lantern of Earth instead of Hal Jordan, effectively giving us Bruce with superpowers, and Bruce is extremely terrifying without superpowers. So when you make him a damn Green Lantern with his power being based on his ability to harness will, you're making him one of the most OP characters around. But this wouldn't be the last time we saw Bruce become a Green Lantern. It's certainly the most extensive, but we saw him briefly put on the Green Lantern ring in Green Lantern issue 9 from 2005. He didn't wear it for more than a few pages, but it was still badass nonetheless. Speaking of Lantern Batman, we have Yellow Lantern Batman, which we saw in Forever Evil issue 4. Like, very briefly, he only wore it for a single page, but while wearing the Yellow Lantern ring appeared, Batman almost took down the Earth 3 version of Green Lantern called Power Ring, and he would have if it wasn't for the Yellow Lantern ring dying, as it was on a low charge. But you know what? Let's stick with the lanterns, because Batman has been a lot of different lanterns. Next up, we have Black Lantern Batman. Now, this version of Batman isn't necessarily Bruce Wayne. It was a clone created by Darkseid, but nonetheless, Necron took control of it, and we got Black Lantern Batman. This is easily one of the most terrifying versions of the Dark Knight, because as we know, the Black Lanterns are all dead. They're all about death. This is what makes them so powerful. They use Pattinson's taking the mantle with the newest Batcave, Batman. So with Batman having such a huge impact on comics and pop culture over the years, he has had a number of alternate versions introduced from the DC multiverse over his 85 years. But which are the most powerful? Let's take a look. First up, we have the fan favorite Flashpoint Batman, aka Thomas Wayne Batman. This is just a brutal, doesn't take any crap Batman who is willing to stop his enemies permanently, which is what makes him so powerful, the fact that he doesn't hold back. Admittedly, he's not as good of a detective as his son, but as far as strength is concerned, he's definitely more of a bruiser than Bruce. He legitimately hunts down and stalks his suspects, then pounces on them, ending them permanently. He's the freaking one who stabbed Reverse Flash right through the chest at the end of Flashpoint, stopping and ending him. Simply put, Flashpoint is an apex predator, so if he's coming after you and he finds you, he will be the last thing you ever see. Next up, we have Azrael Batman. Both the original Nightfall version from the 90s and the new Curse of the White Knight version. In the Nightfall storyline in Detective Comics 668, Azrael Batman and Tim Drake Robin get into it in the Batcave as they don't see eye to eye on the way Azrael is going about being Batman. Azrael gets the upper hand, grabbing Robin by the neck, saying, "I'll wash the scum of Gotham into the sewers. I'll take them all down. So many that hell won't hold them. They will fear me as they never feared him." So yet again, this is another version of Batman who isn't afraid of killing. In fact, he's all about it, as he was trained as an assassin from birth, who is now in an armored batsuit that enhances his strength, ready to send so many villains to hell.
I reign justice upon the kingdom. We can always be one. I will never imposter.
Hell, it won't be able to hold them all. Then in Curse of the White Knight issue 5, Azrael straight up unalives the Riddler, Killer Croc, the Ventriloquist, Penguin, Poison Ivy, Two-Face, and more. All with a single stroke from the sword while saying, "I'm Batman." So not only is this version of Batman extremely powerful as he wears an armored suit, giving him the strength to take on superpowered beings on the level of Bane, but he's also extremely deadly as he's more than happy to kill you if need be. Next up, we have Dark Claw from the Amalgam universe. This is one of my favorite versions of Batman as it's giving us one of the most powerful versions of the character ever. You got Batman, one of the world's best detectives, tacticians, and martial artists, and then the healing factor, ferocity, and adamantium claws of Wolverine. So not only is this Batman with one of the best healing factors in comics, and virtually indestructible claws that shoot from his hands, but also a remarkable nose to pick up a scent, all thanks to Batman's training, fighting abilities, and detective skills. God help the person who has to come up against Darkclaw. Man, it's a shame we haven't got to see more of it. This is such a cool hybrid and version of the character. I really do wish they would do more. But moving along, we have another one of my personal favorites, and that is Green Lantern Batman. We saw this all go down in the Elseworlds story, Batman in Darkest Night. Essentially what happens is Abin Sur crash lands near Wayne Manor and offers the Green Lantern ring to Bruce, saying, "You have been chosen. You shall receive power, Bruce Wayne, power to bring justice to this far-flung section of space, with Bruce Wayne becoming a Green Lantern of Earth instead of Hal Jordan." Effectively giving us Bruce with superpowers, and Bruce just as extremely terrifying without superpowers. So when you make him a damn Green Lantern with his power being based on his ability to harness will, you're making him one of the most OP characters around. But this wouldn't be the last time we saw Bruce become a Green Lantern. It's certainly the most extensive, but we saw him briefly put on the Green Lantern ring in Green Lantern issue 9 from 2005. He didn't wear it for more than a few pages, but it was still badass nonetheless. Speaking of Lantern Batman, we have Yellow Lantern Batman, which we saw in Forever Evil issue 4. Like, very briefly, he only worked for a single page, but while wearing the Yellow Lantern ring of fear, Batman almost took down the Earth-3 version of Green Lantern called Power Ring, and he would have if it wasn't for the Yellow Lantern ring dying, as it was on a low start. But you know what? Let's stick with the lanterns, because Batman has been a lot of different lanterns. Next up, we have Black Lantern Batman. Now, this version of Batman isn't necessarily Bruce Wayne. It was a clone created by Darkseid, but nonetheless, Nekron took control of it, and we got Black Lantern Batman. This is one of the most terrifying versions of the Dark Knight, because as we know, the Black Lanterns are all dead. They're all about death. This is what makes them so powerful. They use the power of death to go after their opponents. They literally recharge their rings by harvesting their opponent's parts, and they retain all the powers of the corpse they're animating, in this case, Batman. So you got essentially a zombie Batman that can manipulate its target's emotions until it's able to harvest their hearts to make them even stronger. And much like every other Black Lantern, Batman makes energy constructs. He's also able to regenerate lost limbs and, of course, reanimate the dead. I'd say that's a powerful version of the Dark Knight, but it's not over, because we got another Lantern version of Batman, and that is White Lantern Batman. Where there's death, there is also life, and White Lantern Batman is the combination of all the Lantern Corps, giving him the power of life wielding the white light. Batman became an incredible cosmic power, able to resurrect people from the dead and even entire civilizations. He would use this to take on and defeat the Black Lanterns. This version of the Dark Knight is pretty much god level. Next up, we have DC 1 Million Batman. Everyone's always talking about DC 1 Million Superman, and that's the strongest version of the character ever, but people rarely ever talk about DC 1 Million Batman, who is also a beast. Due to DC 1 Million existing in the 853rd century, Batman has access to all of that century's technology, making him by far the most advanced version of Batman. Also, because it's in the future, people are able to process more information thanks to neocortex structures, making DC 1 Million Batman way more intelligent and strategic than his counterpart. And lastly, DC 1 Million Batman possesses telepathy. That's right, Batman with telepathy. Normal Batman already was 10 steps ahead of everyone. Imagine telepathic Batman. Good luck with that. He's ending everybody. Then we have the more recent Batman Superman World's Finest issue 4 by Mark Waid and Dan Morrow. In the issue, Batman and Superman merged together when being attacked by mind-controlled Hal Jordan. They merged together all Goku Vegeta style, giving us a Batman-Superman hybrid that also wields a Green Lantern ring. This Batman-Superman hybrid that also wields a Green Lantern ring is probably one of the most powerful superheroes we've ever seen, as Superman and Batman alone are known as some of the most formidable heroes, and then you give them a Green Lantern ring and put them in one body, game over. It was very short-lived, and I would love to see more of what I've dubbed Superbat. But for the brief pages we saw this, they kicked some serious butt, taking down the Teen Titans and Justice League. Speaking of Batman being Superman, we have Batman from Batman Fortress issue 8. At the end of the issue, for XYZ reasons, Superman transfers his abilities to Bruce through a healing chamber, trusting him to be a new Superman, giving us quite literally Batman with all of Superman's abilities. On the last page of the issue, Batman with Superman's powers now flies up into space, staring back down on Earth, saying, "It's not enough to merely inspire people, you have to lead," and that's what I intend to do. You were a great Superman, Clark, but that's in the past. It's time for something new. Do I really have to elaborate on why Batman with Superman's powers is powerful? Now, I know some people might be asking, what about Batmite? But he's not necessarily an ultimate version of Batman. He's just an imp who's one of Batman's biggest fans. But if he were a version of Batman, he would be like the most powerful, since he's a fifth-dimensional imp. He literally can do whatever he wants. He can even rewrite the very fabric of reality itself. And then obviously I know a lot of you are like, what about the Dark Knights, which are evil Dark Knight versions of Batman? I mean, you have the Merciless, which is essentially Batman as the god of freaking war, Devastator of Batman Doomsday. Like, what are we talking about? The Murder Machine, Batman as Cyborg, essentially making Batman an evil AI able to hack into any single interface. Then there's the Drowned, an evil female Batman Aquaman hybrid, which is all kinds of crazy because, as we know, the majority of the Earth is made up of water, and this is what that Batman controls. You also have Dawnbreaker, the evil Green Lantern Batman. You also have Red Death, an evil Batman with a connection to the Speed Force, giving us basically evil Batman Flash. The amount of threat this version of Batman is and the potential he has is unspeakable. Of course, we can't forget the Green Knight, which is Batman Punisher, basically, and the greatest tactician, genius version of Batman ever. Or what about Darkfather? Batman as Darkseid. That's just so crazy, I don't really even know what else to say about that. Then, obviously, you have the Batman who laughs, Batman as the Joker, who proved to be one of the most powerful versions, if not the most powerful version of Batman, when he evolved into his final form, so to speak, becoming the Darkest Knight. The Darkest Knight is full-on multi-versal. Dude was literally holding Earths as if they were tennis balls. Not only that, he was able to fight Perpetua, the mother of the multiverse. That's how powerful this Dark Evil version of Batman is. He fought the mother of the multiverse. They were literally throwing planets and universes at one another, as we saw in Dark Knight's Death Metal, Rise of the New God Issue 1. The only other version of Batman that could stand on this level, I think, would be Mobius Chair Batman. In the Justice League New 52 title, issue 42 to be exact, Batman sits on the Mobius chair, becoming a new god. Dude looks over at the Justice League saying, I am a god now, as he's sitting on his throne, so to speak, now on Metron's chair. Batman is one of the most formidable characters in all of the DC universe. Once Batman sits on the chair, he gains access to all of the knowledge in the universe. This effectively makes Batman unstoppable. Not only that, the Mobius chair allows Batman to teleport in and out of any part of the universe in an instant. Essentially, Batman with all the knowledge of the universe is the most powerful and dangerous version of Batman ever, because he has the knowledge to outsmart anyone in DC to take them down. On top of, being a literal god. And lastly, of course, we have to mention Batman Beyond. This is the future version of Batman with all kinds of upgraded tech given to him by Bruce Wayne, because this version of Batman is not Bruce Wayne, he's Terry McGinnis. Anyway, since this is the future version of Batman, his suit gives him incredible power upgrades. Super strength, flight ability, all kinds of things Batman only wish he could have in his prime. Simply put, Batman Beyond has access to highly evolved technology, which makes him extremely formidable. Now, while he's not nearly on par with, let's say, the Darkest Knight or Mobius Chair Batman, he's still extremely powerful and probably the most threatening ground-level Batman stepping in. And there you have it, friends, our lineup of the most powerful versions of Batman to appear in comics. With all the many different versions of the Dark Knight we've gotten over the years, we have also gotten to see a ton of different takes on the Batsuit, and we're going to highlight our favorites as of now. First up, we got to start with probably my favorite comic book Batsuit for the Dark Knight, and that is Jim Lee Hush Batman. This is a fan favorite for basically every Batman and comic fan, and that's because it's pretty much perfection. This put a whole new spin on the classic blue and gray Batsuit. We're all familiar with the classic blue and gray Batsuit with the yellow blue bat symbol, but this was a modern spin on that, giving us the blue and gray suit with the black bat symbol on the chest. I know a lot of people always prefer Batman to be in black and gray, as black is obviously more stealth, and that's what Batman is all about, but this blue and gray Hush suit works just as well. I think it still gives that moody comic book pop, and it's just very appealing to the eye. I also love the utility belt and the shape of the cowl. The whole suit is just iconic. Again, there's a reason why this is one of the most beloved bat suits of all time. Jim Lee knocked the design out of the park, and for many Batman fans, this is the definitive comic book Batman look. Certainly the definitive modern look for comic book Batman. Okay, so we kick this off with Jim Lee's legendary comic book Batsuit, but come on, anyone who's been watching the variant for any reasonable amount of time knows what I consider my personal nerd holy grail. Yes, it's Batman, the animated series, so you know the Batman animated series Batsuit was designed by the great Bruce Timm, co-creator of Batman animated series, was likely to be on this list because it's all kinds of greatness. You're talking about what myself, and I know a lot of you watch, consider the Batsuit was the definitive version of Batman. Comics, movies, cartoons, or otherwise. It took the classic Batsuit with the yellow oval bat symbol on his chest and just tweaked it a little bit, giving us that black on gray with blue highlights or cell shading that made it just pop on that screen. I mean, what else do I have to say? It looks phenomenal. I'll go as far to say that when you say Batman to someone, this is probably the image of Batman that comes up in their head. Not only did Bruce Timm design the suit for Batman the animated series, when it came time to do redesigns, I would say he arguably did a better job the second time around. When Batman the animated series turned into the new Batman Adventures, we got redesigns for all of the characters, and first and foremost, we got a new Batsuit for Batman, which gave us Bruce Timm's spin on the classic black and gray Batsuit, and my god, I love this design. It's sleek, it's dark, it's simple, it's amazing. Then after the new Batman Adventures, Bruce Timm would give us yet another redesign for the Justice League and Justice League Unlimited animated series. This Batsuit was essentially a hybrid of the Batman animated series suit and the new Batman Adventure suit, giving us the very sleek design from the new Batman Adventures, but bringing back the blue highlights from the Batman animated series Batsuit. The ears on the cowl are also longer. It's all around a fantastic Batsuit. Essentially, Bruce Timm can do no wrong when it comes to designing Batsuits. Okay, the next Batsuit on our list is the Great Cthulhu design from the new 52. This is essentially the classic stereotypical black and gray batsuit with the huge black bat symbol on the chest that Frank Miller made popular in The Dark Knight Returns. But this is Greg Capullo's take, and it's amazing. From the very first issue of the new 52, I fell in love with this batsuit. Even on the cover, you could see it looks great. I love the gray piping that goes along the suit, and the way Capullo draws his bat symbol is fantastic. It actually kind of looks like a sleeker version of the BVS suit, which is also one of my favorites. But don't worry, I will get to that later. The point is, from the first issue of Batman from the new 52, I fell in love with the way Greg Capullo drew the batsuit, and it's easily one of my top 10 favorites of all time. Next up, staying with the black and gray theme, we have Jim Lee's all-star Batman and Robin batsuit. There's not a whole lot to say, it literally just speaks for itself. It's Jim Lee drawing the classic fan-loved black and gray batsuit with a huge black bat symbol on the chest. It screams iconic, hence it being one of the best of all time, drawn by one of the best artists of all time. I will say it's basically just the Hush batsuit with a different bat symbol, utility belt, and color scheme. And then, of course, we have probably one of the most stereotypical looks for Batman, and that is the blue and gray yellow oval batsuit, which artist Neil Adams perfected. I feel like when it comes to the batsuits, specifically comic book batsuits, there's three different camps. We have the camp that are diehard black and gray batsuit lovers, blue and gray lovers, and then blue and gray yellow oval camp lovers. I suppose that has a lot to do with which era of Batman you grew up with, but nonetheless, Neil Adams' Batman, the blue and gray with the yellow oval, is a tough one to beat. I personally still enjoy the Hush Batman look more, but I totally get why someone would pick this batsuit over the black and gray or any of the others. I mean, Neil Adams is one of the most iconic Batman artists of all. Suit is near perfection, like so many others on this list. It just really comes down to taste. Next up, let's move to some live action batsuits because, man, there's some goodies. First and foremost, you know I gotta talk about my dude, Michael Keaton Batman. I feel like I could just leave it right here. I don't really have to go off on a rant on why his batsuit is so iconic, but I will anyway. First blockbuster live-action batsuit for Batman's first major motion picture from Tim Burton's 1989 Batman. I don't want to hear anyone talking about the 66 Batman movie. There's always those people who are like, the 66 Batman movie was first. Different level. Apples and oranges. In any case, Keaton originally had two versions of the suit, the 89 version and the Batman Returns version, which slightly updated and modified the previous one. Either way, they're both part of movie and pop culture history. You'd be hard-pressed to find anyone who's not familiar or doesn't just flat out like his batsuit. It's also worth noting that Keaton just got a third batsuit, but I didn't really like it all that much. The modifications were just so we're leaving it out. Now, with that said, I've been very vocal that I'm tired of live-action Batman just having all black suits. He doesn't even have black
Finally reached downsizing time.
Need to do the buying a house, selling a house dance. Not to worry, we could try to negotiate a flexible possession agreement. We don't have to move into our daughter's guest room. She'd be so crushed.
Honey.
Expertise is one of the many ways an agent who's a realtor works for you.
At Vistaprint, we print signs so people can see your brand up close. But we also print signs so people can see your business.
The longer you can keep this undercroft manifestation active,
you stand out.
the greater the gains for the other side.
Here, get 20% off signs and banners at Vistaprint.com.
Black suits in the comic books. But the reason why most live-action Batman have all black suits is because of Michael Keaton's Batsuit and how well it worked for his first two films, or even in his most recent appearance in The Flash. So he gets a pass because he started it all, and it's literally his look. Bale and Pattinson Batman, they're just copying Keaton vibes, you know what I'm saying? They want to be Keaton. They wish they could be Keaton. But now we gotta get to the best live-action Batsuit hands down, and one of the best designs for a Batsuit period. Which, of course, Ben Affleck Batman's Batsuit, specifically his BVS suit. This suit is so damn awesome it hurts my feelings. It's essentially the Dark Knight Returns Batsuit live action. It's beefy, intimidating, the texture is great. It's the first time we got the comic accurate suit with the black and gray. Everything about this damn suit is great. Towel, ears, utility belt, all of it. I would say there might not ever be a better one for live action. Yeah, your move, James Gunn. Your move. But even though the BVS suit is top tier live action, the Justice League suit is a close second. For the Justice League suit, they take the towel and added armor plate pieces on the suit, trying to make it a little more sleek. We also have the Nightmare Batsuit, which is just Batman in freaking military cargo pants with a trench coat and a machine gun. Come on, that's an instant classic. We didn't even see it that much in the film. We also have the Batman Begins Batsuit. I thought Christopher Nolan's first go-around with Batman's suit was infinitely better than the one we got for the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises. I would actually go as far as to say I don't really like the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises batsuit that much. I was never a fan of all the armored plating look in individual sections. Big reason why I'm also not a big fan of the Batman Arkham Knight batsuit either. However, I think the Batman Begins batsuit looks awesome. I dig the cape, the cowl, and pretty much all of it. I wish they stayed along these lines up until the continues. Well, you know what? I would say Tom Kilmer's Batman Forever main batsuit is better than the Dark Knight and Dark Knight Rises batsuit. I'm just not a fan of the Dark Knight suit, but Val Kilmer's main batsuit was basically just a modified version of Phoenix, which, as you know, I love, and I'm sure many of you do too. Now, let's go back to comic books because, of course, I gotta mention the Dark Knight Returns batsuit from Frank Miller, specifically his black and gray one. This served as inspiration for the BVS batsuit, and that's because Frank Miller's big, thick, brooding take on Batman and his batsuit is all kinds of awesome. The Dark Knight Returns is known as one of the best Batman stories of all time, and this batsuit, both the black and gray and blue and gray batsuits he wears in the series, are staples to the character. Everyone is pretty much familiar with these suits and similar to ones we already mentioned, so let's move on to Batman Beyond. Batman Beyond is the Batman of the future, and a good chunk of fandom's favorite version of Batman, and his batsuit is badass. The red and black color scheme is always a win. It works so well for this future version of Batman. He's also got red retractable wings as part of his suit, and one of the coolest, most unique parts of it is the fact that the suit covers Batman's mouth. There's still an opening for him to talk, but no longer you see the flesh of his face. It's just a simple all-black design, literally, as Batman's entire face is now covered, with a huge red bat now on the chest. But do you know what else is one of the greatest batsuits of all time? Lee Bermejo's batsuit. This suit is yet another fan favorite, and that's the reason it's so distinct. As soon as you see it, you know it's naturally from Earth. It's one of those designs that is instantly linked back to the artist who created it. I just really think of the vibe it has while still maintaining all the elements of love of the comic fashion batsuit. Using gray and black color scheme, but incorporating realistic leather straps, buckles, fabric texture, Kevlar padding, and so on. And then you have the distinct shape and look of the cowl that almost looks alien in sculpt, and you have another one of the best batsuits. Rounding out our list of the greatest batsuits of all time, we have the Arkham City and Arkham Origins batsuits. The Arkham City batsuit, I would say, has become one of the most beloved looks of the Dark Knight batsuit. He's got those super long ears, the big black bat on the chest, and those massive thick gauntlets on his forearm. It's essentially the final form version of the Arkham Asylum suit, just upgrading all the greatness of that suit. As I mentioned earlier, I'm not the biggest fan of the Arkham Knight suit. I don't hate it, I just think it's too busy, and I'm not the biggest fan of armor plating for Batman, especially when it's all over the dang batsuit. But in any case, I think most of you will agree, it's all about the Arkham City suit, followed by one that I will say rivals the Arkham City suit, and that is the Arkham Origins suit. This is what I think armor plating done right looks like, where you can see there's clearly armor plating on his shoulders and chest and stuff, but it still incorporates a lot of fabric and streamlined solid sections. Actually, you know what? I think I like the Origins suit more than the City suit. Yeah, I said it. Arkham City is great, but I think the Origins one better. But there you have it, friends. That's what we think are the greatest batsuits of all time throughout every form of media. And so far, we have covered almost every aspect of the character in comics. But the other massive side of Batman's time in pop culture has been on the big screen. So let's break down Batman's cinematic history, shall we? Now, some people like to count the 1943 15-chapter Batman theatrical serial from Columbia Pictures as the first Batman film ever. However, it is indeed a serial. But since it got a theatrical release as a serial, we're going to talk about it. It was released just 4 years after Batman's debut to the world in Detective Comics 27. The serial stars Lewis Wilson as Batman and Douglas Cost as Robin the Boy Wonder. The synopsis centers around...
Okay, that's what's up, KJ. What's good with you, man? You see, I'm on the Warframe side over here today, getting ready for the new update that drops this week. I think it drops tomorrow. But yeah, I definitely passed through. I was gonna pass through last night because we did a long stream last night, and yeah, it got like after it hit like 7 hours, so I was out of it. It was like 2 o'clock in the morning. You know. But definitely, KLJ, I'll pass through your way later. I'll be on I should be on Yu-Gi-Oh later tonight. Definitely, thanks for passing through, bro.
Gotham City. The leader of said ring, Dr. Tito Daka, is planning on stealing Gotham's radium supply to power his handheld ray gun of his own invention. The ray gun is so powerful it can disintegrate anything the beam from it hits. Now, the really interesting thing about the serial is that it's responsible for two of the biggest parts of Batman's mythos. It introduced Alfred as a slimmed-down butler with a thin mustache, which has been his depiction ever since. Where previously in the comics, Alfred was clean-shaved and heftier as seen in Batman 16. But not only that, the Batman serial also created the Batcave, referred to as the Bat's Cave in the film series. So needless to say, the 1943 Batman was an integral part of Batman's mythology and growth. The 43 Batman serial was such a success that I got a sequel in 1949 called New Adventures of Batman and Robin the Boy Wonder. This time, Batman was played by Robert Lowry and Robin was played by Johnny Duncan. The plot was extremely straightforward. Batman and Robin faced off against a hooded villain known as the Wizard, who uses some sort of electrical device to take control of cars and make challenges for Batman and the Boy Wonder. It's also a mystery as to who the Wizard is till the end.
end. But now let's move on to Batman's first actual theatrical motion picture, and that of course is Batman the movie starring Adam West Batman and Burt Ward Robin. This was based on the classic Batman 66 TV series and the first full-length theatrical adaptation of The Dark Knight, because remember, the ones we were talking about earlier were serials, not actual full-length feature films. Anyway, the movie was released in theaters just 2 months after the first season of the TV series it was based off of came to an end. All of the cast returned for the film with the exception of Julie Newmar as Catwoman. For the film, Catwoman was portrayed by Lee Merriweather. The movie has the Joker, Catwoman, the Penguin, and the Riddler team up using a dehydrator that is able to turn humans into dust, which they clearly use for their own evil schemes, and that Batman and Robin have to stop. I absolutely love this film. It's one of my childhood favorites. Back in the 90s, they would play this movie on TV quite often, and every time I caught that it was on, I had to watch it. The movie also gave one of the most infamous or brilliant Batman moments ever, depending on your perspective. And that's when Batman gets attacked by a shark, but he just whips out his trusty bat shark repellent spray, spray it away like a bug. Oh, and I can't forget Batman running around holding a Looney Tunes style bomb over his head, not knowing where to get rid of it. Even saying to himself, some days you just can't get rid of a bomb. It's utterly ridiculous in the best way possible. I mean, that's part of 66 Batman's charm. It's campy and light, there's not much logic to it, it's just fun. But as great as the 66 Batman movie was and how much of a role it played being only the second real DC Comics movie period, the first being Superman and the Mole Men, starring George Reeves as Superman, nothing could have prepared the world for the next live-action Batman movie. Of course, I'm referring to Tim Burton's 1989 Batman movie starring Michael Keaton, simply known amongst fandom as Batman 89. Batman 89 is not only...
Came out smelling way more fresh. Join me in the Sustainable Swap Challenge and learn what makes baking soda a simple, affordable, sustainable swap that's easy to do every day.
Make the swap to Arm & Hammer baking soda.
The rest is up to you.
Only one of the most known, successful, and loved things for Batman as a character, it is also one of the most iconic films in all of pop culture, full stop. When this film came out, it literally dominated pop culture. Everyone and their mother was wearing Batman t-shirts, hats, buying the collectibles. It was full-on Batmania. It's hard to even overstate just how big of a deal this film was when it came out. I've said before, we're spoiled today. We get around 5 superhero movies and TV shows every single year. But back then, this was a unicorn. Superhero movies were not commonplace. But also, this was the first big-budget Batman film that was taken seriously, which is another reason it was such a phenomenon. Prior to this, general audiences only really knew of Batman from the 66 Adam West TV show, which was a purposefully cheesy, light, and fluffy take on the character. But Tim Burton wanted to bring Batman back to the original dark and brooding roots from the comics, which is exactly what he did, giving us what would become one of the most beloved portrayals of the character. Wearing an all-black suit, taking down criminals, and fighting a psychotic gangster turned killer clown after falling into a vat of chemicals, while simultaneously introducing what would become his most iconic Batmobile. And the score by Danny Elfman, the Batman theme that he created for this film, has literally just become the Batman theme. In the sense that, yes, there's other great Batman themes. The one that Michael Giacchino most recently did for the Batman is fantastic, but let's be honest, nothing will ever rival the iconic Batman 89 theme. In fact, the only one that comes close, and I love it to death, is the Batman animated series theme. But guess what? That's just a modified version of Elfman's 89 theme reworked by Sherman Walker, so that doesn't even really count. Trust me, I could rant about Batman 89 all day long, but the point is, it's one of the biggest films to ever hit cinema, and definitely one of the biggest reasons for all of the Batman films to follow. Tim Burton would give Batman 89 a sequel in the form of Batman Returns, which is probably my favorite Batman film. The film was released in 1992 with Michael Keaton reprising his role as Batman. Like all sequels, they went bigger for this film, not having one, but 2 villains this time around. The amazing Danny DeVito as the Penguin, which is still fantastic to this day, and the talented and gorgeous Michelle Pfeiffer as Catwoman.
Catwoman. She still holds the best live-action performance for Catwoman, at least in my personal opinion. And I'm gonna say it, I even like the origin they gave her for this film. It's completely different from the comics. In the movie, she's thrown out of a window by Max Schreck, at which point she's essentially resurrected back to life by stray cats licking her in an alley. She also now apparently has 9 lives like a cat. So it's not like the comics at all, where she's just a cat burglar who takes over the persona of Catwoman, but it was great nonetheless. The funny thing with this film is it went even darker this time around, which had a lot of parents and people up in arms at the time, saying it was too dark for kids. Yet they made Batman Returns happy on playing up Donald and made all sorts of action figures and merchandise for Toys R Us and gaming toys. Admittedly, it may have been a little dark for children with all that death and things, putting up Black Blood and converting Gotham. But hey, the 80s and 90s went hard. This is the same time period where they made RoboCop action figures for kids. Nonetheless, Batman Returns was yet another massive moment for the character in pop culture. Like I said, Batman Returns is probably my favorite Batman movie, but that's because I was able to see it in theaters and remember getting the toys from Toys R Us when I was a kid. So, it's got a ton of fond memories attached to it. But don't worry, we've just scratched the surface, my friend. After this, Tim Burton would leave the franchise, even though he had planned a third film called Batman Continues. But Warner Brothers wanted to take the franchise in a more family-friendly direction, leading his vision to start after Batman Returns. So in 1995, Joel Schumacher took the directing reins, giving us Batman Forever, taking the live-action Batman franchise in a completely new direction, being more colorful and campier and overall lighter in tone, like Warner Brothers wanted. We also got a completely new Batman this time around, with Val Kilmer taking up the cape of Cowl. This may be a hot take, but I actually think he was one of the better actors to play Batman / Bruce Wayne. It was the script and production design that made him be questionable, not his acting. Batman Forever also continued the trend that Batman Returns started, giving us 2 Batman villains, Jim Carrey Riddler and Tommy Lee Jones Two-Face. They were insanely campy versions of the characters, very bright and goofy, but I loved it as a kid. It's only as us 90s kids got older that we were like, whoa, this is horrible. Batman Forever also gave us our first live-action Robin since Burt Ward, played by Chris O'Donnell. And with all new actors and an all-new tone in the franchise, it also meant a brand new Batman theme, which is nowhere near as good as Danny Elfman, but I'm still quite fond of it. Batman also got a new Batmobile, which I still think is one of the best Batmobile designs ever. Is it practical for Batman to be riding around in a Batmobile that has true neon lights all over it? Absolutely not, but it's still cool as hell and definitely gives off that comic book fantasy vibe that Joel Schumacher was going for. But 2 years later, in 1997, Joel Schumacher would do yet another Batman movie in the form of Batman and Robin. Now, this movie is considered to be one of the worst superhero films of all time because Joel Schumacher took everything he did with Batman Forever, which was already pretty campy in overall tone, and doubled down. Even seemingly emphasized both Batman and Robin's bat nipples and cod pieces. Not to mention the close-up butt shots as they suit up, and then he had way more neon lights, especially on the Batmobile. Even Mr. Freeze's suit had neon all over it, and we would also get yet another person to play Batman, as Val Kilmer would not return, and instead George Clooney would take his place as the Dark Knight. Chris O'Donnell would return as Robin, and we even got Batgirl this time around, played by Alicia Silverstone. We also got 3 Batman villains this time around, Arnold Schwarzenegger, Steve Whitmer with Poison and all bodybuilder Robert Swenson, who was reduced to nothing more than mindless muscles controlled by Poison Ivy. The film was quite literally just a modern version of 66 Batman. In the opening sequence, we have Batman and Robin ice skating while fighting Mr. Freeze and his thugs. Batman at one point even pulls out a Batman credit card. It's just ridiculous. This film has close to 0 review quality, but again, many of us were young when we saw it, so it still has a bit of nostalgia to it. Regardless, it really is one of the worst superhero films ever made. Unlike the next set of Batman films, which set a whole new bar for what Batman and comic-based movies can and should be, and that is Christopher Nolan's Dark Knight trilogy. Okay, so after the acid trip of a movie called Batman and Robin, we had to wait nearly a decade before the Cape Crusader would return to the big screen. This time with director Christopher Nolan giving us a fresh take on the character. Up to that point, there had been 5 live-action Batman movies, so Nolan wanted to take an approach to The Dark Knight that was much more serious and complex, with a real-world feel and heavier story arcs. From top to bottom, Nolan set out to ground Batman's world in realism. He wanted to make a movie that was as close to what it might look like if Batman were real as he possibly could. And that's what he did with Batman Begins in 2005. The movie starred Christian Bale as Batman, Michael Caine as Alfred, Cillian Murphy as Scarecrow, Liam Neeson as Ra's al Ghul, Morgan Freeman as Lucius Fox, Katie Holmes as Rachel Dawes, and Gary Oldman as James Gordon. This film rejuvenated Batman in a big way, and it was a massive success amongst fans, giving us a more grounded take on the character and introducing one of his most unique and loved Batmobiles ever, the Tumbler. It really had a focus on where Batman's tech came from and how he would apply that to become a vigilante crime fighter. The film also made it a point to focus on how the city and police force would react to a vigilante in their city. Again, giving us a more realistic take on what Batman would be like if he existed. 3 years later, we would get a sequel and one of the best Batman superhero films of all time, The Dark Knight in 2008. Christian Bale would of course return along with the rest of the cast minus Katie Holmes as Rachel Dawes, who was replaced by Maggie Gyllenhaal. Now there's a lot of good things about this film, but the main standout is undeniable.
If I could tell you one thing, it's that you need something that works. Something to the toughest days.
Something less messy and rubs in clear.
And if we can all tell you one last thing,
you're not alone.
With our servers designed for AI, you can revolutionize the way you do business. Power your workloads and empower innovation at any scale. We meet you where you are and take you where you want to go.
Undeniably, Heath Ledger's portrayal of the Joker, who is the main villain of the film. I remember when he was first cast, everyone was like, he's really going to suck, and then Homeboy turned around and not only gave us what would be considered one of the best Joker performances of all time, he straight up just gave us one of the best performances in all of cinema, no matter the genre. His Joker is by far my favorite live-action rendition of the character. You believed him. You thought the Joker was real and terrifying. I swear I quote one of the Joker lines at least a few times a week. Why so serious? I'm like a dog chasing cars. I wouldn't know what to do with it if I caught it. And I thought my jokes were bad. If you're good at something, never do it for free. Sure, there were other great moments in this film, like the introduction of the Bat Pod, which launches from the Tumbler, Aaron Eckhart's performance as Two-Face, but when it gets down to it, this movie is all about Heath Ledger's Joker. Now, when it came time to finish out his Batman trilogy, rumor has it that Christopher Nolan wanted to bring the Joker back once more and even introduce Harley Quinn, or at least that's what fans were putting out into the universe as we wanted to see that. But as we know, Heath Ledger unfortunately passed away right before The Dark Knight ever came out. So when it came time for a third and final Batman film of the Nolan trilogy, he decided to go with Bane as the main antagonist, portrayed by the great Tom Hardy. Now, at the time, this film was very polarizing. It was successful, but the fan reaction was very mixed, especially coming off The Dark Knight, which was one of the best superhero films ever made. So needless to say, Nolan, Christian Bale, and certainly Tom Hardy, as the new Bat for this movie, had a lot to live up to. People at first were very torn about Tom Hardy's portrayal as Bane, specifically with that old man voice like he's talking into a can, something that has now become iconic and loved. People love to make fun of it, but people also just downright like it. I, for one, hated it at the time, but it grew on me, and I now love the voice Tom Hardy decided to go with for Bane. Nonetheless, The Dark Knight Rises was a solid entry and conclusion to the Dark Knight trilogy, bringing Batman's story full circle, with him eventually retiring at the end, settling down with Selina Kyle, aka Catwoman, who was portrayed by Anne Hathaway. I feel like her performance wasn't talked about nearly enough, but she did a good job as well. It's just Tom Hardy's performance as Bane was so big and has become so iconic in its own right that it overshadows hers. Anyway, Batman would make his next live-action appearance in Batman v Superman: Dawn of Justice, directed by Zack Snyder, starring Ben Affleck as Batman. The film was released in 2016 and is extremely polarized. The biggest thing with this live-action Batman is that this is the first live-action Batman that we had connected to other live-action DC heroes, as this was the second film in the DC Extended Universe, DC's version of the Marvel Cinematic Universe. In any case, Ben Affleck Batman is easily one of the best live-action Batmen. Personally, I feel he's second only to Michael Keaton. But his version of Batman is easily the most badass, and he has the best-looking Batsuit. It is perfection. I would have loved for him to get a solo Batman film, which, as we know, was in the works. Affleck was going to direct and star in, with the villain being Deathstroke, but that never happened. However, JVS did give us the best Batman fight we've ever seen in live action. The warehouse fight scene towards the end of the movie is still one of the best superhero fights ever made. If we would have gotten a full-blown movie of just stuff like that, my Batman-loving heart would have exploded. We also got to see what fans have been wanting to see for a very long time, and that is Batman facing off against Superman, loosely recreating the famous Dark Knight Returns battle between the two of them, where Batman dons bat armor and fights the Man of Steel. Across the board, Ben Affleck's portrayal of Batman is loved by us fans. We just wish he would have have been given a solo movie and given more time to play the character. However, we did see him a few more times after this, with the next time being in 2016's Suicide Squad, which was actually just a few months after BVS. Ben Affleck Batman appears in a flashback scene in the film where he's chasing down Harley Quinn and the Joker in the Batmobile. However, Joker ultimately drives his car into the river, with Batman having to go in and save Harley, as she apparently doesn't know how to swim. It's a dope sequence, one that ends with Batman trying to revive Harley on top of the Batmobile, with her waking up and making out with him, and him not being too happy about it. There's also a second flashback sequence where we see Batman finding Deadshot in Gotham and goes to arrest him in front of his daughter. It was just nice seeing the DC universe built out on the big screen, with Batman appearing in other DC films and interacting with other DC characters. From there, we would get the Justice League movie in 2017, still part of the DCEU, just like BVS and the Suicide Squad, and this movie was a travesty, as Joss Whedon was brought on board to basically redo the movie after Zack Snyder had to leave the project due to the death of his daughter. The problem with this film is Joss Whedon tried to make this movie more like the Avengers, which was lighter and funnier, but it just didn't work, especially with Batman, who's supposed to be dark and brooding. Batman's only ever funny because of how serious he is. In any case, this wasn't really a positive installment into Batman's live-action history, but you know what was? Zack Snyder's Justice League. That's right, in 2021, after fans bullied Warner Brothers into letting Zack Snyder give us the vision he originally intended for the Justice League, we got Zack Snyder's Justice League, or the Snyder Cut. So Zack Snyder was able to go back, shoot additional scenes for the film, and have full creative control of the final cut, released on HBO Max in 2021. And it was significantly better, easily one of the best films the DCEU has ever done. Seeing what Zack Snyder did with Batman and what Joss Whedon did with Batman in the same exact scenes is just crazy, with Zack Snyder's version being infinitely better. I mean, we get to see Batman single-handedly take down Parademons. From here, we would get yet another live-action take on the character, with someone else donning the cape and cowl, completely separate from the DC Extended Universe. And that is The Batman in 2022, with Batman being portrayed by Robert Pattinson. The film was directed by Matt Reeves and also starred Paul Dano as the Riddler, Zoe Kravitz as Selina Kyle, Colin Farrell as the Penguin, Jeffrey Wright as James Gordon, and Andy Serkis as Alfred. But also, the Batman gave us great villain performances. Paul Dano as the Riddler, which was really good and completely crazy. Zoe Kravitz was a great Catwoman, the best since Michelle Pfeiffer, I feel. And then you have Colin Farrell as the Penguin. He wasn't in the movie that much, but when he was the best part of the film. Every time he was on screen, he stole the show. But moving along, we would get our latest on-screen Batman, or Batman, in 2023's The Flash. This film gave us the return of the iconic Michael Keaton Batman. Good God, it was awesome to see him once again as Batman on the big screen. With the return of his Batcave and Batmobile, dude, it just kicked some serious ass. This 7-year-old Batman almost soloed a Kryptonian, proving yet again Michael Keaton Batman is not to be messed with. I'm actually one of the few people who enjoyed this film. I didn't think it was amazing, but I also didn't think it was nearly as bad as most people made it out to be. And also, Michael Keaton Batman. That's all you need to know. Just Michael Keaton Batman. But even though he's clearly the highlight of the film with his iconic return, we also briefly got Ben Affleck Batman at the very beginning of the movie, teaming up with The Flash. It was unfortunately Ben Affleck's last time portraying Batman. But we're not done. At the very end of the film, when Barry returns to Central City after defeating an evil version of himself, he returns to a world that's different, where George Clooney is Bruce Wayne / Batman as a nice little Easter egg to his portrayal of Batman from Batman and Robin. And lastly, we were going to get Michael Keaton Batman once more in the canceled Batgirl film. Michael Keaton was apparently going to be a huge part of that film, acting as a mentor of sorts to Batgirl. But that will never see the light of day, as it was given the axe, even though the film was fully shot. For better or worse, I would like them to release it and do something similar like they did with the Snyder Cut, purely because I would love to see what they did with Michael Keaton Batman. Now that covers Batman's journey through the movies, and in each of them, we were introduced to...
I can tell that she has a great sense of humor, but she hasn't told me a joke yet.
Want a career as a pet psychic? We're not the school for you. Want a career-focused degree that's fast, flexible, and affordable? Apply now at post.edu. Post University.
We go live in less than 90 minutes.
And action!
You were having some technical difficulties.
Minor issues. That's pretty normal right before a live show.
Person Turkey waiting. Person Turkey waiting. Person Turkey waiting. Person Turkey waiting.
We're doing the show.
Person Turkey.
I don't have time.
I'm sure you have it all under control.
You're John.
Where's John Belushi?
From New York, it's Saturday night!
Exclusively in theaters.
Of an eidolon.
This is some new live-action version of the Batmobile. Well, a few years back, we were able to visit the Warner Brothers studio lot in California and get a tour of all the different Batmobiles from the movies. Although they didn't have the new Pattinson Batmobile yet. Anyway, check this out.
guides at the Warner Brothers Studio Tour. So there's lots of Batmobiles in here. But first, let's start with the first one, the 1989 Keaton Batmobile.
Let's do it.
So tell us a little bit about it.
So, the first one, 1989, directed by Tim Burton, starring Michael Keaton as both, of course, Bruce Wayne and Batman. That was designed by Anton first, and it was built in the UK, and the one that we have in here is one of 3. The design of it is supposed to look like a Corvette Stingray, but also like Salt Flats Racers, incredibly aerodynamic vehicles. It's got a Chevy 350 small block in it, and it's got some really just kind of fun features. There's a story that goes that the first time they put Batman in the car and they went to close the canopy over him, that was the first time they'd ever done it, and so his ears got basically stuck in the canopy. So what they had to do is go back after and make an intentionally smaller cowl with shorter ears so that it would close around him no problem. I think my favorite feature, though, of the Keaton Batmobile is that only the originals have OnStar buttons in them.
Yeah, nice. So, is this the same one that was also used in Batman Returns, or was it a little changed? Or I know it's somewhat
exactly
right.
Slight changes, essentially the same car, but then when they made the different one for Batman Returns, they basically made the flamethrower in the back bigger, made it a little bit faster, but essentially the exact same car.
That's one of 3. Do we know like the top speed or anything on that car? Like how functional it really is as far as the car?
The fact that it does have the Chevy 350, it means that theoretically the car could do probably 60, 70, 80 miles per hour. But the fact that it's a fiberglass body, they would never drive it that fast on set. Plus, they were typically zipping around back lots, so you only have a little bit of room. So on set, we're looking at a top speed of probably 25, 30 miles an hour, speeding up the film to make it look like it's going fast.
Very cool. And this particular one that's right there, was that the one used in the first Tim Burton Batman film, or Batman Returns, or both?
The one that we have in here is the very first one made for Batman.
Very cool. Now let's move along, because there's lots of Batmobiles. There's been lots of Batman movies. The next one we have in line is the Batman Forever Batmobile. So tell us a little bit about that one.
So, the one that you see here was the design finished by Tim Flaherty. Originally, it was an H.R. Giger design, the guy who designed the spaceship from Alien. And the design that he ended up coming up with, they didn't think was really completely in tune with the theme of the film. So they took it over to Tim Flaherty. Tim Flaherty finished it. And the way that it looks, you know, you see like the skeleton, but also the inner workings of the Batmobile. They had been researching 2 main things. One was deep sea creatures.
Okay.
Things that are really deep in the ocean that are bioluminescent. And the second thing was a bat itself.
Okay.
If you take a bat and you spread its wings and you shine a light through the bat, you can see the skeleton of the bat through the fabric of its wings.
Very interesting.
So that's kind of how they got the idea. You can see the inner workings of the Batmobile through the body of the car itself.
One of the big things, you know, like Batman's supposed to be stealth, takes a while to blue lights, but I guess that adds a little bit of, you know, explanation to why it was designed that way.
Absolutely. Plus, with Joel Schumacher taking over Batman Forever, it was already a much more comic book feel. A lot more bright neon lights. It literally just kind of like jumped off of the screen. So it was a whole different take on the color scheme and how the movie physically looked.
Well, now, one thing that's always stood out with me with this, the Batman Forever Batmobile is the wingspan, the fins in the back. So, like, sometimes in the movie you'll see they're closed and they separate. Is this one functional like that, or do they have 2 different ones where one's open and one's closed?
Good question. These ones do open, and it's supposed to be for aerodynamic purposes. I mean, of course, you open up the wings, you're going to go faster.
For sure.
It's for aerodynamic purposes. The one in here does do it.
So, going on again, Schumacher still has the Batman franchise at this point. We have the Batman and Robin Batmobile. Now, you have it. It's not currently in here, but you do have the Bat-Hammer and the 2 motorcycles. So tell us about those vehicles.
Sure. The Bat-Hammer commonly gets mistaken for the Batwing, the plane. It's not. I always have to no, that's a snowmobile. So in Batman and Robin, Mr. Freeze, played by Arnold Schwarzenegger, he freezes all of Gotham with his massive freeze ray gun, rendering a regular Batmobile totally useless. I mean, of all things, it's like the Batmobile can do everything but drive on ice.
It can't go on ice.
No, it's just can't do that. It's not going to happen. So in that case, what you do is you call on the Bat-Hammer, which is like Batman's snowmobile. It's literally a snowmobile with a really cool bat plastic body over it with, again, those neon lights. The bikes, the silver one is Batgirl's Batblade, and then the red and blue one is Robin's Redbird. But what I can tell you about the Redbird is that it's a Honda prototype bike that didn't make it to the assembly line. It never made it to production, but it was designed by Honda. And Batgirl's Bat Blade is a drag bike. That's technically one of the fastest things in this entire display, because it's a drag bike.
And now we're going into the Nolan trilogy, okay? So hugely successful. This is basically what brought Batman back to cinema after years after Batman and Robin. So we have the tumblers back there, both of them. We have the camo one and we have the black one. Tell us a little bit about the tumblers.
Okay, so the tumblers. I get to use a word that I never ever get to use. Verisimilitude. That's the reality of the film. The verisimilitude of the Dark Knight trilogy is bigger than that of the Joel Schumacher ones. And that's everything Christopher Nolan does. His whole theory on everything is that he wants to do it as much based in reality as possible. So if you were a real vigilante fighting crime with limitless resources, limitless money, you would fight crime in something like the Tumbler, a military-grade vehicle. So the body of it, it's supposed to be a Lamborghini kind of combined with a tank or a Humvee, which gives it that really aerodynamic Lambo look.
Right.
But just the monstrosity that is the rest of it. It's got metal, wood paneling. It's got also fiberglass, so it's a little bit heavier. They road tested it at about 130 miles an hour, so it's a pretty serious thing.
Oh, wow.
Right? And what you see in here were only exterior driving shots. That's all that these ones were used for.
Okay.
The interior of what these look like is not what they look like in the film. That was a set. The interior of the Tumbler in the movies is a set.
Okay.
So these were used specifically for driving and not interior film. They had one specifically just for him getting in and out of it. If you remember, when he gets in and out, it's almost like it closes around him and pulls him in. They had to build one specifically for entrances.
No matter who you are, there are times it can be tough to be yourself when you have severe asthma. Triggers can pop up out of nowhere and lead to an asthma attack. But no matter what type of severe asthma you have, Tespire can help you be you. Tespire is an add-on treatment for people 12 and over that can help you have fewer attacks, breathe better, and relieve your asthma symptoms. So you can be you, whoever you are. Tespire
and exits.
Okay, now correct me if I'm wrong, but the Tumbler is one of the Batmobiles that you guys have the most of. Like, there was the most made. How many Tumblers were made?
5. Legend has it, the original plans only called for 4, but they had enough leftovers to build a 5th. So they did.
Now, is there a difference between the camo and black besides the paint job, or?
That's basically, they look slightly different because technically the Tumbler, the black Tumbler, doesn't have the rocket launcher, but the camo one does. And if you remember, after Bane's gang kind of like, they take over the Wayne Armory and they get their hands on all the Tumblers, they're ripping around town just wreaking havoc, and the camo one has a rocket launcher on the side.
Now, one of the cool things about the Tumbler is the fact that the Bat Pod comes out from the Tumbler, but you have the Bat Pod here, so tell us a little bit about the Bat Pod.
Bat Pod is so cool in the fact that a lot of times people see it and they just automatically assume like, oh, that's a prop that doesn't move. You know, it's still a fully functioning motorcycle, and in real life it doesn't come off of the Tumbler. That was a special thing done for the film. They built a special casing just
that would be cool.
That would be amazing. It's real. And they tell such cool stories about how the day the Tumbler was going to get blown up by the Joker on set of The Dark Knight, they said it was such a sad day because we had come to love the Tumbler so much. It was like a child to them. But they had to wreck it for the story, and when they finally do, with its dying breath, the Tumbler gives birth to the Bat Pod, so the Batman can continue going out to fight crime and fight for justice in Gotham.
And I've heard, rumor has it, the Bat Pod actually doesn't go very fast. Is that true?
That is very true. It's essentially a lawnmower engine, so you're looking at about 10, maybe less miles per hour on set. Yeah.
So not very fast at all.
Right.
But that brings us to the newest Batmobile that we haven't even seen in the movie yet. The Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice Batmobile. Now, being in here, like, I love the Keaton Batmobile. That was my favorite up until, but this, it's just a good mixture, and in person, I just love it. So tell us about it.
So this is the new Batmobile, like I said, for Batman v Superman Dawn of Justice. It is designed by Patrick Tatopoulos, built by Dennis McCarthy, and it's 20 feet long, it's 12 feet wide in the back, and it's got some new features that we've never seen on a Batmobile before, like the Gatling guns just sitting on the front of the Batmobile. Another one of the new features that we don't see in other Batmobiles is the fact that it raises for scenes where it's going into battle, and then it'll lower to the ground when it's just cruising through the streets, more aerodynamic. So it's a whole hydraulic system. One of the most impressive stats I think about this thing is that the tires are shaved down tractor tires. So it's like a 50-inch wheel in the back.
Holy crap.
Right?
That's insane.
Now, they made 2 of these. It's made out of carbon fiber and fiberglass, and it's pretty much completely custom made from the ground up. And the original idea, or like the design of it, was they were inspired by the Michael Keaton Batmobile. So you can see it in there somewhere. But of course they had to have that really kind of modern tank look to it to fit with the feel of Batman v Superman. Now another cool thing, and you can see it on not only the Batmobile but on the new Bat suit, is that you see how it's dinged up. This thing is worn. Right. And it's the same thing with Ben Affleck's Batsuit. It's got scrapes in it, the steel knuckles, everything, because this is a different kind of version of Batman where he's not just starting out as Batman. He's been Batman for a long time now. So this thing has seen some stuff.
It's seen its days.
Right? I love that.
Very cool. Now this one, like you said a little bit earlier, is one of two, meaning Ben Affleck was actually sitting in this very Batmobile.
Yes. These Batmobiles, unlike the tumblers, these are camera ready on the interior.
Okay.
So the inside of this is exactly what you see in the movie as well. So the interior is the set.
Very cool. Now I've heard this thing through video, and like video online and YouTube and stuff like that. This thing is loud. Like that's online, so it's like a monster truck. So when they pulled it in here, because apparently I was told that this was literally drove right off the set when they were done with production. And right here. So how loud is this thing?
Loud enough to have to do this. Ear piercing.
Look at that. I had a full head of hair and everything back then. What a youngin' I was. Those were the good old days, but that to this day was one of the most fun episodes we've ever produced for Variant. Just so incredibly fun, and we actually hope to make our way back out there for a tour of their updated display. Anyway, with Batman's big screen cinematic adventures covered, including his Batmobiles, we have to shift to TV. Because he also has made a massive splash on the small screen, starting with a number of live-action shows like the iconic 1966 Batman series with Adam West and Burt Ward, as well as his appearances in shows like Gotham and Titans. But it's been the many different animated series where Batman has had the most success, particularly when it comes to Batman the Animated Series. This series introduced a whole new generation, myself included, to the Dark Knight in a way no one had ever seen before, and it was so freaking good it's been inspiring Batman content ever since, including the recent Cape Crusader animated series on Amazon. So let's look at the history of BTAS and find out why. Batman the Animated Series was created by Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski and produced by Warner Brothers Animation, first airing on Fox Kids on September 5th, 1992, and running until September 15th, 1995, with a grand total of 85 episodes over 2 seasons. After the first 2 seasons, the remaining 20 episodes went under the new banner of The Adventures of Batman and Robin, which gave us a new opening title sequence and obviously included a lot of Robin. BTAS, which is what fans call Batman the Animated Series, was the first show in the continuity of the DC Animated Universe, or the DCAU for short. Other shows in this continuity are the new Batman adventures, Superman the Animated Series, Batman Beyond, Static Shock, Justice League Unlimited, and the seemingly always forgotten Zeta Project. There's also several animated films in this continuity, first and foremost, Batman Mask of the Phantasm, and then there's also Batman Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero, Batman Beyond Return of the Joker, which is another one of the greatest Batman films of all time, Batman Mystery of the Batwoman, Batman and Harley Quinn, and Justice League versus the Fatal Five. What I'm saying is the success of Batman the Animated Series spawned a bunch of spin-off shows, and to date has given us the best DC shared universe outside of comics. Batman the Animated Series is one of the best things to ever happen to Batman and the world of comic books and just superheroes in general. That is not an opinion, it is a fact, because whether you love it or hate it, the impact it had on Batman and comics overall is unprecedented. BTAS went on to win 4 Emmy Awards, and that's for good reason. But how did this iconic series get created? Well, it was partially inspired by Tim Burton's 1989 Batman film, starring the one and only Michael Keaton. The success of that film brought Batman back into the mainstream in a way it never was before, giving us a dark and gritty Batman as opposed to the campy yet still fan-loved 66 Adam West Batman.
Hi there, I'm Will Ferrell, one of the greatest actors in the world. A long time ago, back when I was at Saturday Night Live, I met a guy who was hired as a writer the same week I was hired. He wrote a bunch of sketches for me and eventually became the head writer of SNL. And over the years, he became one of my closest friends. And then one day, I got this email. Hey, Will, something I need you to know. I'll be transitioning to live as a woman.
I don't doubt that Will is my friend, but I'm not Andrew Steele anymore.
It was just, whoa.
I love this country so much, I just don't know if it loves me back right now.
Harper, would you want to do a road trip as this new version of yourself, and at the same time, figure out what this all means to us?
You recognize this guy? This is a Hollywood movie stuff.
No.
You don't recognize
Okay, that's okay. Roll up the window.
Were you a little worried about how to talk to me when I came out to you?
Yeah, probably a little nervous.
There are no ground rules with friends, I'm telling you.
Of course, Warner Brothers at the time realized they needed to capitalize off the new popularity as pretty much everyone loved Batman. And to Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski, who started developing an animated Batman series. They pulled inspiration from Tim Burton's otherworldly timelessness, incorporating the now iconic features of the series, like black and white title cards, 40s inspired fashion, police blimps, vintage color scheme, and noir style all over the place. The series opening sequence is a perfect example of everything I just said and sums up the entirety of the series perfectly. It sets the tone and vibe with the epic opening theme song, which was a variation of Danny Elfman's Batman theme for the Tim Burton movies. Then once the series turned into the adventures of Batman and Robin, composer Shirley Walker created a new theme that was very similar to Danny Elfman's and was amazing in its own right. One of the many reasons BTAS stood out so much and still resonates with the new generation is that it was a kids series that didn't talk down to its audience. In fact, the series was constantly pushing the boundaries of what a kids series could be, making it much more adult-oriented than any other superhero cartoon of its time. For instance, in Robin's Reckoning Part 1, where we get his origin, they alluded to Grayson's parents dying in a way I think it's harder than actually seeing them die. We see a silhouette of them swinging on the trapeze as they swing out of frame, but when the trapeze rope swings back, we see it's broken with his parents no longer there, telling us it snapped and they fell to their death, which is crazy. The series was also the first cartoon in years to show people using guns and firearms that weren't futuristic lasers. They even showed Commissioner Gordon get shot in the series in episode 49. Batman actually punched and kicked bad guys in the show, even leading to the characters bleeding like Batman having blood coming out of his mouth, which was a level of violence that kids animation just didn't have at the time. Then you just have the overall look of the show. It's a very dark show, which was intentional because it's about Batman, who's a dark character that mainly works at night and in the shadows. So to give it that very unique dark style, a bunch of the series backgrounds were actually painted and drawn on black paper. That gave it its now iconic film noir imagery along with its Art Deco designs and overall very dark color scheme. Altogether, those things earned it the nickname Dark Deco by the series producers. Not shockingly, Bruce Timm and Eric Radomski got a bunch of pushback from the studio executives saying they didn't know if it was going to work. They thought it was a little too dark, but once they saw the pilot episode, Bruce Timm is quoted saying, "It got a lot of people off our backs." As for the voice cast of Batman the Animated Series, it was top-notch. We have the man who would become known as Batman himself, Kevin Conroy, voicing Bruce Wayne/Batman, Lauren Lester voicing Dick Grayson/Robin, Bob Hastings as Jim Gordon, Melissa Gilbert as Batgirl, and the list goes on for days. As for villains, you have the iconic Mark Hamill as the Joker, Arlene Sorkin as Harley Quinn, Ron Perlman as Clayface, Paul Williams as the Penguin, Henry Silva as Bane, and the list goes on again. We could make a whole episode just on the awesome voice cast of BTAS. Like I said earlier, the first 85 episodes of this series are under the banner Batman the Animated Series, but the last 20 episodes were under the banner of The Adventures of Batman and Robin. This series would later get revived again under the title of The New Batman Adventures, where they gave all the characters epic new sleek redesigns. Even the Batmobile was no exception, as the Dark Knight got a brand new set of wheels. Even though the look and designs of Batman the Animated Series will always hold that nostalgia for me and be my favorite, I gotta say, the new Batman Adventure redesigns are pretty dang sleek. As a kid, I liked them even more, but now as an adult, the nostalgia kicks in and I'm all about the OG Batsuit. So I feel like there's no wrong choice for great Batman the Animated Series episodes, as pretty much all of them are great, but like anything, there's obviously episodes and characters that stand out more than others. Two-Face, being the iconic villain that he is, was one of those characters who got a two-part origin story that broke down the character to perfection in the episode simply titled Two-Face Parts 1 and 2. You also have another staple of the series, the episode Beware the Grey Ghost, where we learned of Bruce's childhood hero, a TV superhero called Grey Ghost. It's an excellent and iconic episode where we get to see Bruce fanboy over and even work alongside his childhood hero. Over the Edge is another classic story from Batman the Animated Series where the entire story took place in a dream. Then you have Joker's Favor, which is one of the best Joker episodes in my opinion. And then you have The Man Who Killed Batman, which follows this average Joe who supposedly killed Batman, but of course he didn't, and this grabs the attention of the Joker, which gets him into a whole mess. Next you have Mad Love, which is technically part of the new Batman Adventure series, but it all kind of still falls under Batman the Animated Series, so I'm counting it. It gives us the origin of Harley Quinn, which is one of my favorite origin stories. And then of course you have the classic Heart of Ice episode written by Paul Dini and directed by Bruce Timm, which gave us the modern origin of Mr. Freeze. This episode turned Victor Freeze into a sympathetic character instead of your generic villain. And the last one I'll mention is Almost Got Him, where a bunch of Batman's rogues gallery sit around a poker table and tell stories of how they almost defeated Batman, only for the episode to end with a twist. Actually, no, I gotta mention one more, and that is Christmas with the Joker. I watch it every year on Christmas Eve with my entire family. It is brilliant. Anyway, one of the things that made this story so good for Batman the Animated Series was Batman's villains and how well they were written. I would say that no other form of media has portrayed Batman's rogues gallery as good as Batman the Animated Series. I would even go as far to say Batman's Batman's villains in this series are even better than a lot of Batman's comic books. It really is that good. Famed writers from the series Paul Dini and Alan Burnett absolutely killed it with their retellings of Batman's rogues gallery. It's what made the show stand out, with the villains being so diverse and interesting. It was all just so well written and so well paced, which is extremely difficult to do with 22 minutes to tell a complete story. And they knocked it out of the park 9 times out of 10. But besides actual episodes, there are several films connected to Batman the Animated Series, one of which is Batman Mask of the Phantasm. But besides that, you also have Batman Mr. Freeze Sub-Zero. I really enjoyed that film. Highly recommend you watch it if you haven't already. It's a fantastic Mr. Freeze story where yet again he's just trying to bring his wife back to life, and it's kind of heartbreaking. Then you have my second favorite Batman the Animated Series related film, which would be Batman Beyond: Return of the Joker. This film gives us old man Bruce Wayne within the DCAU continuity, and obviously Terry McGinnis Batman Beyond, with Mark Hamill reprising his role as the Joker, returning all these years in the future and facing off against Batman Beyond. You also have Batman Mystery of the Batwoman, another great story in the Batman Animated Series continuity that shows a mysterious new Batwoman who's arrived in Gotham. Batman is trying to figure out what the heck she wants because she claims to be fighting for justice, but she's breaking his one rule of never killing people. Then you have newer entries like the 2017 Batman and Harley Quinn animated film, and lastly Justice League vs. the Fatal Five, which I did enjoy. But now let's briefly run down the comic book continuity for Batman the Animated Series and the DCAU, because those issues expanded the animated universe a lot. First, we have the Batman Adventures Volume 1, which ran for 36 issues, 2 annuals and 3 specials. But you also have the Batman and Robin Adventures, which ran for 25 issues and 2 annuals, the Batman Adventures The Lost Years, which ran for 5 issues, Batman Gotham Adventures, which ran for 60 issues, a really good series that I highly recommend, and the Batman Adventures Volume 2, which ran for 17 issues. But there's also Harley Quinn and Batman, which ran for 5 issues, Batman and Harley Quinn, which ran for 7 issues, and the more recent Batman The Adventures Continue 7-issue digital miniseries, as well as Batman The Adventures Continue Season 2, which was another 7-issue miniseries that featured Batman villains like the Court of Owls. A slightly different series is the Batman Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles 6-issue crossover series from 2016, which if you haven't checked that out, I highly recommend. I do want to finish out this episode though by talking about several of the things Batman the Animated Series created that are now staples to the Batman mythos. First and foremost, you obviously have Harley Quinn. She was created for Batman the Animated Series by Bruce Timm and Paul Dini, and is now one of the most popular characters not just for DC Comics, but all of comics. Nora Freeze, Mr. Freeze's wife, was also created for Batman the Animated Series, along with his modern origin that the comic books and everything else now use, which I mentioned earlier. Another character B-Taz is responsible for creating is Renee Montoya, who actually just made her live-action debut in Birds of Prey a few years ago, played by my fellow Puerto Rican, Rosie Perez. Then there's a character Lockup, a former security guard who takes things to the extreme and now captures and takes care of criminals with extreme prejudice. And of course, there's Grey Ghost, who has made brief cameos in the main DC continuity. Same for Red Claw, who's appeared in the main continuity and Catwoman's solo title. And besides Harley Quinn, the most notable character created for B-Taz that made his or her way into main continuity for DC Comics is the Phantasm, who most recently was used for Tom King's Batman and Catwoman run. I was over the moon for this because I'm a massive Phantasm fan. So when she was brought into the main continuity, I was thrilled. But there you have it, friends, our history of Batman the Animated Series, one of the best interpretations of Batman and his catalog of characters, and one of the best things to happen to the world of comic books in general. Yes, Batman the Animated Series remains one of the character's greatest highlights. But with the history of Batman in comics, movies, TV, and animation all now covered, it's time to look at Batman's appearances in gaming, and there are quite a few. Most notably, however, is Batman's Arkham series, which consists of Arkham Asylum from 2009, Arkham City from 2011, Arkham Origins from 2013, and Arkham Knight in 2015. The Arkham series is considered to be one of the best superhero video game franchises of all time. In fact, the Batman Arkham games were received so well that people to this day are just wishing for an adaptation of Arkham Batman into a live-action film franchise. I mean, could you imagine a live-action Batman movie franchise modeled after the Arkham games? Bro, it would be the best live-action Batman we've ever gotten. Of course, there's also the Injustice games where Batman is one of the many heroes. The Injustice game is basically Mortal Kombat but DC, set in an alternate universe where Superman is turned into a tyrannical dictator after the death of Lois Lane by the hands of the Joker. The story is brilliant, and the game got a sequel in 2017's Injustice 2. Though Superman is evil in this universe, Batman still fights for the side of justice, trying to stop Superman's tyrannical rule. I still can't believe we haven't gotten Justice 3 yet, considering how loved this franchise is. In fact, it spawned one of the best comic book series of all time, the Injustice comics, which fleshed out and filled in the gaps to this universe perfectly. Then there's the 2016 Batman the Telltale series game that is also widely loved, as it allows
allows you to be Batman / Bruce Wayne and make choices that will affect the outcome of the story. It also got a sequel, Batman the Enemy Within, in 2017, which explores the rise of the Joker. We also have to mention Batman Vengeance from 2001, which is a video game set in the Batman animated series universe. The plot centers around Batman stopping the Joker once again, and this is a classic for anyone who grew up in the 90s or early 2000s,
The business
especially if
loves
you're a fan of
things
Batman
for the growing thing that it
and
is.
obviously we have the extremely
Not
fun
all
Lego
things
Batman
that grow
games, the
are
first
good.
one being Lego Batman
Bad
from
days,
2008, then we got
Stardust.
Lego Batman
Bad
2,
day.
DC
They
Superheroes
never
from
gave up on
2012, and
themselves.
Lego Batman
We
3
shouldn't
Beyond
either.
Gotham. Lego games are always fun, and the Batman ones are some of the best.
Everyone
Batman has
makes
appeared in way more
mistakes.
video games, but those are
Shouldn't
some of
be
our favorites.
right.
Okay, at this point we have given you nearly everything you could ever want to know about Batman, but we would never close out an ultimate history of Batman without giving you an essential reading guide. So
entire
whether you're a
life
longtime
can
Batman
change
fan or a
thanks
newcomer
to
wondering
one
where to start,
act of kindness.
here's our list of the 10 must-read Batman stories.
We all need Life's a hell of an adventure.
First on the list, we have Batman 3 Jokers. This is probably the newest story on the list, debuting in August of 2020. The story was
Really
basically the
quite
culmination or
sweet,
sequel to
that
some of the
one.
best Batman stories ever written that came before it, such as Under the Red Hood and The Killing Joke. You see, the story revolves around the
Just found this unbelievable sequin dress on eBay from a seller who's probably a Vegas showgirl. So many good deals. Had to get these vintage disco pants too. Then I was craving something sporty. Found these
Nothing
in a sick
but the
cherry
best
red,
for you,
authenticated and
Stardust.
everything. Thanks,
This
Ken. I'm
ragtag
obsessed.
bunch,
Then I sold a pair of velvet
hot
flares to
right
like
now.
a desert goth in Nevada. Cause last year I was a Victorian vampire. But now I'm all grunge and glitter. Yeah, eBay. It's the place for new, pre-loved, vintage, and rare fashion.
on the revelation of Batman finding out there's not one, not two, but 3 Jokers running around in the DC universe, each of which represents a different era for the Clown Prince of Crime. You have the Clown Joker, the Comedian Joker, and the Criminal Joker. In the story, Batman along with Red Hood and Batgirl investigate this to try to figure out what the hell is going on and which one is the real Joker, or if all of them are the real Joker. Now, even though the story is widely loved by Batman fans, it is somewhat
Right,
controversial
you are.
as it gives us an official origin for the Joker, expanding upon the Killing Joke origin while also confirming it. They also reveal that Batman has always known the Joker's real name. In
Not
any
sure
case,
what's
it's a great
in
story
a
and one that will be
cool
talked
head.
about for
I
years
like
to come.
You know where to find them.
Next up, we have Justice League Tower of Babel. Now, this is a Justice League story, but oh man, is it also a Batman story. The whole story centers around the reveal that Batman secretly has a contingency plan set in place to take out the entire Justice League if they ever went rogue. Confirming that not only does Batman literally have a plan for everything, but if given time, he can take out anyone, including DC's greatest heroes. This story is almost solely responsible for the whole argument. If you give Batman prep time, he can beat anyone. Just recently in the current Batman title, issue 27, this story was revisited on the first few pages of said issue, where we see Superman come to Bruce in his Batcave saying, "You have files on all of us, ways to beat the entire league," and they fell into the hands of Ra's al Ghul. One of us could have died. Bruce is all like, "Yeah, I made a mistake," but the mistake wasn't keeping the files, it was not keeping them secure enough. But the point is, the story is iconic and gives us such an interesting dynamic between Batman and his colleagues that is still used and referred to in comic books today. Next up, we have an easy fan favorite, and that is Batman Hush. I feel like this story, in a lot of ways, defined the modern Batman, specifically his tone and look. Speaking of design, this is a lot of people's favorite Batman costume, and I have to agree, it's one of the best. Hush is also one of the best mystery stories in all of comics. The story revolves around a new villain in Gotham named Hush, who's trying to destroy Batman's life as Bruce Wayne and as the Dark Knight. Hush turns out to be Thomas Elliot, an old school childhood friend of Bruce Wayne's, who blames Bruce for the death of his parents. The story features a brilliant rogues gallery with appearances from characters like the Joker, Harley Quinn, Two-Face, Poison Ivy, and the Riddler. This story also introduced Batman's romantic relationship with Catwoman in a way that still resonates with fans today. The artwork by Jim Lee is also some of the best Batman art you will ever find, making this an all-around amazing Batman story. Coming in at number 7, we have Batman: The Long Halloween. This is another fantastic Batman mystery that dives into the crime families of Gotham City, all while a serial killer called Holiday is murdering people on each holiday of the year. The Long Halloween also serves as the origin story for Two-Face, as we see Harvey Dent's tragic transformation into one of Batman's most iconic foes. The writing by Jeff Loeb and the moody noir-style art by Tim Sale make this a must-read for any Batman fan.
At number 6, we have the death of the family. This is one of the best Batman vs. Joker stories ever written. The whole plot of the story is the Joker going after each and every one of Batman's loved ones and or sidekicks. Dick Grayson, Barbara, Damian, Tim Drake, and even Alfred. He's going after all of them and threatening to kill them, saying, "Batman, they make you weak, they make you soft, vulnerable. I make you the best version of yourself. I make you a better Batman. Because I challenge you and force you to be the best Batman you can be." Joker ultimately makes the point that he loves Batman more than anyone because he pushes Batman to be the greatest hero he can be, as he's Batman's greatest villain, always pushing him to overcome challenges the Joker puts in his way. So he needs to eliminate the Bat family because they keep holding Batman back from being the best version of himself. Which is awesome and very twisted. It's a phenomenal action-packed and psychological story between Batman and the Joker. Simply one of the best I've ever read. If you haven't read it, read it. In the 5th spot, we have Batman Under the Red Hood. The story sees the return of Jason Todd, the second Robin, who was brutally murdered by the hands of the Joker. Now resurrected, he dons the mantle of the Red Hood, a ruthless vigilante who's determined to take control of Gotham's underworld and punish Batman for not avenging his death. The story not only explores the complex relationship between Batman and his former sidekick, but also raises questions about Batman's appeal rule and the consequences of his actions. At number 4, we have Batman, The Court of Owls. This story by Scott Snyder and Greg Capullo introduces a secret society that has been controlling Gotham City from the shadows for centuries. Batman must face this new enemy while also questioning everything he thought he knew about the city and his family's legacy. The Court of Owls is a thrilling action-packed story that adds a new layer of depth to Batman's mythology. Making its way into the top 3 is, of course, Batman Year One. The brilliance of this story is how it showed us an aspect of Batman's life that we had never seen up until this point. His origin story and why he decided to become Batman was already widely known. Bruce watches his parents get murdered in Crime Alley and decides to swear vengeance on all those who would harm the innocent. He then goes off for several years to travel, turning his brain and body into a living weapon. But this story shows us what happened when Bruce came back to Gotham and lived his first year as Batman. Again, something we never saw prior to this story. And it was brilliant getting to see a rookie Batman who hasn't figured things out quite yet and see his relationship develop with Jim Gordon and the GCPD and even Catwoman. It's a story that will always be one of the best Batman stories ever written because it was game-changing. The Batman movie actually pulled a lot of inspiration from this comic book, following a very early Batman.
Make the swap to Arm & Hammer baking soda.
What I'm saying is, if there was a Mount Rushmore of Batman stories, this would take one of the spots. Coming in as runner-up on this list is probably a lot of people's number 1, and that is The Dark Knight Returns. This story quite literally ushered in a grittier, darker version of Batman. As we all know, the story takes place several years in the future where Batman is much older. We see him come into confrontation with the likes of the Joker, the mutants, and the mutant leader, giving us the iconic line, "When are you going to realize this isn't a mud pit, it's an operating table, and I'm the surgeon?" As he defeats the mutant leader with his bare hands. It also gives us the iconic Batman vs. Superman fight where Batman dons armor to combat the Man of Steel in one of the best battles the two have ever had. It's a beefy, badass, no-nonsense Batman. If you haven't read it yet, you need to get on that. Coming in at number 1 is Batman: The Killing Joke. This story is so complex and brilliant that I don't even have the words to say how good it is. Simply put, the Joker seeks to prove to Batman that it just takes one bad day to make even the best person go mad. He does this by pushing Jim Gordon to the edge after shooting and paralyzing his daughter, Barbara Gordon. He then forces Gordon to stare at horrific pictures of his wounded daughter, who's stripped naked. It's a sick, twisted point that the Joker considers his greatest joke. The Killing Joke is a dark psychological exploration of the relationship between Batman and the Joker, showing just how thin the line between hero and villain can be. It also gave us the first look at the Joker's origin, which, as I mentioned earlier, was confirmed years later in The Three Jokers. Anyway, this event had a lasting impact on the Batman mythos and led to Barbara becoming Oracle. The Killing Joke is not just my personal favorite Batman comic, it is widely considered one of the best comic book stories ever written. Full stop. But there you have it, our list of the 10 Batman stories every fan should read. Each of these stories adds something special to the Dark Knight's mythos, showcasing the character's depth, complexity, and enduring appeal. Whether you're a longtime Batman fan or new to the world of Gotham City, these stories are essential reading for anyone who loves the Caped Crusader. But that does it for this mega ultimate history of Batman, my friends. We hope you guys had as much fun watching it as we had making it. Other than that, we'll see you next time when we talk about all things comics.
Happily, boy, I am no such thing. I am not even of your time period, Solivar explains. Commandy stares into the ape's eyes, seeing a kindness that he hasn't seen in any of the creatures of his own world. Dawnstar streaks by, attacking the shadow creatures that have reappeared. They don't seem as strong here as they did on Monitor's ship, she tells them.
Yeah, okay, intriguing. Pot specially nicked by the Cupidons. Boone's crew. Bashed this plank together myself, I did. One of a kind. Guaranteed. Bye-bye, baby. Boone's crew, the Cupidons, got a hand off a bunch of live gear for the...
Your garage on Cars.com lets you track your car's value, so you'll be in the driver's seat for whatever's next.
Been seeing a lot of your kind since a certain... Authentically handcrafted by colourful locals.
What's good, everybody? It's your boy, O'Shea Duke Jackson, back at it again with another episode of the Celebrity Junk. I want to talk about Angela Simmons, the very beautiful, well-connected, and lovely woman who is the niece of Russell Simmons, the daughter of, I believe, Reverend Ron Simmons. And, you know, Angela Simmons, in my honest opinion, being connected to hip-hop royalty, should have had several advantages in her life that would have allowed her to do some different things. What are you talking about, Brother O'Shea? I'm glad you asked that question. You see, most of us who are average folk, coming from the average background, lower middle class, poverty, black America, we have to figure our way out. If you brothers understand what I'm talking about. A lot of you black men out there know that you didn't have much mentorship. Your parents, you know, as they always try to tell you, they did the best that they could for you. And you have to try to figure out your way, and you really didn't know what was going on. And sometimes you're lucky if you have somebody at your church that might be professionals, and they can come back and help you or point you in the right direction. And as the old folks say, sometimes it's the grace of God that bring you through, that give you an opportunity to meet the right people to help you along the way. It's the grace of Almighty God, right? But now, let me also mention something. you have to work for those connections because you have to overcome all of these things just to get in, okay? Somebody like Angela Simmons had all of those things connected to her as it was. You know, she did not have to do a whole lot, if that makes sense. She didn't have to. She was already gifted to, you know, the privileges, the connections. She's extremely beautiful. She should be able to get somebody connected in the industry or somebody rich, right? Well, here's a mistake that Angela Simmons makes. This is no shot to her first fiance, Mr. Sutton Tennyson. Mr. Sutton Tennyson allegedly was deleted, or is now deceased, over, I don't know if it was a drug deal. I don't know if it was a dude that was mad at him about something that took place, but he got shot in Atlanta. And he did have a history, from what I can see on the internet, of some charges of that prior. I don't know what he was doing toward the end of his life. Maybe he turned it around. But the past was, that's what he was doing, okay? Angela Simmons loses a man. The little boy looked just like him. And she keeps on going on with life. And, you know, she goes with Daniel Jacobs. That didn't work out. Now she's with Yo Gotti. And Yo Gotti has put her maybe in a worse situation. Because Yo Gotti might not even be safe in Memphis. All of this stuff is coming out. That Yo Gotti's brother, and the street probably already knew this, allegedly was responsible for, certain people getting killed. And then look at Angela Simmons, who's an innocent bystander in all of this, don't have nothing to do with this, but you are in harm's way and don't even know it. What are you talking about, O'Shea? This is 2024, guys. 2024. You know, back in the 90s and 80s and stuff like that, people had rules, man. Like, it's certain things you just wouldn't do. But do you know what I have found out? People don't have rules no more. Okay? You know, it used to be back in the day, you see somebody of a different set that you didn't really like them that much, but they was with their mom. What would you tell them? Oh, he with his mom today. You know, you have beef with certain people. He with his mom. Yeah, he with his mom. I'm gonna give cuz a blood a pass. He with his kids, man. He's not gonna jump in or do whatever. Because he with his kids, and you know, we can't do that when he with his kids. But now, that ain't the case.
Sparky, right. We're all here. Let's get started.
Watching my daughters find their paths in tech. At Capital One, my path in tech has been full of opportunity. I lead one of our cloud security teams, safeguarding Capital One networks with real-time intelligence and behavior-based decisioning. But my true passion is helping other talented women find their way in the tech space.
Is using bone arachnoids to maintain a control network for the veins. Wreck the arachnoid. Kneecap Nama. Let's get it done.
The case is, you're an op, you did something to me, I don't give a damn who you with, all of y'all gonna get it right here, on camera, in the store. And it don't matter if I get arrested, you know, maybe I feel bad about it later on, but I'm not gonna feel bad about it right now. And see, what she did was, when she started messing with Yo Gotti, understand how things was changing for her, she went to the BET Awards. I believe she had that, like, gun dress with a gun purse, something like that. That was going crazy. Now,
whoever's behind Nama these days is using bone arachnoids to maintain a control network for the veins.
Definitely is implicated.
Wreck the
Who knows if he don't get a RICO charge or whatever he might get.
Let's get it done.
Or in the criminal organization, and then your life is in danger simply because you're the girlfriend. So if we can't harass Yo Gotti, get Angela Simmons. It only make, that's how people think. And this is why women need to make the right decision with the kind of man that you need to be with. There is no way you as a woman, okay? You're a woman, you're coming up in the community, Your parents have worked hard. You know, you should be able to have all kind of connections and opportunities. And you end up in situations with dudes that might put your situation, your health at risk. I just want to know, what are you women thinking about that decide that you want to do that? Like, why is that something that you feel that you need to endeavor upon? You need to, grow up on. This makes absolutely no sense. I just don't know why people do that. Then, when you can't find the right guy, you have a problem. What do you typically hear? Oh, well, you know, these men ain't no good. They not doing what they need to do. And the whole time we're sitting back here thinking like, well, how the hell did you get with this dude in the first place? You didn't grow up in the streets.
Oh,
that's not what you did. You didn't grow up in the streets, okay? You didn't grow up as no Crip. You didn't grow up as no Blood, as no GD. You wasn't around that. So how you end up with dudes that's going down that life path when your dad is a Reverend Run, your uncle is Russell Simmons, who's a damn millionaire, and then connected you to all kinds of brands so you can model. How do you do that? Like Brother A.J. Johnson said on a comedy special, how do you light your ass on fire and change your mind?
Swat it out
That's
of the
just
sky
what we
so
want
we
to know.
can get to
How
work.
do y'all do that? How and why do y'all do that? And why is that y'all, and some of y'all, I'm not talking about everybody, why is that y'all claim the fame? And I just really need black people to wake up because
we get this thing
I don't know what it is with some of the ladies out there or even some of the men. You know, when you get around people, you just feel like you gotta just be with the thugs. Or you gotta pretend to act hard.
So,
if you don't sit your smart ass down somewhere and get in them books, your parents have worked hard to get your ass to a better life. Here you is acting a fool. If you don't set your $5 ass down tonight, right now. Your parents done worked too hard for your ass to be out here playing around like you don't understand what's going on. Nobody got time to be playing with you. You need to stop playing around. Serious. What's wrong? Like, stop playing today. Okay? Your parents worked hard to get you to where you need to be, and you out here dealing with the cookies and the red race of Black America or wherever it is. You better. Okay? You better stop playing. You better stop playing around. You better stop it. Okay? There's so many people who don't even have to. I want to open the door for you to do this. And you know, picking the wrong guy all the time. I know so many females, like, who always select who will get their door kicked in. Always. 100%. People will have their door kicked in. No doubt about it. They make any damn sense. And it lose their mind. Oh, I can't believe this. I can't do this no more. I can't basically do I can't. Shut up. You don't ask you exactly what you were doing. So guys, what do you think it should work? Oh, this is exactly. Back at it again.
Once the coil drive hits the track, protect it. I have it on sensors. Once it hits the track, get down there. Are you trying to blow this whole operation? Stand down! Boom! It's down. Now get me access to its data mass. core drive in one piece for a little longer.
Try pairing the salad with avocado, mango, and strawberries with our grilled mango cooler for a sweet dinner dessert combo from a registered dietitian. Find more recipes at stopandshop.com.
Alright, hello and welcome everyone to the DevStream 181 breakdown. We have a TennoCon level amount of news and changes that are going to be here exceedingly soon. So let's get into the basics of what we're getting with the next update. First and foremost, the next update is Kome and the 5 Faces. For those of you that have not been paying attention to the little bitty reveals we've been getting on the way to this, Kome is the new Warframe. Seen here, she is kind of like a gambler shrine maiden type Warframe, seems to be her overall theming, and she looks pretty cool. The update is centered around her, though there's a lot more to it than just her. For that is coming on the 2nd, so it is just a few days away, much less than a week, so we are getting this all very, very soon. Kome will be coming with the Gasa Umbrella Rifle and the Amanata Polearm. Amanata Polearm as seen here. The Umbrella Rifle will have a shield on the front of it, and then like a charge shot basically. Looks interesting. We'll see how powerful the shield is to see if it's going to have any play with that, but it is an interesting couple of weapons for her that have some RNG effects on them, as she is the gambler Warframe, but they look interesting. Alongside Kome herself, which we'll get into more in a moment with what her abilities actually do, we have a bunch of deluxes coming. Bolt and Nova are both getting deluxes that also come with a Sticknut and Ephemera. Honestly, this is like nearly at an heirloom level. These both look absolutely fantastic in my opinion. And Nova in particular in this grouping is getting a complete rework, as well as getting this deluxe skin. In addition to the Caliban deluxe and rework with Sight Skin and Ephemera that we already knew the Caliban was getting, Nova is getting arguably more changes than Caliban is, coming from absolutely nowhere, which we're also going to dive quite deeply into. With that, of course, Caliban is here as well, as we have known from prior announcements. Kome will be coming with a new Invasion Cetus mission called Shrine Defense. It's supposed to be new player friendly. It's going to give Kome and her weapons and presumably the 5 new arcanes that are launching with this update as well. It's going to have a new resource called Fate Pearls, which are presumably are like kind of mini currencies. You can just buy things from a shop that would be rewarded for the missions normally. Also, as catch-up for people that like don't know these other things got announced, the mod codex update. This is basically an update that's going to make it so that all mods that appear in the codex will not only tell you where they come from by default, they'll also tell you what they do. If you ever look at the codex, it's just a bunch of question marks that are absolutely totally useless. So this is changing that to no longer be the case, to be much more, informative. If you go into the codex, you're actually going to gain knowledge instead of just be more confused, which we like to see as a good change. The relic changes that are coming, these are... They've been talked about as if they are new player changes, but honestly this is an everyone will appreciate this change. Basically, whenever you open or look at a relic, it will tell you item by item which items you have mastered, have built, and like don't have yet. So like if you look at a relic and this is your item that you open, it will tell you if you need it or not is essentially going to be the information you'll get from it, which is just absolutely like the best possible change we could ask for on relics, is just for that instant information for what most people are looking for, especially if you're completing a prime collection from a lower amount of stuff that you currently have. With that, we're also getting cross-gifting. It's basically just like you can gift account cross-play style. You on PlayStation can gift something to a PC player, so on and so forth. This is probably going to be like a thing that is mostly nice for if they're going to do Tenno-Bomb this year.
To maintain
but like,
a control network for the Veils. Wreck the Rachnod. Kneecap Nama. Let's get it done.
We'll start with something easy. One drone as ordered. Knock it down, Sparky. We gotta hack that thing. coming up, and then a quick teleport into our custody. And they're gonna try to wreck it rather than let us take it. Hold them off while I get this done.
AI is everywhere, but not all AI is equal. Smarter AI is your AI. Personalized, protected, and easy to deploy. Smarter AI brings the AI to your business and your customers. And with full-stack AI hardware, software, and service solutions, we bring smarter AI for all.
That's just like a nice feature being added. We're getting some new augments for this update. This is going to be Hildren, Haruna, Grendel, and Geyer, who are all getting augments in this update. Hildren also is getting a partial rework, which is huge. The 5 new arcanes, as I mentioned before. Also, we are getting 3 new galvanized mods that are all going to be melee. We don't have the actual text on them, so we'll see that very soon. Based on the card art, these appear to be galvanized melee prowess, true steel, and reflex coil, which would be interesting to see. True steel is kind of a weird twist because obviously we have sacrificial steel that everyone gets access to through the quest. But it'll be interesting to see if true steel can compete with sacrificial steel in a galvanized form that kind of like needs to stack up and not just be that large crit bonus right out the gate. Also, we're getting new incarnates. We do not know exactly like vector by which we are getting the new incarnates. It's probably going to be a new week. It'll be interesting to see whether or not these are going to be offered for platinum like the last time they added 5 incarnates. But in this selection, we have the Sestra, the Dara, the Okina, the Sikaris, and the Sybaris. Sikaris and Sybaris, I think, are really good choices here. Those weapons have been popular in the past, and they're ones that people used to enjoy a lot that have kind of just fallen to the wayside. The Dara, as well, I would say, falls into that category. The Okina and the Sestra, I feel less strongly about. The Okina obviously recently got a prime that people are probably just going to incarnate up and have it hopefully be really good. But the Sestra is not a weapon I feel strongly one way or another about, but like the Beerus, that could change very, very soon. But I think overall, this is a totally fine selection of new incarnates. Also, importantly for those of us on PC that play through Steam, there's going to be a bypass password on Steam. For those that don't know what this means, basically means that if you have your Steam account, and it is linked up properly to your Warframe account, you'll just open Warframe and it'll already be logged in. You will not have to log in anymore, it'll just fucking do it. Which is, I think, excellent. It's going to be very convenient for a number of people. There's plenty of countries that will already use it. There's a lot of modern release titles that have the account system. And adding that to Warframe is a nice change that I think a lot of people will appreciate. Let me know if you like that though. Like for me, I think that this is like a really neat feature that like will be great just for just like opening Warframe for like a quick second. And also because password and all that stuff I want to cut away on screen, but that's a neat thing. But I think this is going to be more of a move that a lot of people like to player. Now, before we get into Kome, let's talk about the Caliban, Nova, Hildren, and Wukong changes. With this, for Caliban, because I know most people, you know, probably didn't bother to farm Caliban, he comes from a bad place, and also was bad. With Kome on the 2nd, everyone who logs in for that update is just going to be given a Caliban. We'll just have one, so you don't go out and farm him or anything like that, just log in and you will have a Caliban to try the new rework. That is going to be free for everyone. And notably, the Wukong change here is a nerf. Obviously, I just put out the new Wukong video, and I do think that the nerf to Wukong is very reasonable. It is basically just that for slam attacks, you will no longer be able to just cancel out of the ending animation of a slam attack. You will have to wait until the end of the slam attack in order to go back into cloud form. Some people are freaking out about this. I personally think that it's totally fine. My Wukong was already built to be quite a bit more tanky. It can definitely take some hits and just, you know, fly away and heal through your 2 and such, which it just gives you good survivability anyway. This is also, the Wukong build is like, I've been using the budget version of it for the free-to-play through currently. I'm going to try it on the budget version on the free-to-play through and, like, you know, put out a new video if necessary. If it's, like, totally dead, there will be like an update on that. I might have to pivot to another thing that's getting reworked completely for the free-to-play through if that build turns out to no longer be good enough. But I really do think that overall it's going to be more than fine. as both a new player build and a longer build as well. It's just going to be the case where you can't just absolutely slam as fast as possible, and you might have to build attack speed into your slam build, which will lower your damage a smidge and increase everything else. So, you know, I think it's overall not going to be a big deal for the Wukongr, but let's get into all of the changes we have. Obviously, over here we have 2 dev workshops to talk about, both provided by Pablo and the community team. And there's a ton of changes. There is the whole Companion Part 2 changes, and there's all these Warframe reworks. I'm not going to go through exhaustively on every single point right in this video. I'm just going to give you guys broad strokes of like what you can expect based on what these changes are and how I think things are going to go. That is what we're going to be talking about here. So, more in-depth stuff is going to be for whenever this stuff is out. I can test it and tell you exactly how it does work in practice. But overall, broad strokes on Caliban. Basically, BLDR is one, or just generally he's getting a new status type that's going to be unique to him, which is going to be Tau damage and Tau status. The Tau status is going to make it so that other statuses have a much higher chance of being inflicted, and the different damage type doesn't really matter, other than it inflicts the new Tau status. Pretty much all of his abilities guarantee that Tau status, which is going to be existing for his Assume. But mainly, we have, starting out, his Razor Guard, which is where he just spins around. Basically, they've changed this to be a large spinning dash. You're going to gain health, and if you're maxed out on health, you're going to gain shields, and if you're maxed out on shields, you're going to gain Overguard. It is 20 per hit, which, unless this has a whole lot of multi-hit now, which is entirely possible, it's probably not going to be the best in the world of survivability, but it is interesting. It's also on hit going to refund some of the energy you spend on it, so overall this is going to be an insanely cheap ability. Also, they've increased the of it on it that are affected by UR2, it's like a very minor, should be fine. I think overall this is probably more so going to be like a movement tool with a slight bonus on healing you and stuff, and probably not going to be like a big damage dealer or anything like that, but it's going to be nearly free with a refund on it. It'll probably be worth spamming to get around.
At Build with Ferguson, we are passionate about home improvement, so we offer the best selection for everything. The products you need to make your kitchen and bathroom more beautiful and efficient. Stylish hardware for that finishing touch, and so much more.
We understand that your home is your biggest investment, and you can trust us to guide you through all of your projects.
From trendy to traditional and everything in between, visit Build.com to bring your vision to life.
Visit Build.com today and connect with a project expert by phone or chat.
That's one for us.
Dinamita Flamin' Hot Queso. A crunchy, spicy torch exploding with flavor in every twisted bite.
Sentient Wrath has received a total facelift. The basic here is that it's no longer like a regular lifted status. It is like the hold lift that you see on certain abilities, where it's like Well of Life just like holds them up in the air and like their whole head is showing for like easy just like headshots and everything else on them. It's still going to be, well, it's going to be more damage. It's going to be the same damage vulnerability. It's going to hold them all in place. It's going to have no target cap, which is all very, very solid. It's also going to be recastable, which is also not bad at all. All this bodes very well for the going forward. It'll be interesting to see if this has any particular synergies, and if it is going to have Tau status instead of that impact and everything like that. So it's going to be much more vulnerable to status. It's going to increase the better stun that keeps enemies in place, and not have that annoying target cap. So that all seems really, really good, especially in terms of using it on other work. Probably this is going to be great on Caliban as well, or at least much, much better than it was. Lethal Progeny has, well, as you can see, maximum amount of changes. This was just Conculus that you could summon one at a time. Now it is 3 different types of sentient that you can choose between and summon all of that type that you're allowed to summon all at once. So, the broad strokes here. The Conculus no longer give you shields. They're melee, they do more damage now. They'll do their tornado much more often. And, most importantly, they will cast your 4 when you do in the direction that you cast your 4. So if you have summon the Conculus out and use your 4, they will be spamming it at 50% the effectiveness, which is probably going to be pretty effective for damage based on the changes to his fort, which we're going to get to in a moment. The Ortholis, these are some ranged guys that are basically just going to be shooting the Tau damage and Tau status effects all over. They'll have a mortar and a regular shot. The mortar is going to inflict a bunch of that status. Regular shot's going to inflict at least one of that status, which is going to be pretty good. And then you can have 3 of these simultaneously, similar to the Conculus. Then finally, for the survivability section, we have the Sumulus, which is this is the like portal guy. This is the portal, one of the sentients for those of you that have seen them before. Now they're relatively rare. But this is basically just going to be summon the portal guy, and then he's going to open up and summon a ton of Coralists that are going to constantly be boosting your shields and everyone else's shields around you. And anytime they die, he's just going to summon more and more and more. The Sumulist is only a 1-of. You're not going to get 3 of this guy, but he's basically just going to just like send out a million of the other little Coralists, which notably have a very interesting bonus, which is that the Coralists are going to force highest possible target priority, meaning that they're going to draw aggro from everything with a guarantee, at least based on this wording. And that guaranteed amount of distraction is a pretty interesting one. But yeah, that's like pretty good. Notably, he's going to have no collision on all of these summons, so it's not going to be a big deal. You're not going to get like blocked by all these summons like being all around if the Sumulist summons a bunch of Coralists. They're not going to get in anyone's way, which is going to be very nice. You'll also be able to see them through walls like with a Venari. And then finally, we have Fusion Strike, which I think is going to be the glue holding all this stuff together. This basically is a huge damage increase. They're reordering when it does the armor strip. The beam touching an enemy does the armor strip, and then the damage happens afterwards, so you will get the benefit of that like defense strip, and then the damage will hit the enemy. In addition to that, it is going to hit multiple times, and its damage is increased like very significantly. Couple that with the multicasting from the Conculus, and I think that this ability has a good shot of being pretty good for clearing out large amounts of enemies, even on Steel Path potentially, but it is going to need testing in play. You're also going to be invincible during the casting of this ability, which is kind of interesting, allowing for like, safe spamming of it in all likelihood, and it's going to be controlled more like Corvex is for also, enemies hit by the beam will explode for an additional amount of damage afterward, which is also very similar to Corvex's ability, actually. So yeah, kind of just like maybe an improved version of Corvex's beam, which I think underperformed a bit, although maybe it's the rest of Corvex that underperforms, actually. But I think overall, the Wukong stuff, as we talked about, like, they talk about why they did it here. I think there's good reasoning in here about, like, why they're nerfing this, which is just that it falls into, like, disruptive gameplay. I have definitely seen a lot of people be like, this build is, like, super annoying. I've seen that sentiment a whole lot, like, just in terms of in my Twitch chat and stuff like that, and just around all over. Which, like,
what is so special about this elephant poop that this girl is collecting it? Well, let me break it down for you. Actually, when elephants are fed Thai Arabica coffee beans, the beans pass through its digestive system.
That I did see around where it was just like macro and slamming over and over in one spot.
And they eventually come.
Which, like, would use a similar build to, like, what I put up, which is, like, kind of infinite energy generation variation of that build, which also obviously would be unhealthy if it was kept that way. This will just make it a very, I think this is like a small slap on the wrist overall. It's just like, you're going to have to think about the delay. Like, if you were running absolutely no survivability whatsoever on your Wukong, you might have to change the build around a little bit to include some survivability, so that you don't just die whenever you're in the after effects of your heavy slam that killed everyone in its AoE instantly. I don't know if a lot of people just weren't using the Archititron, but for me, I'm slamming the Archititron down, and the Acolytes or whatever I'm hitting with it just evaporates into ether. So, like,
with a remarkably delicious taste and friendly ingredients, Hello Toothpaste makes every day yay.
At the age 13, I started smoking weed, hanging out with cats that was older, started to run the street, dropped out of high school, selling drugs and pressing chicks, spent most of my cheddar on gear, my mans was buying whips, New York, Jamaica, Miami niggas, flooded Virginia quick, consigning work, only a buying,
I'm not having any problems where the enemies near me are still near me whenever I slam down, so I think adding, like, just a little bit of friction there is going to be A-okay, and not really, push this build into character or anything like that.
With a grown
Patron changes, we have quite a few. This is actually like a pretty interesting list. So Balefire Charger basically just gets a buff for its max charge shot. It's going to be a bit stronger on max charge. And that's pretty much the article that's going on with Balefire Charger. I'll have to see if this actually like is good. Most of the time, like as they state here, the tap fire is just much better. Charge fire I have a little hope for actually surpassing this tap firing still, but trying to buff it is at least, you know, a thing that they should definitely do. The bigger, more interesting changes are on Aegis Storm, where basically you get Balefire Charger for free whenever you enter your Aegis Storm. Aegis Storm is now much faster. I think based on these changes here, it's going to be more comparable to the way that Jade works, which is very interesting. Also, you're going to be like kind of invincible on landing and have like a slam down that should be maybe a little bit more effective. So, also you're going to be able to cast like Pillage and such during this now, which is so absolutely needed. So hopefully Aegis Storm can perform much more similarly to Jade's 4, and just generally be better, because it was a huge underperformer beforehand. It's something I'll probably definitely give a try, but maybe not before other things in this update. And then we come to Nova. Nova has a tremendous amount of changes, and let me be honest here, Pablo has been cooking on this list of changes came out of absolutely nowhere, and is just, I think, perfect. It is going to be incredible. I think Nova is going to like rocket to the top of like playability, or not even playability, just like played amount. Because she was already good, but these things just help her so much and like kind of bring everything that she wants to do together in just an extremely smart way. So first and foremost, her passive is going to be changed to enemies killed while slowed have a 15% chance to drop health orbs. Very good if you're running like a Blessing Nova or like trying to do any health orb energy like with Equilibrium or anything like that. And enemies killed while they have been sped up have a 15% chance to drop energy orbs. Oh my god. Always know what I want to say. Especially so when you are hard farming enemies. Because you are speeding them up to kill them faster, which is a very common use, maybe the most common use for Nova in general. Nullstar is receiving a host of very important changes. It is now recastable by default, no longer needed, which is a phenomenal change. Its base particle count is being increased from 6 to 12, doubling it. And the 18 particles are still needed to maintain 90% damage reduction. So with that, in this video, Pablo states that the damage reduction will also be increased by strength. So increasing your duration increases the amount of particles, increasing your strength increases the damage reduction that you're going to be getting. So it's going to be much more likely that you have leftover particles and you're still getting to 90% damage reduction because you're focusing more on that duration and strength build, because you're going to use fewer particles to get to 90% DR, and then you'll have more particles because you started with more already, which is absolutely phenomenal. Also, it's going to like be visually more subtle, but I think that's totally fine. You're very likely to just have way more of them now, and I think that's also a good change. The damage resistance also notably no longer only applies to shield, or only applies to health. It is going to apply to both health and shields, which is, of course, stellar and much better for survivability, making it so that you're breaking that shield gate much less often and only on larger hits is great. Also, the damage type is being changed from Slash to Blast, with a guaranteed blast proc, and base Nullstar damage is being doubled, which is important for the neutron star, which is getting quite a bit of recasting. This will cause remaining particles to seek out enemies and then replenish the particles orbiting Nova. So this is a single cast that after your first cast, all of the particles will be released, hitting enemies, and doing all of that like guaranteed like proc plus heat damage, probably also with the blast damage presumably, though of course that needs testing, it's not stated here. One cast for spamming Neutron Star over and over is pretty good. Like, Neutron Star was, before it got its light nerf, one of the things that we'd consider over Thermal Sunder, for the, like, helmet system and all that stuff. I think with these changes, at least for Nova, it's probably going to be quite good, just as, like, a clear ability, that is going to be similar to Thermal Sunder once again. Obviously, that is going to need testing, but I think it's going to be more in that vein. Pablo showed a video over on Twitter of it being able to like clear steel path level enemies, just like moving from place to place, but that is because of another change that is also being added in that is going to matter for that quite a bit. Antimatter drop is also being changed. So antimatter drop, you only get one now. You can't make the big antimatter swarm for those of us that remember that. But they basically made it so that you cast it, it's slow, you fill it up with damage, then you hit cast again to send it off and blow some dudes up. I'll be curious to see if the damage on this can keep up. There's actually some stuff I was messing with Nova, where like the damage like could be the damage cap could be increased by strength. So I was messing with some stuff with that for some like interesting Nova stuff, which actually might have been like a background change that snuck in because I noticed it changed like a few months ago at this point or whatever. But now it should be more interesting for antimatter drop. It is going to remove the collision on antimatter drop, so you can't ride it around anymore, which is mostly funny and like totally fine to be changed. But hopefully charging this up can lead to us being able to nuke with antimatter drop relatively easily, as they're also making it easier to charge, which still excludes multi-shot, but that's fine. And then Wormhole. So Wormhole no longer has a duration. Just completely remove the duration off Wormhole just in general. It's also going to have icons that show how many charges you have left for teleporting around, which is really nice. And then holding it is going to show you where the portal will go, which I think is also going to be a very, very nice change. And then finally, and I would say most importantly, Molecular Prime added a tap-hold functionality. Tap it to cast a slowing effect, hold it to cast a speed-up effect. So, this means that both Spiva and Slova can coexist on one build. They both need strength now, which means there is going to be one refined build for Nova that can do all of the things we want Nova to do. In addition to that, the base slow and speed effect goes from 30 to 50, so you have a very easy time tapping out the 75% speed increase or decrease, which is notably faster than we can make enemies go right now, which is about 60% with that extremely negative strength. So enemies are going to be faster than ever before if you want them to be, which is great. And you can also just like, toggle between the two mid-mission, which is like kind of like nice switchfoot thing that some of us messed with Empower as a subsume. Also, the bonus damage multiplier now applies to Overguard health and shields, before it was only applying to enemy health, so this is absolutely excellent. It's also worth noting, it's nice that this has been added to the ability screen, by the way, just so people have an easier time understanding this stuff. But very importantly, the speed up effect now bypasses Overguard and will just speed up that enemy because it's a buff for them. So also, all of the Eximus and stuff will get to you sooner as well, which is just stellar. Also killing primed enemies has a 20% chance to proc blast on nearby foes, which is actually maybe potentially interesting for that kind of cascading wave thing that Nova used to be able to do way back in the day. That actually may possibly make somewhat of a comeback, at least maybe at lower levels, which is extremely interesting. Also, Molecular Vision Augment. Nullstar will apply Molecular Prime to enemies struck by its particles. So, presuming that this is going to work with Neutron Star, a double augment build where you use your 1 to Molecular Prime the enemies instead of using your 4, and being able to apply that in quite a large range pretty, fast and effectively as you are moving through a mission with Wormhole, is a real consideration for like a fast, clear, quick mission build for Nova, especially whenever you're also getting like the massive amount of survivability from Null.
Profit Taker's sentient shield adaptation long enough for you to do some real damage. Then, once the shields are gone, use your Gravamag modified Arcwing weaponry to punch through her carapace.
Moving on back over here, let's talk Kome for a minute just to get used.
So we're going to pull the trigger on this thing. I've got a card game to get to.
Idea of like what generally she's going to do. She is a puppet gambler Yahtzee Warframe. Her passive is
looks like she's headed
one thing, but technically two things, because she has an overall mechanic that I'm considering to be part of her passive for the time being. One is that she's going to have one weapon that's going to rotate that is going to inflict a random status guaranteed. So it'll be like her primary or secondary or melee. It'll be one of those, and it'll have a random status that is just going to always proc, which you can build a loadout where that is really beneficial on any of the weapons, and also presumably you'd be able to be like, well, I just won't bring a secondary if you just want to be your primary and your melee weapon, and so on and so forth. It's a pretty effective passive. With that, in addition, she has her overarching mechanic, which are her 5 fates, which are 5d6 dice. Whenever you roll 3 6s, that is a high roll, and you roll whenever you cast any of your abilities. If you roll 3 6s, if you roll 3 6s, you get an additional effect on each of your abilities. So your first ability is like these threads that you send out in like a large area. When enemies touch the threads, they get inflicted with a guaranteed random status. Whenever you high roll, it is every status in the game applied to those enemies all at once. Her second ability is extremely interesting, which is you give yourself a challenge to get a decree. So this is not going to be all the decrees in the game. We know that, but which decrees it's going to be is supremely interesting, and like which like ability, like this could be her helmet theoretically, right? Putting kind of like the Duviri stuff into wherever you want it might be very interesting, and it's also kind of only for longer missions, right? Where like you're building up those decrees and stuff theoretically. So it's very, very interesting. Also, the high roll for this one is automatically gaining the decree without the need to do a challenge. Also, what the challenges that you need to accomplish are in order to gain those decrees is also going to be like very interesting, I think. Her 3 is kind of just like a general survivability. You get a bunch of charms around you that basically have a chance to prevent damage. It'll be interesting to see if that is like a complete chance and you can't mod it at all. Hopefully you can mod that to be like very consistent survivability. And then the high roll for it is total invulnerability for the duration of the charms being up. Overall, I'm a little skeptical on the survivability of her 3rd, just because it is a chance to prevent damage on these charms by default. But depending on how modding goes, it could still be totally fine. Her 4th is like, she's kind of a marionette shrine maiden like deal. She basically puts all enemies that she can see in front of her up on strings. She rolls her 5d6, and then enemies get a like amount of status effects equal to the roll, which is very interesting and like, you know, very in theme with her like kind of rolling for damage stuff. And then the high roll for that is that they get max status stacks, and it's in a 360-degree AoE. Now the notable thing is, what are the chances of rolling 3 6s? It's roughly a little over 3% is the answer. So it's not going to happen all the time unless Komei's dice are loaded, which is entirely in the cards. I think that is entirely possible that we could like get that, but we just won't know until it's actually out and we can do some more testing with it. Overall, I think Komei looks cool. She's apparently going to be available to like newer players and stuff, which is interesting. It'll be curious to see if she's going to be actually good for new players like Warframe, like Kalervo, or Wukong. Well, Wukong as of now, maybe not as of this update, and Warframes like Zephyr being in the competition for those new players. But yeah, all good stuff. And we're still not done. We're still not done. I know we're like a half hour into this video. It's going to basically be its own dev stream, but we have a lot of companion stuff to talk about. Now, once again, there is an entire workshop for all of the companion stuff. Pablo has been cooking. There is a lot here. As you can see, this is many, and a lot of it literally just needs to be tested. It's all interesting, and I'm going to give you the broad spectrum of my general impressions on the Wave 2 going into the companion changes here. So, to break that down to a much more palatable level, important stuff. We all knew that the Smita was changing. How is the Smita changing? Well, the Smita is changing by giving that fucking ability to every beast. All of them. Every single one of the animal companions is now getting arguably a better thing that is going to be more convenient to use and is just better. So the Smita will no longer have the double resources, double credits. It is going to have triple affinity, which means it'll still be, you know, kind of interesting for leveling and such. But the resources and credits are going to be like just separated out into mods, where there's going to be one mod that is 13% for resources and credits, which is about like the average amount like of time you would have the Smita buff. And then otherwise there'll be 2 more mods that are 18% resources only or 18% credits only, that whenever you pick them up, it just doubles them. A nearly 20% chance for double resources is absolutely stellar and going to be an absolute staple of like basically all farms going forward. The nice thing is it doesn't completely pigeonhole you into only picking the Smita. It's just you should have an animal companion, which is much more broad and much more open to like different builds and what one of those animal companions is good for any given different Warframe. So I think it is still much healthier for the game, but they really didn't remove charm. They just kind of changed where it is. And definitely if you're farming traces, you're going to always have this mod equipped. Also, you know all those useless like claw mods and nonsense where that there was no room for in any of the Kavats or Kubros or Vulpaphyla or any of those? Yeah, all of them are getting brand new beast weapons that are going to be automatically added to your account that don't take up any space, which are going to house all of those mods. So mods like Bite, the Elemental mods, a host of new mods are all going to live there and not be clogging up your build on your pet, which leaves a lot of room for different things to be put into those slots, some of which are also going to be new.
And the beast weapons are going to include a thing that we've been requesting for so long, which is postures for these beast weapons, which is going to include behavior changes and buffs for them, which will include a passive one, which makes it so that your pet will not attack enemies unless they receive a melee attack from an enemy, and even then it will give them a generic 50% chance to evade all attacks, which is absolutely stellar for those of us that like the Sahasa Kubro and stuff like that, and just want our companions to focus on doing their abilities and buffs, and to not go into melee range and waste their time. Do I think that there's going to be more reasons for the companions to go into melee range and actually be able to do stuff? Yeah, there's some stuff that actually has potential to be very good at killing a lot of enemies. I think going forward and be more similar to the Verglass, which they had as a desire that the Citadels would just generally be more useful along with the beasts and hounds and all that stuff.
Sound like
which
these
sounds
updates
great,
tomorrow.
and also cascades very well
all of
into
these
our Sentinel
upgrades,
weapon rework,
it's gonna be
which
big.
is basically just a
I hope you guys are ready.
ginormous list of buffs and or complete reworks to various Sentinel weapons, making them much, much more compelling.
This is gonna be
We're
big.
talking about having stuff like basically an Amprex that you can strap to any one of your Sentinels, and like all kinds of crazy stuff, like launching mines that affect a very large area that always inflict status, and all kinds of interesting effects that are going to be on those weapons. Now, again, you can go check out the actual like big dev workshop that's there if you want to see exactly what every little change is going to be. I'm going to be spending an extremely large amount of time testing all that stuff, but there is a lot there. And then companion precepts. So a ton of companion precepts are going to be receiving changes or total reworks. And there's just a few that I wanted to mention here because I think they're kind of like the more relevant ones that are going to be more useful right off the bat and are definitely like very easy to evaluate and don't need me to mess with them in game to really feel like I know what's going on with them. And those are 3 extremely notable buffs and 1 extremely notable nerf, mostly for like 1 Warframe, but still definitely seeming like a nerf. The buffs are scan matter from the for Oxalis. This is basically going to make it so that a 60-meter radius, Oxalis will automatically open and give you the contents of resource containers. As a passive effect, that is very, very good. Constantly giving you resources to a 60-meter radius that you never have to interact with that are automatically picked up just is very, very good. I am curious if this is only resource-specific containers like plastic containers and stuff like that, or if it is any container in that AoE, but it happens once every 3 seconds, which is pretty good, and I think that it is going to be very nice for general use. You don't like want anything else, like if you just want resources, you want to run like an exterminate mission, get a ton of resources going from wherever. I think it's going to be really nice because they're actively generating a lot of resources. Negate, which is a mod unique to worms, is going to be affected by manifold, so its cooldown will be reduced by the manifold mod effect, which is only notable because that is like even closer to like the status community really if you're using worms. Worms also be able to utilize like reinforced spawn and stage spawn simultaneously alongside that, so a very useful mental build to have around. And then Looter. So Looter, right now this is a unique mod for Carrier, and what it does now is basically like Carrier will open a crate that you can see.
These are the days you will remember. Omni Hotels and Resorts. Raise up to 50% from stay tuned next more this fall.
Quaker. 12 credit cards. 100% points.
In a very small range. It's going to be up to 22 meters, but we don't know if it's going to lose that line of sight restriction. If it loses the line of sight restriction, it'll break all of the containers in like a 22-meter radius around you, which is pretty good. Like it's kind of like a miniature box breaker, not as good as something like, you know, Zephyr or Zaku or anything that's specifically made in order to break all of the containers in a level and like, you know, collect all this stuff. But that on a miniature level, generally useful and similar to scan matter, could absolutely see a good amount of use for just like generically farming stuff as like you kind of like, you know, generic companions to have with you all the time. Especially if you're using like, you know, very high ammo volume weapons, you might want to have more ammo for and then the notable one that I think is a big nerf, the Live Myra has been kind of really completely reworked. It was one of the ones that was, I felt, very good to give you a lot of dodge chance. It's being reworked to occasionally like spawn to clone, sometimes like a 5-second cooldown, which just seems completely worse in every way. So we might be kind of losing the slide ball to Lila, which is a bit unfortunate because it's the common here to get one players. But overall, that seemed like kind of the only one that's like a definite like a user of the bunch. There's a lot of other stuff that they keep trying that I don't think it's all, you know, bring everything up to Nautilus or like Worm or, you know, any of like the kind of top end right now, you know, like Irina and stuff like that. I don't think it's going to bring them all up to that, but it's going to at least put them closer, which of course will be fun to see. Finally, some 1999 news. This is going to be basically October 16th. There's going to be an in-game demo mission for all players that is going to award the sword cosmetic that Archer uses. So that is upcoming. Also, they showed off some concept stuff for the line animation for Warframe, which is just you know like kind of animated. We're going to get more Warframe around the launch of 1999, which should be great. But yeah, that's going to do it for this absolutely jam-packed Dev Stream 2021. Absolutely like full to the brim. Did not expect to get this much information from a Dev Stream. It is truly TennoCon 2 of the year. I don't think we're going to see one like this for the rest of the year at least, because there is just so much here and it is all going to be here so soon. With that, thank you all for watching, much appreciated. I hope you have enjoyed this video, and I will see you tomorrow. Alright, we're back from TennoCon, and the stream is on, it's going to continue, but there will, of course, I will try and have the videos as well as
I've only got a few mortars left. Firing them all.
Suppressing fire.
Is it? Holy crap. We did it. We did it. Get in there, Tenno. Rip out anything you think might help our cause. Biz, what's that sound?
The satellite is continuing to overcharge the orb. At this rate, in a matter of seconds, it will...
See what this is about.
Grammarly is a big help, especially throughout the school year. Grammarly also has a bunch of free features, and those include AI features and auto citation. And here's a small clip on how to use your auto citations. It's super easy to use, and I love it. AI features can help you brainstorm with initial topics, summarize articles, or feedback on your essay. And Grammarly helps me make sure that there's no plagiarism on my papers. The plagiarism detector scans 16 billion web
long
pages.
enough for you to do some real damage. Then, once the shields are gone, use your Gravamag modified Archwing weaponry to punch through her carapace and end this.
Captain America: A Brave New World,
So we're gonna
aka
pull the
Captain
trigger on
America
this
Boys,
thing. I've got
Marvel
a card
Studios'
game to get
biggest movie coming out next. It's coming out
You
next
did
year.
the
And there is a
Profiteer.
lot of pressure
She's
on this movie
moving.
because it's the first
Looks
movie
like
next
she's
year
headed
and
for
it's got to set up the
middle
new
of
Avengers team,
nowhere.
essentially. There's so much pressure on this movie that they have actually officially filmed the movie twice, and it's got one of the biggest budgets ever that a lot of people said was made up. But seeing as one of the stars of the movie came out and said something pretty interesting recently, we're going to have to talk about it. And it almost feels and looks like they've changed a lot of the story, not because of Doctor Doom, nothing to do with that, but because it tested so badly. So you know, what is freaking good YouTubers you have on your own. Make sure to subscribe to never miss any of the Marvel, DC, Kaiju, much diverse pop culture based content that I try to cover on a daily basis. Good.
subscribe to the channel, turn notifications
will
on,
be
and let me know down below.
for.
How freaking excited are you for the future of the MCU? If you're up to date with Agatha, you've seen they've actually hinted at Agent of Mephisto, so I wonder where that's going on Agatha. It actually is pretty cool, and it's basically officially been confirmed that Rio is basically playing that. Going to be interesting time for Marvel fans. So check us out on Instagram at WarStew to see the beautiful face behind the view voice, and check us out on Twitter. WarStew. Right, let's get into it. So, remember a while ago, there were reports that apparently the budget for Captain America Brave New World was $350 to $375 million, and a lot of the industry insider was saying that's absolutely nonsense. But the actor playing the leader says he basically filmed the movie twice. What other movie did they film literally twice? Doctor Strange Into Multiverse Madness. Because they reshot the movie twice, that movie has a budget of $414 million. And that's insane. So the rumours that came out over a year ago that said that Captain America 4 screen tested so badly, I think this is actually true now. As soon as there's a lot riding on the shoulders of this movie, because this has to set up the next Avengers team, and Captain America, even though it should still be Steve Rogers, aka played by Chris Evans, Captain America's got to be a pinnacle character going forward for at least Avengers 5, because it's what they do. Someone in Captain America, A Brave New World, Timberlake Nelson, has commented on the movie initially likely to shoot the same project twice, hearing from the leader. Interesting. Marvel Studios has made some major step-ups during the saga with the Avengers Doomsday Adventure Secret Wars rapidly approaching. We're seeing a major course direction. Over shift back to quality over quantity. Now, realistically, I don't think that's got anything to do with quality. But basically say that's the reason. Yeah, there was one again, underwent major breakthrough, overhaul, issue, Captain America, well, it's going to extend the season. What wasn't working was the test screens went bad. Talking to the Hollywood Reporter, so the leader actor Timberlake Nelson just hadn't like the game. It's coming out of February, we're nearly in the hot box now. Well, we're done. I've shot it, you see. I've actually shot it twice because I did it originally over a year ago, and then we came back and redid a lot of it at the beginning on the summer. Every single movie I do, hopefully, makes me better. I've probably done about 60 movies in between Hulk and Captain America as well. So there are dozens of increments. Let's wait to the rumours that Surface Society has been left. So the cutting room floor and said, well, the ongoing accuracy. It's funny because if I go back and look at what people were saying that they were doing reshoot, it was minor reshoot. Yet this lad has literally just said he's reshot the movie twice. Well, there will be those who spin Nelson comments as negative. It wasn't that long ago he was stupid throwing on Captain America 3. Now it's not negative, but it's going to come at a huge cost. It means because the production budget is close to $400 million, it's going to have to do close to $1 billion to break even. Obviously, quality is obviously the most important thing, but to reshoot that movie once, Multiverse Madness did $950 million and it barely made any money. It was a great challenge. I don't know, with these are real directors who want to work with real actors, like outlandish characters in Marvel supports that. That's I couldn't respect Martin Scorsese more. He has his own problems, but I disagree with him when he writes Marvel. I come down on one side of my they retire to be when they are good and they often aren't. You look at yourself. Are they profound? Are they good fellows and heroes? What do you mean we're not confirmed? Exactly, not confirmed. But they super close. There's more journey between when you watch a piece of a room that's actually connecting, it matters. Scratch one.
It's a yoga ritual.
The question was, will the show make it there?
Oh, go live and know what it takes. It's really electric. It gives this whole movie an insane energy that keeps the audience on its toes just as much as the cast was.
I think we're going to stick to the script this time. Or on script.
I have this big assessment of what Warren felt in this moment in history.
I mean, it's Saturday Night Live. Sorry, Trevor Martinez. Saturday night. Rated R. Army High School, peace, so on and so forth. They're entertainment. That's my Marvel speech. He later called Captain America a brave new world a wonderful movie, so he had a lot of fun with it. I mean, basically, he shot 2 different movies, and you've got to read between the lines. He basically doesn't have a clue which movie they're going with, which I find fascinating, because when the test screen is comes out, you always get the Twitter industry speakers want to be always debunking that Disney Nintendo. And then you go to Twitter, the good old Twitter, and then you have people saying stuff about what they've actually changed, what's going to happen in the movie. So I find it quite hard to read because realistically, if you change something, what's going to happen? No one's going to it's the most recent one. I'm basically said by the end of the movie, Red Hulk is destroyed, pretty much. Not destroyed, and there's Nick Fury scene where Nick Fury sets up the New Event. And New Event just sounds like a but according to Twitter, I put it all up in the same kind of volume now. There's some information going around. Again, it's like I always thought, it doesn't really matter if the information is true, it's what you say. So we have a super, I'll say at least, saying this. Captain America, Brave New World Suit. President Ross recruits the leader in great super soldiers. Captain America touches the explosives, aided by a pilot and Flores. Some crosses back to the CIA for Israel, super soldier, Saber, and has meeting conflict with Secret Society, screwed by effect. But that's right, Sam realizes he can't stop the Israel by himself. It needs the Avengers. That's not true. Some Avengers decide to reset the Avengers. Oh, that's also not true. I don't think well be the first movie in which the Avengers briefly reset the world. So the boy needs the sarcasm actually says this. Ross does not recruit the leader helps with Ross's heart. The leader wants to distribute Hulk's blood and create a Hulk soldier army. This was important. Don't get twisted, to be reality. So it's like some variation of what's going to happen by the end of the movie, whether it be the end of post-credits. It was set up the New Avengers, and Sam Wilson, the Falcon, Captain America, whatever you want to call it, because he does take out the Red Hulk by himself, which is absolutely hilarious. So, more reliable leaks that went around, this was before, but realistically, I don't think they're going to change greatly. Is this essentially what we're going down? Captain America Brave New World, cameos, not centered around American and the leader who has been pulling the strings. We're seeing mutants played by the actor, working for the leader, track down the superhero DNA, references to Wolverine, Red Hulk gets more screen time to the fight against the movie ends with a Fury Iron Man style with business challenge. In the post-credits, Fury explains some about the monster and shows impossible candidates for it. Such as Daredevil, She-Hulk, Iron Man, Ant-Man, and Black Panther, Fury. Although they do not physically appear on the screen, the camera so it's going to introduce multiverse concepts, but I don't really think we're going to see it unless, they crunch. So yeah, Avengers are going to come in to just take out the Red Hulk. Although the Red Hulk is pretty OP, and Tim Blake basically he shot 2 movies, there probably will be, quite a bit different, but I don't think it's going to be anything. And now you have people saying the only Chris Evans, Steve Rogers is going to be in it. Obviously because that's the next big movie that's actually coming out next year. Not talking about Spider-Man 4 or years away, and Marvel's plan with Wanda, which really details. It's just like, Wanda's in the movie, there's some other spin-offs, Wanda's going to appear everywhere. What I find interesting is people like to know information about movies years ahead, rather than a movie that's pretty soon, which I do like that. So the leader would know what he's on about, and what else would know about like he is relevant. Yeah, sure, the Red Hulk's in it, but he's not actually the sure, he doesn't have to role, but he's not the actual villain. So the guy playing the actual villain. So it's going to be
interested to see when we actually get more test screens or that will most likely happen or have happened when that information actually comes out or we get information from screeners because I'm actually looking forward to it. But I don't believe like the event is going to help Captain take power of the red hole. So like those guys. Hello, get you in the video. Later.
Progress. Especially those who have served our country. That's why at Progressive, we give vehicles to veterans annually, giving them more access to better opportunities and the freedom to keep moving forward in life after their service. Those who protect us deserve to be protected.
Whatever you're doing, it's working.
Guys, when playing the character, we get a much better look at him in nice shiny HD here. Playing one Bob in this movie, most people probably recognize him as Bob from Top Gun Maverick, going from one Bob to another Bob. They don't actually see him go into void form during the trailer here, but supposedly the way they visualize the void is going to be slightly different from the actual comic. Where the comic is a physical identity that you see walking around and see actually have a real fight in it. The way they talk about the void in this movie is like travel through his mind and have a fight with him there. And a lot of people can ask him, how did he stop that race? There's no way that any of them are powerful enough to actually stop them. He will waste them before the fight even started. The point there is probably that they don't actually fight. They talk him down, like they talk him back to humanity, who is part of the Robert Reynolds part to be able to chill. That's not why we're fight. Walking down the steps of what seems like that new Avengers power, what might also be going on is the Dallas Storm sometimes the other Avengers don't stop her, the Sentry can arrive and save her by killing them. But I think part of the idea is the Sentry winds up ultimately being good, like the point of getting the Robert Reynolds Sentry version by the end, who makes friends with all the Thunderbolt's characters. Theoretically, he would also be on that new Avengers team that Val puts together because he was on Norman Osborn's Dark Avengers team in the comics. But they all certainly realize what Val has done, trying to kill them all, on lockdown. It looks like Val is trying to exterminate everybody there by basically setting off the facility in a self-destruction. It also looks like Val is using her own squad to clean up the mess because they don't start killing them. That's why they watch the mess on close to cameras here. But they're still alive, okay, send the squad to clean up the mess. As they start to figure out what they have in common, these traffic, other different parts of the movie with Yelena and the Logo going around, capturing other scientists, killing people, stealing materials from labs, all things about this crazy industry. The reason why someone wants them gone, like Val, for instance, that's the dirty mess that she's left. Like, we want everybody to know how we're using the Sentry. Like, we don't want you telling anybody that's forming on me. We need to keep that secret to kill all of you. Another scene back in Washington, D.C., the government wrote the scepter in a case on display. Obviously, this has a mind stone anymore. Maybe he's grabbing the enemy. The background is starting to stage the battle of New York. Before the battle of New York, that first Avengers movie. This person next to Val is meant to be her assistant. I think it's meant to be her Songbird from the comics. Right here, this might be working with not really sure what he's doing though. At this party, talking to her, yelling that he's doing things for baby. This montage is all the different Thunderbolts characters on different weekends going on with contract kills. Talking about Val, talking about being brought up to the police. Bad guys, good guys, the reality is more like shades of gray, like bad guys and worse guys. And she's like the less bad guy as in her own mind. Part of the idea of a lot of Marvel villains in general is they don't think of themselves. Like Thanos did not think that he was evil. He thought that he was saving the universe by snapping away half of all lives. same idea with Val, like doing a bunch of shady stuff because she feels like she's actually doing better for the United States. RIP all the red shirts here that open up on Sentry with their guns. Notice all the bullets on the ground here in the holes in his Sentry's clothing, but no blood because he's super powerful. He does not look like he appreciates that, so we're probably gonna wait all on those files. Notice they reach the watchtower. That's the watchtower from the comics. You actually see it during the Avengers on top of the Avengers Tower. That's kind of what they're calling this base where they created it. Look at all these different heads with the different hair on them. Reference them trying the Golden Sentry Serum on a bunch of different candidates. In this instance, Robert Reynolds might just be the one that actually survives the treatment. And in the yellow title, they break out throughout the rest of Saturday and say, careful who to assemble, it's going to be a play on Avengers Assemble. Like I said, it's using a lot of the original Avengers movie in the original Avengers trailer. If you saw the original Avengers movie in the UK, they had to change the title from the rest of the world just because of copyright reasons. So in the UK, the original Avengers movie is called Avengers Assemble. The fight into Bucky watching his vibranium arm in the dishwasher, then putting it back on. I guess it's one way to see his arm. It does look pretty nice. Let's see if it's moving up in the world. This is the plan to a big find at the top of the Avengers Tower. This is after he is Avengers Assembled to Thunderbolt 2. When you think of Alovisin, this could get messy. That's from earlier in the movie when she's getting towards the lab, grabbing what looks like part of this serum is now using the Sentry. This might be the version of the Golden Sentry Serum. Then through the end of the trailer, this is sort of the first sentence trailer with Bucky taking out the convoy. Not sure what's going on here, but this is Al looking at the monitor, noticing that all the lights are flickering. This is probably the Thunderbolt on top of the Val, the Avengers Tower. They fight their way up to the top of the Avengers Tower, Raid style. If you haven't seen that movie, it's Raid. When you see Sentry picking up this holding here on the belt here around his chest, from here you see his suit will actually form out of his here. Technology pressing fire. Walking down the steps here, past the Avengers Tower. When they're all here getting ready to come out, he walks down in his full Sentry suit. He gets a title reveal with the asterisk, and he gets out like a bunch of bolts firing. Already explained a lot behind that with the first releases on what that asterisk actually means. And then it's a reveal of their car out here. I love weapon. And I love the Elena Belova's reaction. Like, oh, that's not good. I don't want that. Early theory is that after they escape the facility where Sentry was distributed without trying to kill them, Val after he learns what they're doing, and then puts it all together. He is the squad, and we're going to go after Val to try and stop her. There's a bunch of people going in the trailer here, and there's a reference to the bottom that I talked about during this trailer on my previous Thunderbolts trailer videos. Just write down below in the comments. Like I said, we'll probably get more footage for this later this year and early next year. There's just a bunch of connections with what's happening in Captain America Brave New World. I just did a brand new trailer video for that for the Comic-Con trailer that they have not released online yet. You can click here for that. You can click here for all my other videos. Watching. See you guys in the next one.
The satellite is continuing to overcharge the orb. At this rate, in a matter of seconds, it will...
Outworlders! Sephora is everywhere you are. So when you need a gift, thank you. Or you want to try something new, just pop in. There's always a Sephora near you.
Getting a fresh deal at Subway has never been easier. Just buy any footlong in the app, get another free.
Welcome to the Full Story series, where we take a collection of old complete stories in a playlist and combine it into one large full story video to make an easier and more enjoyable watching experience. Today we are covering Chip Zdarsky's Daredevil, in which Daredevil kills a man. Or does he? Today's full story covers the 36 issues of Chip Zdarsky's run, in which they find out
Whether or not Daredevil
Criminals don't make mistakes.
you guys
and
enjoy.
there's always an agenda.
Omen sits at the bar,
Always.
sipping a drink. Seat taken. Matt asks as he sits down, and they talk briefly about the party in the club. They talk about everyone celebrating getting out of going to prison. About how the only witness seems to have taken a bullet.
LD?
Shocking. Would you mind telling me what time it is? Matt tells her, and she looks at him in surprise, asking if he's blind. Her eyes then widen as she starts to apologize when she realizes that he is in...
Banshees in Irish folklore are the true harbingers of death. For us, that's simply what they are, and I'm sure in your country you might have something similar from mythology or folklore, but mainstream media has kind of misrepresented what banshees mean to people like myself growing up in Ireland. Stories that our grandparents, our aunts, our uncles, our siblings, our friends would tell us in order to scare us. Now, they're not vengeful or murderous spirits that you might see in movies or TV shows. They are a warning that someone in your family is about to pass away, and I guess what's scarier than that? They are a ghostly woman wailing or crying at night while she brushes her hair, often seen kneeling beside a river or on a ferryman, crying at the impending loss. And if you heard one, then it meant a loved one's death would follow. So they are a sign or a warning, basically a harbinger. Look, basically it's this. It's an old hag that has scared generations of Irish people. Now, in Warframe, Banshee's legacy is pretty much the same. Her power lies in sound, which she uses as a weapon to strike fear into her enemies. And using Banshee means a lot of summons are about to die. She is also one of our oldest Warframes, which technically makes her an old crone, right? First added into Warframe back in March 2013, so over 11 years ago. Now, over my last few videos, I have been using Banshee a lot, which has led to a lot of people asking me what my setup is for my Banshee. And I wish I could hype it up to a huge amount and say, oh my god, guys, you gotta check this out. It's overpowered, it's red crit, it's steel patch, she's a queen, the best ever build. But the reality is, it's just a fun setup that I really like to use. It's not a level 9000 setup. If you wanted that, then you would mod your Banshee something like this. Brief respite for shield gating, prime sure-footed to stop you getting knocked on your ass. Then you would use prime sure-footed, then prime sure-footed, then prime sure-footed. You get where I'm going with this, right? Play for fun, mod however the hell you want. Warframe's power creep right now is so off the charts that pretty much anything you use will work. And although it's not a level 9000 setup, it is one that's got a lot of endgame mods and arcanes. It's not exactly a beginner setup that I'm using, but you could mimic some of it, I guess, especially if you have the Verglass Prime for crowd control to spread that around. Now, the idea behind my Banshee is that I wanted to make a Banshee setup that was more fitting or more in line with her folklore, something that would bring entire rooms to a standstill with fear or crowd control. Subsuming on Creeping Terrify from Necros instead of her Soundquake would have been the perfect fit, but the reality is it only strips armor and not full defense, so I decided to subsume on Optimum Eyes from Jade instead. Now, Optimum are seen as the choirs of angels, which for me fits the theme of a harbinger of death as well, better than Soundquake. You hear a Banshee, then you hear a choir of angels. I guess it sets you on fire, it slows you down, and then you die. So with this setup, I have a slow ability, I can spread heat status effects, I can boost damage with sonar spots, I've got a full defense strip, I've got a room to...
Head to deck 12 and load the thermite.
My internet, my rules. Introducing My Home from Verizon. Choose what goes into your internet plan and always know what you pay. The price is the price, guaranteed. Plans start at $35 a month. Only on Verizon.
T-Mobile savings
meetings. Take one. Guys, focus. Here's the line. At T-Mobile, you get tons of benefit.
Denial because of, I guess, the slow, because of silence, and also because of my sentinel. And I've also got 15k overguard up a lot of the time, so I am overguard gating, shield gating, which is keeping my Banshee alive a little bit longer, because she is more on the squishy side of Warframes. But most of this setup, before someone says it in the comment section, will work on absolutely any Warframe you have. My Sentinel, my Subsumed ability in Optimum Eyes, and my Pistol Arcane secondary fortifier are doing a lot of the heavy lifting, with Banshee's solar spots and her silence just adding to it. Now, secondary fortifier is a Pistol Arcane that will give you 1 overguard for every 100 damage that you deal to an Xmas unit, which maxes out at 15,000, and it deals 8 times the damage to overguard on enemies as well. So Xmas units basically melt once you've got this arcane equipped. And if you put it onto a fast fire rate weapon like I have with the dual Toxicist, then you're going to have a lot of success. Now, that's not to say I've also got it on some of my other sidearms. I have it on the Cougar Brock as well, and it is incredibly effective on this, keeping me up at the 15k overguard mark. But Optimum Eyes gives me a 90% slow, 19% defense strip per second, and it has nearly a 40 meter range for enemies at the back. Her Silence also has a 40 meter range for crowd control, and her Sonar has a 66 meter range, while also using the Resonance Augment to spread more sonar spots while having an 8 times multiplier. So let's go over each build that I'm using for this setup. This is my Banshee build. Free Frostbite, Prime Sure-Footed, Blind Rage for power strength, Prime Flow and Equilibrium to offset the negative efficiency that Blind Rage is giving me, Adaptation for damage reduction, Continuity for duration, Overextended for range because all of her abilities benefit from that, and her Resonance Augment, like I said, for more sonar spots, spreading, and then I've got Primed Redirection for a higher shield value. Now, you can switch out any of these mods that you want to. Mold Augmented will scale my power strength up, and Arcane Energize will give me more energy, so if you wanted you could drop one of the energy equivalent mods out if you felt more comfortable doing that, and put something else in, maybe more power strength, maybe more duration, maybe more health, up to you. That's my Banshee. Now the synergy between her 2, her 3 and her 4 is really nice. Insane amounts of crowd control with silence and Optimum Eyes, and then Sonar just brightens your day up, or the enemies at least. Now my Doriga Sentinel is also crowd controlling entire groups of enemies with the Verglass Prime equipped. This is its setup. Synth Deconstruct, of course, is going to give me extra health orbs. Contagious Bond is going to spread more status effects. I've got Duplex Bond in order to give me more clones of my companion, which is going to go around and is going to spread crowd control from freezing enemies with the Verglass Prime. But Duplex Bond also has a chance to drop energy orbs, which is going to help with your equilibrium. Now for my Verglass Prime, I have modded it simply for fire rate, for multi-shot, for reload speed, and then I've got radiation and cold on there with Shivering Contagion in order to spread that crowd control effect. Now with Shivering Contagion, a lot of you will know using it on the Verglass Prime means you will pretty much lock down the entire range. That the Verglass Prime is that powerful and is that useful. Now last year Banshee and Banshee Prime seen a combined use within the Warframe community of about 0.38%, making her one of the least used frames for the entire year. The same goes for the year before, and the same goes for the year before that. So she is way down on the list of, or I guess 53, 54 Warframes in terms of popularity. So maybe, right, just maybe after Trinity, Nyx and Caliban have all gotten reworks or touch-ups, they could take a look at Banshee, maybe bump her up slightly, a little bit, touch up some of her abilities. Let me know in the comment section below. Also, any Tenogen artists out there fancy making an actual accurate Banshee skin for our Banshee instead of the kind of mix between a Banshee and I guess a radio DJ that we have right now based around that kind of sound wave ability and that, and what she looks like. It would be kind of cool to have one that's a bit more creepy, a bit more ghostly. But let me know in the comment section below what you think of Banshee, whether you like her or not. If you have got something similar in your country in terms of mythology or folklore that is a kind of harbinger of death or a bringer of death, if you will, let me know in the comment section below as well. If you enjoyed the video, hit that like button. If you didn't, don't. Subscribe for more Warframe, and as always, thanks for watching.
dietitian. Find more recipes at stopandshop.com.
how well it works within the Warframes kit. It's important to keep in mind that passives only exist within the context of a Warframes kit, so even if one isn't strong in a vacuum, it could still be very strong in practice because it plays off of the rest of the Frame's abilities. I will also bring up when a passive is particularly good for helmet abilities, and that absolutely is worth considering, but a lot of my thoughts come from an analysis of the base kit. This tier list is also going to make absolutely no statements about the Warframe as a whole or their overall liability, just their passive. Alright, one more thing. Passives that come from augments, like Faceless Formation, Rebel Team, and Fighting Cross, aren't going to be counted. Considering those come from optional mods, I don't think it's fair to put Frame high up above them. It will bring them up when relevant, but it won't influence their positions on the list. Okay, with that out of the way, I want to establish that the tiers are not ordered. On some tier lists, the individual tiers are shown not only a comparison of things, they also compare things within the tier itself. So, for example, if I put a character earlier in a tier, they're considered high in that tier, and later in that tier is lower. So, up here, Excalibur would be high A, and here he would be low A. He's still A tier either way in this example. He's considered better or worse than other things in the same tier. For this tier list, everything in a given tier is just that tier, with no statement as to their relative power intra-tier so as to not make things more complicated. This is already in the weeds enough, okay? I don't want to work on this for another month. Alright, beyond all that, I want to explain what each tier actually means. So, starting at the bottom, F tier is for the absolute worst. They either don't do pretty much anything, or the effect is so weak that they are effectively non-existent. D tier is for passives that technically do something, but their impact is very limited. C tier is generally for passives that enable niche strategies or have severe flaws. Something that's not exactly bad, but is either optional or just overshadowed. B tier is for passives that are good, usually nice to have that are always helpful but nothing crazy. A tier is for great passives that are often a large part of the Frames kit or just powerful by the numbers. Lastly, S tier is for the absolute best of the best. One so strong it can be worth playing a character purely for their passive, or that passive is an inseparably huge part of their kit. Also, just as a fun thing, I'm going to make suggestions for improvements to any passives in D tier or below. Anything C or above, I think is more or less fine as is. Alright, with the whole page of exposition out of the way, let's get into it. We're gonna do the frames not alphabetically, but by the release order on the wiki, as that way it's easier for me to keep the pinned comment updated with any new passives, and also my brain is linked that way. So, first up, let's start with the game's poster for Excalibur. Excalibur's passive lets 4 weapons deal 10% increase damage and have 10% higher attack speed, both additive with mods. What the game considers a sword is pretty narrow, and it counts the following weapon types. Swords, obviously, dual swords, rapiers, and katanas, as well as exalted blades. It's important to note that several weapons you might intuitively think would count, such as machetes, heavy blades, and katanas, do not count for this passive. Even beyond that, though, 10% is a very low bonus, especially with it being additive with mods. With it being both so niche and so minor, we're starting off strong with Excalibur in D tier. It does do something for it is always useful to one, like exalted blades, but it's just completely small
improve this passive? Well, there's two major ways. My first would be to make the fight of all melee weapons, not just swords. Excalibur is a great melee platform on account of things like radio flying and furious javelin, so limiting this passive to swords just feels arbitrary. Beyond that, bonus should be increased to something more substantial, like 25% sword. My biggest suggestion for Excalibur, though, is to add a sword to its passive. Melee is 8% life steal. My reasoning for this is because Excalibur struggles considerably in steel passive content on its own closer by it's all just using a helmet, losing items like healing reserve or speed reaper, or even just spamming radiant flying, but it takes a lot of effort to keep it alive because they along with promoting his already existing playstyle of being an aggressive, hard-hitting melee character, while not being so powerful in the early game that it makes things so trivial. Most of my passive suggestions moving forward are just kind of out-of-pocket ideas of throwing up there for fun, but I feel very strongly about this one. Give Excalibur life steal with melee, provoke him so much. Trinity is able to revive allies 25% faster and from 50% farther away. And then, this is helpful if an ally goes down, sure, but it's entirely contingent on that actually happening, and if you're doing your job with Trinity, you really shouldn't. Considering you can give allies 75% damage reduction and restore all of their health and shield with one button press, this feels like a bump to your worst case scenario. This also does very little if you are Trinity, though it does work on things like enhanced targets, which does have some use in solo. So, unfortunately for Trinity, to get some of the needs here with Excalibur, it's kind of nice to have. You really should be taking advantage of it if you're playing well, which as Trinity is really not that hard. As for a suggestion to improve this passive, it's honestly kind of tough to say, especially because Trinity's range rework is around the corner, but I personally leave it as is just to not mess with anyone's playset. Beyond that though, so something could be added on top of the existing effect that fits with the sword team. Maybe if you could double mobility range for allies with more effect range, maybe attacker could have their damage making, maybe if you could even get some kind of buff whenever he heals or revives an ally. Yoga Umbral also suggested that maybe you could grant her team a periodic death gate, kind of like Phoenix or Tula does on Overlord. I don't know, there's a lot of options that play with Trinity because her concepts are just so simple. We'll have to see if they mess with the passive in 1999, but for now, she's down in the deep here. Ember. Ember's passive grants her a buff called Conflagration, giving her 5% more ability strength for every enemy that uses one active heat proc in a 50-meter radius. Considering that nearly all of Ember's abilities deal with heat, this passive allows her to get a lot of power strength for just using her hit. This enables a lot of interesting things, like allowing Ember to run lower power strength and letting her passive flash. Or using the passive only to use a low ability that need a lot of strength, like Roar or the slow one. It is worth noting that at low levels, this passive doesn't really function as enemies die too quickly, but at steel path level, Ember can easily get huge boosts to her strength for doing nothing special. While the strength really affects her Fireball and Inferno, the things like Fireball Frenzy and almost any element make it really shine. I'm putting this one in A tier. A valuable tool that gives a lot of interesting and powerful strategies, while also rewarding the person casting and using her ability to make Mag's passive grants her pickup vacuum, pulling in items within 8 meters of her. This sounds pretty good, and it's really on the game it can, but it suffers from one huge problem. If the mod is ready to do that first with her companion, this passive is completely forbidden. The effects of the mod's passive don't stack. Instead, higher value takes priority, and in fact, instead, for both higher range and Mag passive, it just gets turned off. It's like arguing to save the mod slot on your companion, at least if you're okay with the cycle off vacuum rate. But does anyone actually play like that? I mean, I imagine many of you are just now hearing about this passive not stacking, but now that you've used it for avoiding the enemy content on your team, that will use vacuum on that specifically for Mag. Even beyond that, vacuum is 11.5 meters, with around 44% more range than its passive, and vacuum is 13.5 meters, with around 69% more range. So basically, to make this passive function at all, you either have to reduce the range of getting from the companion or just not bring a companion at all. Yeah, I'm putting this one as our very first F tier. It's completely turned off by some of the most common and useful mods in the entire game. If you opt to not take those mods, they're putting yourself at a slightly disadvantage and reduced range. My suggestion to improve this passive? Well, the thing is that the range does stack, which would be a pretty easy fix. I know it's lazy and not all that creative, but I do still think it would help her out. You could also give the base range of the passive something higher than
wall attack, maybe let's go wall attack. Regardless of that, though, Warframe is a fast-paced game that encourages you to move around a lot, and wall action really doesn't gel well with that gameplay. I don't think the mechanic should be removed or anything. It does have some niche uses, but having a passive built around it doesn't really make much sense, especially when it comes to just making it longer. Something else can benefit from it. The game discourages being stationary, and there's no real incentive to wall after that long to begin with. So, just like Mag, this one's don't get out here. You might notice a trend here. Lots of older Warframe passes aren't that great for frequency. So, how would I improve this one? I would maybe pick up play Loki and Tom, but I do have a suggestion. If an enemy is under the effect of one of Loki's abilities, like strong way or the star, using bonus damage, maybe something like 25 or 50%, and this bonus people basically think bonus defensive, which we'll get to in a bit, but we're going to do another bonus effect. Or if they were tricked by other sources, such as radiation of chaos, or disarmed from things like Counter or Avatar, is great Loki to help boost the damage while keeping its fundamental goals the same. Bolt's passive is the static blast, where he gains 10 damage to a static charge for every meter he travels. This buff stacks to 1,000 damage, but Strong's next attack is pure electric damage, and this goes for weapons and abilities. That sounds decent, and it definitely is in the early game, but it has several drawbacks that become more apparent when the player's progression. For one, this damage bonus is flat, meaning it isn't affected by things like base damage and elemental launch. It also only affects one hit. Even if you have multi-shot, only one bullet will actually deal the bonus damage. It is affected by critical hits and the shot combo mechanic from sniper rifles, and it doesn't combine into other elements, both of which are nice, but as you get high in level, it can really bad attack. I have heard that there are some niche strategies that can make this passive work in higher end content, but for the vast majority of people, it's worth considering passive on each planet. All that considered, I'm pretty into here with Excalibur and Grid. It does technically do something for both, and that something is valuable early on, but as you progress, that 1,000 damage will just be less and less. How would I improve this passive? I just let it scale with damage and elemental launch, or maybe make it apply to all hits as the attack is only down. I think this would keep it much more relevant and make building up big static a more important part of both gameplay and the late game. Rhino. Whenever landing from a height that would incur a hard landing, Rhino emits a 6-meter following with impact damage and knocks down enemies. Slash damage or slash mods, the 25% damage goes a long way.
Honestly, fighters for Jade Shadow's armor put this path very high, and Flash is one of the few ways to deal with armor effectively. But now that armor has a cap of 90% damage reduction, Flash is trying to become all it's still an extremely powerful stat. As time has gone on, the access to armor removal and partial stripping becoming more effective has led to it feeling less needed, on top of armor just being less than enemies' total HP in general. Still, this passive helps enable waveforms with whack-ass damage numbers, and is great for a lot of force-slash weapons like Sides, namely Harmony. The only thing that makes this passive not A tier or higher for me is the fact that the game has kind of moved away from the era where Slash was at its peak. As such, I'm going to be putting it in B tier. It's a great passive and can play with powerful strategies, but it's not as powerful as it used to be because armor is just less impressive now. Frost. Now finally, we have Frost. The current passive is actually pretty new. It works in two parts. First, it consists of being that all Frost inflicted by Frost have 100% more duration, which is helpful as all of Frost's abilities inflict cold. The second part is that, for every enemy within 15 meters of Frost with at least one active cold proc, gains a stack of fortifying freeze, with each stack rated in 50 units. On paper, this is nothing fantastic, as the range is pretty short, and Frost is usually pretty cozy either inside the bubble or under layers of overguard, but this passive has some synergy with both of these things. You see, Frost's snow globe health actually scales based on his armor, and the overguard, or wait, the avalanche, grants bonus overguard based on Frost's current armor count for the first time it hits an enemy. These aspects grant Frost some interesting choices regarding his passive, or he might want to wait to use avalanche for a higher armor bonus, or spread as much gold as he can for more bubble health. Because of these synergies with his two strongest defensive tools, on top of longer crowd control and his general increased tankiness, and putting his passive in B tier as well. These are both solid effects, nice to have, and a great hit, but it's by no means character's defining. Nyx's passive is that enemies are 20% less accurate when targeting her, effectively granting her a 20% boost to her evasion, which is a hidden stat that, as you might guess, affects enemy accuracy when targeting the player. As you might also guess, this is entirely actually noticeable, so it can be stats with other sources of evasion, rival pilots become more helpful. Because of that, you might think I'm going to swap this passive into the theory. The problem with this passive is actually other abilities, which makes it not helpful most of the time. To explain what I mean, whenever Nyx casts Chaos, enemies under the effect are given a maxed out threat level. What's a threat level? Well, when it comes to enemies attacking Nyx in Warframe, they'll prioritize targets with the highest threat level as best they can. Because of this, if Nyx is using Chaos, enemies will almost always prioritize targeting each other over her, where Nyx accuracy isn't really needed. I say almost always because, barring some exceptions with Nyx being closer than any other targets and whatnot, using Absorb actually gives Nyx herself a maxed out threat level, so enemies will prioritize shooting her. These two things make the passive pretty much worthless, and if you're using Assimilate, you become a walking tank, and it is genuinely entirely worthless. As such, I'm putting it in F tier on account of being all but neutered by Nyx's abilities. Maybe you could put this in B, but I don't personally think it's even that good. How would I improve it? Well, I think we should keep it for those who like the evasion shenanigans, but I also want to play into Nyx's psychic beam. My idea is that, if Nyx is aiming down her sights, she's able to see enemies through walls with highlights, kind of like the amount of Argonac mod. On top of that, she'll be able to read their mind, which shows their future movements. It can also see weak points on enemies that only she can take advantage of with her psychic powers, before she gets good at this.
Medicine, children! Mother needs her medicine! Stop those spiders!
animation, like silencing gunblades or explosives. Some ideas of this passive is useful because of Vance's own silence ability. As far as I'm aware, that only makes enemies take longer to respond to fire, not only silencing them. This lets Vance use a mod slot on her or her Sentinel's weapons if he wants to stealth, but more importantly, it lets her use some cool stuff like gunblade stealth or focus farming with explosive weapons as a stealth with affinity bonus. Simple, but interesting, and relatively effective, though I will concede it doesn't have a ton of synergy with the rest of the kit. It's also not really that effective in game modes where conventional stealth isn't an option, like survival or defense. As such, it's going in C tier. It enables a niche strategy that's nice to have, but it's easier to be known for what you do. Saren. Saren's passive grants her 25% more step inspiration on all stats within the inputs. This sounds alright at a glance, but it kind of falls flat when you consider how little it really helps Saren. Saren is a character that does a very good job at killing lots of enemies. This is relevant because most status effects have a range of 6 seconds, and Saren can kill enemies faster than that a lot of the time. Some status effects buck that trend, like corruption 8 seconds and radiation being 12, but that doesn't mean much for Saren. She does inflict corrosive spores. They apply corrosive so quickly, the extra duration doesn't really matter, as the spores specifically replace the old corrosive stat faster than they decay. I feel the status duration in general is a stat that's most useful in a few specific contexts, like prolonging crowd control, or making gas clouds linger longer. Saren doesn't really have access to any of those status effects, and once she does have access to are either self-sustaining or short killing things before 6 seconds pass. All that considered, I'm putting her in D tier. Technically does something that doesn't affect Saren herself. How would I do this? Personally, I think any time he applies a status effect, there's a random chance to apply another stack of that status effect. So say maybe she inflicts a toxin status, and then there's like a 25% chance that another identical toxin status will be added. It would also be cool if she had a passive where she inflicts their primary status effects, they'll combine and trigger a stack of their combo status. These both might honestly be overpowered or equally worthless. And Saren's still very good at spider rolling passive, but I think this concept would at the very least work with the play style better. Bogan's passive grants 45% more damage than any enemy has anti-ability. Any enemy who is either lashed by his Tesla Nervos, pulled by his tether coil, suspended by the still, or being pulled by vortex, 25% damage. Now, this is actually very strong because of a little math work. Multiplicative damage that multiplies other multiplicative damage sources. But in Warframe, there are 2 ways that damage are usually handled: additive mod or multiplicative. Generally, additive bonuses are worse due to a concept called relative gain, or a weapon that deals 100 base damage. You add a mod that increases that weapon's base damage by 100%. We'll call this mod damage. This doubles the base damage of your mod, resulting in 200 damage, so you double your damage. Okay, that's pretty straightforward. So, let's add another mod, we'll call damage. What's the one thing that to get interesting? This mod is additive with our other base damage mod, and it adds that previous 100% damage bonus. We'll get a damage boost of 200%. And as you keep stacking mods that are additive, less relative gain. So if we had a damage ski mod that was another 100% more, we get 400 damage, which means 3%. Add a damage B, we get 500 damage, which means we're adding 25% added more, and so on. But if we go back to damage B and make it multiplicative, it multiplies our damage after the base damage mod is considered, giving us 400 damage. For this reason, multiplicative damage bonuses are generally better than ones that are additive with mods, though you still want base damage in some capacity to give that multiplier a higher number to work with. So, the damage is boosted by 1.25 times against incapacitated enemies. That's solid, but this has another special attribute to it. Typically in Warframe, sources of multiplicative damage are additive with each other, but Boban's passive multiplies with other multiplicative sources. So, as another example, let's have another 100 base damage attack. Say we have the passive active and also the base roar buff. If these 2 buffs were additive, then the passive and roar would add together before the damage is applied. Get a final multiplier of 175 times, or 175 damage. These bonuses multiply together, meaning that you first multiply the damage by roar, and then you multiply that new value by the passive, resulting in 187.5 damage. At this small scale, that's not a huge increase, but when looking at larger numbers, this is hugely important. Okay, so it's multiplicative with other multipliers, that's cool, but wouldn't that require a helmet like roar? Well, no actually, as Govan's own overdriver buff is also a multiplicative damage boost, so you can multiply the two together, resulting in surprisingly large boosts of Govan's damage. This is made even better by Flechette orbs benefiting from both buffs, resulting in a hefty damage increase for those two. Not to mention that the damage over time effect was inflicted on an enemy while they were incapacitated, the passive bonus applies twice and multiplies with itself. Okay, I know that's pretty technical, but my goal here is to lay out my argument for why this 25% multiplier is actually much better than you think at first glance, and Govan gets it just for using his abilities. So, this one's an easy A tier for me. As well as Govan's kit, it has unique properties that make it very good when you know how to use it. Nova. Nova's passive knocks out enemies in a 6-meter radius if she herself is either knocked down or self-staggered, dealing 250 blast damage. This does have some fun gimmick setups with stuff like arcade or rocket, but it doesn't really synergize with Nova's kit at all, and is just really weak by itself. On top of that, if you have any form of status or knockdown immunity, the passive just doesn't ever activate. This passive really just makes being knocked down a slightly less awful position to be in, but knockdown is easy enough to turn off or counter that it's just not really that helpful. How slow molecular crime makes enemies, it's not that uncommon that whatever knocks her down can't just hit her before she gets knocked up, especially if she's excess knocked down. Oh yeah, for those who don't know, when you get knocked down, your Warframe will flash briefly. If you press jump during that window, you'll actually get up faster. This does have a bit of synergy if you consider that slowed enemies are knocked down for much longer, which is very beneficial, but the 6-meter radius and finicky activation condition make the synergy difficult to take advantage of. Yeah, this one's an easy out here. Doesn't mess with the kit all that much, it's really weak by itself, and it's easy to turn off. To improve it, I think until Nova releases this knockdown wave in a much larger radius and under some other activation condition, like maybe whenever she casts an ability. This way, the knockdown would affect more enemies much more frequently, synergize better with almost no problem. Necros. Necros' passive grants him an instantaneous 5 health for every enemy that dies within 10 meters of him. As you might notice right off the bat, 5 health is a small number, all things considered, and 10 meters is also a very short range. The bigger issue this effect has, though, is that Necros has Desecrate, which makes his body a machine that turns corpses into Hellbournes. This also gives Desecrate synergy with Hellbourne-oriented buffs like Yellow Shard, making it outpace the passive very quickly and easily. Considering how little health Necros gets and with it being in such a small range, on top of the fact that Desecrate is a solid healing tool already, and putting this passive down in D tier. It does do something, and it's it just doesn't do too much. When it comes to improving it, I think it would honestly be solid if they bumped up the healing and range. Desecrate would still make it less relevant. Nova Uncle suggested maybe making his abilities use health, basically like a bonus whale, which would also be really cool. As it stands though, this passive is hardly noticeable. Nearly in half, if I'm honest. Valkyr. Valkyr's passive has 2 effects tied to it. She's immune to hard landings, and she recovers from knockdowns 50% faster. Hard landings are already incredibly easy to avoid, as all you need to do is roll or slide while hitting the ground to not take the stagger, so that's already not particularly helpful. The 50% knockdown recovery is honestly not a bad effect. Somewhat similarly to Necros, this passive suffers from the fact that it's on Valkyr. What do I mean by that? Well, Valkyr has access to Hysteria, which makes her use status effects, even when she's being knocked down. While this does vary from player to player, Valkyr will generally use Hysteria very often, meaning she doesn't get the benefit of the trigger it never even activates. Similarly to Nova, this passive also doesn't do anything if Valkyr has some internal form of status or knockdown immunity, making it really easy to ignore. There are some Valkyr strategies that don't inhibit Hysteria, like using the Enraged Augment or focusing on Warcry as opposed to a normal melee, but even in those contexts, faster knockdown recovery is more of a nice-to-have than some huge boost. All that considered, I'm putting it in D tier. Not a terrible effect, but Valkyr often even being susceptible to knockdown. Even when she is, it's not really that big of a deal. As for improvements, once again, your boy Nova Uncle with a really good suggestion. Give Valkyr a buff based on the number of slash procs she inflicts on an enemy. This would be something like attack speed, damage, there are plenty of options. And while I do think this would require a decent Hysteria to make it more slash bonus instead of an even IPS split, I still think it's a good idea.
and becomes your happiness.
Overall, passive grants all companions a 25% health, shield, and armor link, with these being additive with their respective bonds. In addition to that, overall, only companions also get one instant revive per mission, where if they die, they'll instantly get back up with no timer. This passive is interesting because the game is really just moved past it being useful. Back before Visit Daggett, when pets being dead and they were out for the whole mission, it was nice to give them a 3-second chance. But now that they'll revive themselves autonomously, it's just getting healthy. Add to that several bond mods make companion recovery faster in addition to other useful effects, and it's just hardly noticeable. The small boost is nice, but it's not really enough to make a measurable impact in most cases. Overall also doesn't really have a kit geared towards companion synergy. The only real exception is Ritual, which heals them, and has Iron Ritual, which applies bonus armor, as well as his being turned at making no status immune, I guess, implying they decide to actually stand on it. Considering the fact that companions will increase the energy rate on Oberon 3, though, it's genuinely argue that they might actually be a detriment in some cases. So, as much as I do love Dobro, it's going to be here. Love is just not that value, especially after all the companions for all. How will I do it? Well, considering that Oberon is a paladin type character, you got a stacking damage buff every time you buff an ally, either by killing them or making them status or what have you, up to a cap. When actually referring to companion synergy, usually they have to count as an ally for the purposes of the buff, which would make having one much more relevant than passive. This would also help bolster the somewhat neglected damage portion of Oberon's support/damage hybrid theme.
She's exposed.
Zephyr. Like Valkyrie, Zephyr's passive also works in two parts. While it employs Zephyr has a 50% more critical chance for all of her weapons, which stacks additive with crit chance mods. In addition to that, she also has very different airborne systems, like slower and have greater air. As far as I know, it's actually just a sorry low gravity effect. Now, I want to get out of the way that I don't really like the older air physics. It messes with my muscle memory and just feel kind of weird, but fortunately you can disable that aspect of the passive with the Anchor Glide mod if you want. This boost makes Zephyr's weapons much more powerful in exchange for doing virtually nothing differently, as Zephyr already wants to be airborne to better place her crowd control and such anyways. With her one suspending her in air and her lower gravity just making her linger in the air for longer, it's really easy to take advantage of this buff. This goes very well with Zephyr's most busted ability, Tornadoes, as critical hits are taken into account when boosting her damage. On top of that, crits that hit tornadoes have their critical damage multiplied by 2 times, and this is considered an active critical damage mod. This lets her hit way more damage on her tornadoes very easily, and also makes her very good at raining down high damage from above. All that said, this is our first S tier. Very good passive with a super easy activation condition that works well with her kit. Zephyr is honestly really broken. I'm very shocked I don't see her more. Hydroid. Hydroid is an interesting one because I feel like his passive is traditionally very good, yet at other times it's pretty much worthless. How it works is that whenever Hydroid damages an enemy, they get marked with a permanent debuff that makes them more vulnerable to the corrosive status effect. For ease of communication, I'll call this passive Wet, which surely has no atypical interpretations tied to it whatsoever. When an enemy is wet, the first stack of corrosive they receive removes 50% of their armor instead of the normal 26%, allowing a full 100% removal of armor at 10 stacks. This works very well with Hydroid's own kit, as nearly all of his abilities apply corrosive stacks, even though armor isn't as effective as it used to be. The jump from 80% removal with normal corrosive to 100% with Hydroid is still considerable. Allies can also take advantage of this effect, as any corrosive stacks applied to a wet enemy will be more effective, not just those applied by Hydroid, and the effect is permanent. This passive in the first stack also means that enemies with status reduction, like acolytes, will have more of their armor removed within their 4 proc limit. So that's all really good, but you might have already spotted the biggest issue here. If the enemy doesn't have any armor, this passive doesn't really do anything. When I brought this up on stream while making this tier list, many people argued that you should just not bring Hydroid to missions where unarmored targets are present, but I don't really think that's fair. There are plenty of legitimate reasons to play Hydroid in those environments, like farming with Pilfering Swarm for example, but even beyond that, Hydroid is just a fun character, and if you're feeling like playing him, I think having fun is as good a reason as any to bring him along, even if he doesn't excel in a certain environment.
No faction exactly has 0 armored units either, as the Corvus and Infested do have a few, but Hydroid really shines against the Grineer, Corrupted, Murmur, and Deimos Infested, while he lags behind against the Corpus and regular Infested. As such, I'm putting his passive in A tier. It's very, very strong in environments where it works, but doesn't really do anything otherwise. As much of his kit also inflicts Corrosive, this is a very strong point of synergy for him. Mirage. Mirage's passive grants her 2 buffs, 85% longer and 50% faster maneuvers. The 85% longer slide duration is honestly not really ever noticeable in my experience, so we're just gonna kinda leave that at that. The maneuver speed increase is interesting though, as it boosts the speed of 2 things, ledge mantles, and more importantly, rolls. These rolls go just as far as a normal roll, but are much faster, which lets Mirage get around very, very quickly, especially because rolling preserves your momentum while certain other parkour movements like bullet jumping don't. This can be further boosted with other parkour velocity buffs to make Mirage absurdly fast when rolling, but even without any other buffs, it's still a very nice passive to have. It does technically reduce how long she has damage reduction for when she rolls, as rolling grants 75% DR for the duration of the animation, but I think the speed increase is more than worth it. In effect, she can cover 50% more ground in the same amount of time as other Warframes when using one of the most common movement options in the entire game. So I'm putting in B tier. It isn't crazy or anything, but it's a very nice buff to have and makes Mirage much quicker in practice than much of the cast. Limbo. Limbo's passive is a complex one, all tied to his unique rift mechanic. Basically, whenever Limbo rolls in any direction, he enters a parallel plane of existence called the Rift, while also leaving behind a portal that allies can use to follow. If he or his allies want to leave the Rift, all they need to do is just roll again, unless they're inside a Cataclysm bubble. While in the Rift, Limbo is immune to almost all damage from enemies outside of the Rift, though in exchange, he also can't damage those enemies that are outside the Rift unless he uses an ability. Or the Psycho Speaks, for some reason. Eximus abilities and a few other edge cases can target him through the Rift, and Nullifiers will just straight up rip him out of it, but otherwise he's really hard to hit. He can also just walk through laser barriers while in the Rift, so do with that what you will. While in the Rift, Limbo also generates a passive 2 energy per second, and anytime an enemy dies while in the Rift, Limbo is granted 10 energy, even if he wasn't the one who killed them. A lot of Limbo's abilities revolve around being in the Rift, the moon stasis and the Rift
Wow, thank you guys for the likes, man.
incredibly
Appreciate
good by
you.
itself. Limbo generates massive energy, gets bonus energy for kills on enemies in the Rift, and he can just walk through missions ignoring 90% of the enemies present. If you throw on Silence to shut down Eximus abilities, Limbo is genuinely almost untouchable. I know a lot of people hate Limbo and hate randomly being put in the Rift by him, and I absolutely relate to that. But when examining his passive without the pain of being trolled by it, it's an easy S tier. Free energy and near invincibility just for rolling, which can be shared with teammates. Sign me the fuck up. Mesa. Mesa's passive is interesting in that it actually has 3 effects. Mesa has 15% more firing with dual-wield pistols, 25% faster reload speed with single sidearms, and gains a flat 50 health when she has no melee equipped. The 50% increased fire rate applies to her
Shit, I would run that again.
nice, but much like Excalibur's passive, it isn't really that noticeable.
But it's not supposed to take that damn long when you run that, man. It's definitely not supposed to take that long. But it's alright. He said he didn't play it in a while, so he didn't know. He didn't know. Alright, so it looks like I might have to charge. Shit, I want to run another one, man. I really, like, all those resources, I really need those. Who is this over here? Oh, we tried to make a Deadpool. Ha ha ha.
Sparky, right. We're all here. Let's get started. Green, and remember, you never heard of me, you never heard of Solaris U. Whoever's behind Nama these days is using lone Rachnoids to maintain a control network for the Veils. Wreck the Rachnoid. Kneecap Nama. Let's get it done.
first time I did it, I lost all my stuff because somebody did the goddamn host migration. So that kind of messed me up. Shoot. Alright, let's do it. Let's do it, let's do it, let's do it. Well, all the updates are coming out tomorrow. So that should be good. Blah, 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 blah. Blah, 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 blah. Let me see. Man, Stewart, I don't want to know. Batman Deathstroke, I don't want to know. The best melee in Warframe. What? 2 million damage. Oh, I gotta hear this.
I just got my hands on DJI's brand new handheld camera, the Osmo Action 5 Pro with the Adventure Combo. This is the perfect camera.
Usually, I would write an intro now, but you know what?
Damage.
Just look. Yeah, this is the Harmony. Without ribbon and without any external buffs or effects. So, after a huge shout out to all our generous channel members who helped me keep the lights on, let's talk about it. Alright, let's slow down for a second and first talk about the basic. What is the Harmony and what exactly is it? Harmony is a relatively new scythe-type melee weapon that was introduced with the Jade Shadows update, and if you want to get it for yourself, you can either get it through the game mode on Group's UNS, 5% drop rate, or alternatively, you can purchase it from discontinued modes in the Portage shop. Those modes, you also get them from game mode. And now that we know that the Harmony is right, let's for one second talk a bit more about the specialties of scythe-type weapons, because there are quite a lot. First and foremost, scythe-type weapons have the highest heavy attack damage multiplier out of every melee weapon class in the game, with 6 times that only each time the automatic product falls out of 6 times damage multiplier. Next, that's also very important to keep that in mind now, scythes, when you heavy attack an enemy, knock down an enemy. And thirdly, and also most importantly, every side in the game, regardless of their stats, force proc a slash on heavy. Again, given the fact that you have that high heavy attack damage multiplier and all that, that means that scythes in general are regarded as more of a heavy attack type of melee weapon, with very prominent examples, like for example the Hate, which up until now has always been my personal go-to when it comes to melee hitters. And okay, speaking about the Hate, how about for 1 second we compare the stats of the Harmony versus the Hate?
Yeah, that's what I want.
When we compare the two, well, yes, the Harmony has a higher speed and chance, and the Hate overall looks much better with much higher crit chance, higher crit multiplier, and almost the same damage. And we can expect that you out-damage the Harmony, no problem. So why exactly is the Harmony then the newest heavy hitter in Warframe? Let's talk about the specialty that just the Harmony brings to the table. Harmony has a special skill called Harmonic Resonance. This skill does 2 things. First of all, when you take out an enemy with a heavy attack, you get a buff that increases your and your allies' status duration by 30%. You might wonder, why is that important? Because of the other part of the Harmonic Resonance effect, which makes it that heavy attacks condense all status effects that deal damage over time into one single impulse. Here, if you were to have a slash effect that deals 100 damage per tick, and you know, like the whole damage over time effect always lasts for 6 seconds, that would mean that instead of dealing that bleed effect, the Harmony would just deal 1 hit with 600 damage. And now you also see why the 30% longer status duration is so important, because if the status effect lasts longer, that means it would deal more damage over its entire lifespan, meaning that when the Harmony condenses all of it, that's going to lead to higher total damage. And as if that's not enough, there's another layer to this, because Jade has 2 more signature weapons, those being the Free Song and Tear, don't pronounce that right. Also have special effects, and if you have all 3 special effects on at the same time, then the buff of status duration for the Harmony will increase from plus 30% to plus 60%. Definitely very cool, but if you ask me, the Harmony is already strong enough with 30%, and it is a bit finicky to have all effects on at the same time, so we're not going to go into that today. Oh yeah, and then one additional thing that I think I should mention, just in case you didn't know it yet, the bleed effects from slash save effect ignores enemy armor, meaning that with the harmony, it doesn't matter whether your enemy has big armor and a lot of damage reduction, or no armor at all. As you also see right here, the damage numbers are pretty much exactly the same. Alright, so much for the specialties of the harmony and what the parts of other melee. Oh yeah, I would really appreciate it if this made you sort of like the video, because it helps the channel make time with the YouTube algorithm. So cheers so much for support.
Brainstorming is my superpower, not organization. So here's a whiteboard to get all my ideas sorted with one simple click. Sorted. Parenthood isn't a full-time job. It's hundreds of full-time jobs. So we made one job easier.
Feel free to
saving for your child's education. Just open a New York 529 education savings plan with real tax benefit. Click, open, success. New York's 529 college savings program. You can do this, people.
But alright now, how is the harmony able to deal 2 billion damage? Let's jump into it. The first piece of the puzzle, as I also just explained, is the fact that the harmony is able to condense the damage over time of a slash status effect into one big damage number. This means that in contrast to all other melees in the game, the harmony doesn't deal the majority of its damage over time, instead it deals it in one big blow. This is very, very important to keep in mind. The next piece of the puzzle is the brand new arcade melee afflictions that was also added with the J Chatters update and can also be obtained from the Ascension game mode, where it either gets dropped by the Sisters of Pavos that you can optionally spawn in there, or also from the awarded shop for vestigial modes. Melee afflictions does quite a lot for the harmony, so let's talk about exactly what is going on here. This update makes it that when an enemy is affected by a damage or a status effect, then if they either get knocked down or flung into the air, the status effects on them get 6 additional critical attacks of that same status effect. So, in other words, if we have 1 slash on the enemy and then we knock them down or fling them up, the enemy afterwards will have 7 slashes on them, not just any slashes, 7 identical copies of that 1 slash that they had at the point when we knocked them down. Now, remember how I previously said that side-type weapons, when you heavy attack an enemy, they A, force proc slash, and B, knock down the enemy at the same time? Yeah, this is tailor-made for melee affliction, because the way the game calculates it is, first, it force proc slash, then the knockdown happens, and the game is like, wait, melee affliction, you don't only have 1 very heavy slash from all the heavy attack damage bonus inside the head, but you have that 1 slash 7 times. And with specifically the harmony, all this massive damage over time that would come from these 7 heavy attack slashes will be dealt to the enemy not over 6 seconds, but in that 1 blow that you just did, because of the effect of the harmony that condenses the damage over time after performing a heavy attack. And all that, how about we finally take a look at the build and see how we can maximize the damage potential as much as possible to be able to deal millions and sometimes even 2 billion damage, which, by the way, is the damage you have with Warframe numerically cannot calculate higher damage numbers. Okay, so today I brought 2 different builds for you. One is the build that deals the maximum possible damage you could ever deal, and the third one is more of a comfy build that you can take into day-to-day missions that is a bit better at dealing down, but it sacrifices a piece of the damage, which in my opinion should be all too bad.
2 billion damage? No way.
Sky high anyway. But just for good measure, maximum damage build first, and
well,
then we
the
go
helmet.
the other one. First of all, as I just said, melee afflictions with the harmony is an absolute must. No other melee game that you could ever use would come even close to the damage potential that you get out of this one. Next, as a stance mod, it really doesn't matter at all because the harmony is first and foremost a heavy attack weapon, and after some further testing, I actually stopped playing it into light attacks at all, so that's also why I'm not going to use any Tennokai mods here. I genuinely think you don't really need them on this one. But alright, we want to deal damage, so let's start by adding base damage with primed pressure point. This is the highest base damage mod that we have for melees, so naturally we would use it. If you don't have the prime version, no problem, just use the normal one. You're still going to deal millions of damage, and if you're planning to use a primer that inflicts a lot of different types of status effects, naturally instead of prime pressure point, you would go for condition overload. Up next, we have Killing Blow, which adds further base damage on heavy attacks and also increases our heavy attack wind-up speed, making the whole process smoother. That is very nice. Sacrificial Steel to increase our crit chance, and because whoever says crit chance also needs to say crit damage, we go for Amalgam Organ Shatter. This one has the nice side effect that it also increases our heavy attack wind-up speed. So much for the damage and the crit. That is nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Up next though, it's gonna get a bit more interesting. First of all, we go for Corrupt Charge. This one reduces your combo duration,
come on, they didn't give up the part.
for heavy attacks and not for combo anyway, but therefore it gives us plus 30 initial combo, meaning that we now constantly have a 2 times combo multiplier. This is important because on heavy attacks, the combo multiplier is being factored in as an additional damage multiplier. In other words, if you have a 2 times...
That's why the first time I did this, and somebody did the host migration and it fucking bumped me out and I lost everything. That's why I was pissed, because I got the helmet on the first try. And then somebody did the stupid ass host migration.
Times combo multiplier.
And I lose my shit.
Need life insurance? Taking the first step is easy. Start your quote now or talk to your State Farm agent to find a plan that's right for you.
I gotta see what he's talking about with this harmony thing, man. I wanna see what he's talking about.
Over 6 seconds, but in that one blow that you just did, because of the effect of the harmony, that condenses the damage over time after performing a heavy attack. Now that we know all that, how about we finally take a look at the build and see how we can maximize the damage potential as much as possible to be able to deal millions and sometimes even 2 billion damage, which, by the way, is the damage cap. Warframe numerically cannot calculate higher damage numbers. Okay, so today I brought 2 different builds for you. One is the build that deals the maximum possible damage you could ever deal, and the second one is more of a comfy build that you can take into day-to-day missions that is a bit better at dealing with crowds, but it sacrifices a bit of the damage, which in my opinion shouldn't be all too bad because the damage is so sky high anyway. But just for good measure, let's start with the maximum damage build first, and then we go into the other one. First of all, as I just said, melee afflictions with the harmony is an absolute must. No other melee arcane that you could ever use would come even close to the damage potential that you get out of this one. Next, as a stance mod, it really doesn't matter at all because the harmony is first and foremost a heavy attack weapon, and after some further testing, I actually stopped playing it into light attacks at all, so that's also why I'm not going to use any Tennokai mods here. I genuinely think you don't really need them on this one. But alright, we want to deal damage, so let's start by adding base damage with primed pressure point. This is the highest base damage mod that we have for melees, so naturally we would use it. If you don't have the prime version, no problem, just use the normal one. You're still going to deal millions of damage, and if you're planning to use a primer that inflicts a lot of different types of status effects, naturally instead of prime pressure point, you would go for condition overload. Up next, we have Killing Blow, which adds further base damage on heavy attacks and also increases our heavy attack wind-up speed, making the whole process a bit faster, so that is very nice. Sacrificial Steel to increase our crit chance, and because whoever says crit chance also needs to say crit damage, we go for Amalgam Organ Shatter. This one has the nice side effect that it also increases our heavy attack wind-up speed. So much for the damage and the crit. That is nothing out of the ordinary just yet. Up next though, it's gonna get a bit more interesting. First of all, we go for Corrupt Charge. This one reduces your combo duration, which is no problem because we go for heavy attacks and not for combo anyway, but therefore it gives us plus 30 initial combo, meaning that we now constantly have a 2 times combo multiplier. This is important because on heavy attacks, the combo multiplier is being factored in as an additional damage multiplier. In other words, if you have a 2x combo multiplier when you heavy attack, your heavy attack is gonna deal double the damage.
Many kings have
I missed that last one.
but the throne remains for those bold enough to claim it.
How do we help educate those too young to remember what happened on 9/11? They didn't see the blue sky that day, or witness the towers fall. Bring them to the 9/11 Memorial and Museum. Help them understand the history
Status
of where it
damage,
happened.
60% wind-up speed.
Give them hope for the future. If they understand that this history is their history, they will never forget.
I want to see, what was that other mod he said?
Next, we're gonna come back to the Harmony special effect. Remember, on a heavy attack, it condenses the entire damage over time that all your slashes would deal over their entire lifespan into one big instant damage number. That means if we want to maximize the damage of our Harmony, we need to maximize our damage over time. First of all, we naturally go for a faction mod, because the effect of faction damage is squared for damage over time effects, making this one an absolute must. If you absolutely hate damage over time, then yeah, you can leave this out and go for Roar as a buff on your Warframe instead, but ideally, you want to have it modded onto your Harmony. Next, naturally, we go for Melee Elementalist, which further increases the damage of damage over time effects, like Slash, and my side effect is it also makes our heavy attack wind-up speed faster. And finally, and this is a really special one that we pretty much don't use on any other melee weapon, that would be Lasting Sting. Lasting Sting massively increases the duration of any type of status effect. Why is that important here? Well, actually pretty simple, right? A slash effect by default only lasts for 6 seconds, so 6 damage ticks, but with Lasting Sting, you double that, so when the Harmony condenses all the damage over time, that means it doubles the damage potential of our heavy attacks. This right here would be the full build, and as you also see in the background, it is easily able to deal around 20 million damage on a... And as
I need to just see what the Prom Smite Orkin. Wow, I don't even think I have it. Corrupt Charge, that's what he said. Do I even have that? Yeah, I got that. What the hell does that do? %30 combo. Combo deletion. First of all, let me put stance mod on here. What's first? I might have to form this shit too. Hate having to do that. Yep, that's because he got a lot of former. And he got Sacrificial Steel on him too. So we're picking the same on that. For that part. Prom Smite Orkin. I don't think I have that.
In back.
Oh, I do. Oh shit. Okay, right. Welcome back. Welcome back. I'm just trying to figure out something. Give me 1 second. Prom Smite Orkin. That's Orkin damage. But that's just when you're using on Orkin. I don't like using the specific mods though. Alright, let me see what else he says.
You also see in the background, it is easily able to deal around 20 million damage on a normal hit without any additional buffs, and that is absolutely crazy.
20 million damage. 20 million damage.
Sacrifice everything. Now, to be fully honest here, the 2.1 billion that you saw in the intro, that, yes, also was with this build, but unfortunately, you only get this crazy damage numbers if you headshot the enemies. However, as soon as you add some additional buffs or effects and some pyro priming into the mix, you know, standard stuff that you would usually have in your mission anyway, then you're easily going to be able to deal hundreds of millions of damage, even on non-headshots, with your attacks with the Harmony, and if you ask me, this is actually more than enough. And speaking about more than enough, because the damage with the Harmony is already that sky high, I don't think you need to max out the damage potential as crazy as we just did with the build, and instead for your day-to-day missions, you could go for a bit more convenient approach with this build right here, where we drop a bit of the damage potential and therefore add Berserker Fury for higher attack speed and also primed reach so we can hit more enemies at the same time.
Yeah, that's what I was thinking.
But alright, before we end the video for today, let's also quickly talk about some synergies that make the Harmony even stronger, in case you ever need that, and that would be first and foremost the Mod Ready Steel for your Warframe, which, just like Corrupt Charge, gives you even more additional combo, meaning you can get from a 2x to a 3x combo multiplier.
Oh yeah. Yeah, normally I don't have to. I just I do sometimes because it comes up on my timeline on my YouTube channel. But yeah, right before you jump, right before you jumped on, this had just popped up. It was a video that just popped up on my YouTube timeline, and it said that he was doing 2.1 billion damage with the Harmony, and I had to look at the video to see what he was talking about. But I get what he's trying to do. He's basing everything around heavy attack. But I noticed some of the same mods we picked, you know, we picked pretty much the same. Kill and Blow I wouldn't have put, because I wouldn't even pay attention to Kill and Blow. I was thinking the same thing when he said Prime Reach. I was definitely thinking Prime Reach. But oh, you do? Yeah, I never use it. Cause I don't like I don't really structure my weapons around heavy attacks. What is the spring-loaded blade? Status effect, impact, cold, melee, life strike. Oh, I used to be an old build. I would get lifesteal, but I don't. That would just waste time. All right, so I can't do that. I'm gonna put that here. Put that down here. I'm still gonna have to format this damn thing, man. The Techo. Oh yeah. Those are good. I have them. I have them. What was the name of that one? Melee influence. I need. How many more do I need of these? 5. Golly. Yeah, I think I have the Prime. I gotta check. I think I might have the Prime. Damn, it looks like I'm gonna have to format this damn thing. Alright, that at least puts it over 50%. Yeah, see the build I had over here is a little bit better. It just wasn't built around the yeah, the build I have here looks a little stronger because it has the stat damage, but it wasn't built around heavy attacks. Maybe I'll take reach off. How about that? Let's see if I do this. I'll take reach off for now. And then I put, let me see what he has. Slash puncture. I put viral damage. It's either going to be viral or corrosive, because I always go with either or. Let's see, let's try. Okay, that's corrosive. Alright, let's try viral. Let's try viral. Yeah, because I could do that build, but I would definitely, for me personally, I would try to do a little different than, oh, okay. Wait a minute. How does that look? Ooh, sparkly. Ooh. Oh, damn it. Nope, that's not it. Let's try that. Oh, that. Let's do that. That looks better. Copy main colors. Okay, and we good. Alright, I want to see how this works. Let me see what he says. Give me 1 second.
The damage on heavy attacks. The gladiator mod set, though, I think is not really needed because we're not going to get too much crit out of this. But Tenacious Bond on your companion, though, is very cool because it gives you, you know, more crit damage. That's certainly noticeable. And for the companions themselves, it really doesn't matter. You could use a Panzerwolf for the viral priming, that's nice. You could use a Nautilus to group up enemies so you can hit them all at once. Or also you could use a Diriga or a Hound to give you passive priming with tons and tons of different elements.
Let's get started.
As for Warframe synergies, of course we have the standard stuff like Kullervo giving you much more crit chance, or Varuna who applies status effects. You know, the two quote-unquote best melee frames in the game at the moment. But also, of course, any type of buffers that increase your damage, like for example, Varuna with his roar, would certainly amp up your damage output.
The two best games frames in a game?
Ash with his passive, because Ash gives slash status effects an additional passive bonus. So, very nice with the harmony. And if you now want to know about even more great melees, then don't miss this guide right here.
That's
another
why
massive shout out to Niels
I'm
V,
mad.
Demon
That's
Marcel,
why
Demon Emperor, Emperor Prime, Monsters Gaming, Turtle Beer, Underconio 2, Streamdead 21, Sign Up King 5000, Mihawk HE, Yagis.
That really sucks. That's why I'm mad that when they did that host migration and it bought me out, and it lost the piece, because I had the Caliban helmet. Do I have this? I don't have this? Come on. I thought I had that. I got 8 of those. 2 of those. I don't have this. I don't have this? What? What? Archon near response shadow. I don't have that. Alright, let's go.
Show him how it's done, Sparky. We ain't got all cycle.
You be out of here.
Nama's veiling any corpus they can get their hands on, and Nef's filed it as a non-issue.
It's
down to us. If you don't stop this, the Nama expansion goes exponential and Fortuna's done for. Let's move.
Okay, the new Warframe Comey. Everybody's talking about the new Warframe. That will be tomorrow. The new Warframe tomorrow, everybody. He's talking about my Nidus. What? The best arcanes. Best melee weapons. Yeah, I don't know if I agree with you on that. I already know my Nidus is a beast, so I don't think. Well, kind of like a beast. Alright, let's go get this. Might have to go get a bite to eat, too. Let's see. Okay, so he's talking about the new Warframe. Where is it? Where is it?
We've got more coming in. Pick them up.
Let me see what he's going to say. No.
That's one for us.
Yeah, why not? It's 17 minutes. Let me see what he's going to say about Comey.
Hey everybody, check out the trailer for FX's Grotesquerie. That's right, you might
The Warframe Dev Stream live on Tokyo Game Show just concluded, and we have a great ton to go. We have the new Warframe Comey, we have tons of reworks, not just Caliban, but multiple frames at the same time. We have the second part of the companion rework, which completely overhauled anything that we thought was a given with companions. We got quality of life, Warframe 1999 news, and
come on, wow, I'm glitching.
So, after a huge shout out to all our members, channel members for helping keep the lights on, let's jump right into it, and just in case it's having you tired, I am.
We've got more coming in. Pick them up.
And I know you're all here primarily to learn about the new Warframe Comey, so why don't we just start with her right away.
Man, I'm
Comey is
glitching.
the craziest, interesting concept for Warframe because she will be completely based on RNG, and I can imagine some absolute madness going on here. Her passive ability is that one of your weapons will start dealing random status effects. Next, whenever you cast a skill, Comey will roll 5 dice, and if 3 of those 5 dice happen to be 6s, then the ability that you cast will get a much stronger version of it. The first ability, if I understand it right, creates an AoE with strings in the level around you, and when an enemy touches one of these strings, they stumble and they also receive a random status effect. So a bit of an AoE status time. However, if you cast this with 3 6s, then every enemy that touches the strings will get 1 stack of every single status effect in the game. Yes, 9 out of 10 conditional overloads do like that skill. Ability number 2. You will get a little challenge for in your mission, and if you complete that, you will get a decree from Deviri for that mission that you're currently running.
Are you kidding me?
That's pretty cool. And if you do it for 6, that means you just get the decree for free, no challenge needed. Ability number 3 will be Comey's main tool swap ability. It kind of looks a bit like Corvex, where you get so-called Omamori charges around you, and these charges make it that whenever you take damage, you have a chance that this damage actually doesn't damage you, but rather it heals you. How high exactly that chance is, they didn't tell us, but what they did say is that if you cast this with a 666, then you will be invincible for the entire duration of that skill with gray health bar and everything. Yeah. Is it just me, or does it smell like Mesmer skin here? And finally, the fourth ability will create a cone in front of you where enemies will be put into strings like they are little puppets, so they can't move, can't do anything, and they will also receive status effects over time while they are in these strings. If you cast it with a 666, then the cone applies also to enemies behind you. Now, in my personal opinion, from the demo that we saw, it kinda looks like this fourth ability might maybe be the heaviest slot, because it, to me, looks like the least interesting for now. However, once Kome comes out, we're of course gonna take a look at that. By the way, leave a sub if you don't want to miss out on my A1 Kome guide. And speaking about when she comes out, when will Kome and the Five Fates, the new update that introduces Kome, be launched? Well, good news, it's just a couple more days, because next week on Wednesday, October the 2nd, this is going to be the release date of the
it's coming out on Wednesday, y'all, not Monday.
Talk in the rest of the video. But now, obviously the question arises, how will we be able to get Kome? Let's also quickly talk about that. Kome will be the Shrine Maiden of Status, so her acquisition will be season-based. From what they said, we can expect the regular, so to speak. There will be a new game mode surrounding Status. From that game mode, Kome weapons, and there will also be a new resource, which I assume will work like just in all the other Warframe updates, where you can purchase stuff that you didn't get from the drops with a certain vendor from that resource. They did say she will be available early on, so even new players will get a chance to probably offer pretty early, but there will also be a single pattern version of the mission, so I would assume that if you do that, maybe you have better odds of getting stuff out of it, but I'm just speculating here. Kome also comes with two signature weapons, one of them being a primary, a gun umbrella that has the ability to open up the shield, kind of a bit like a pole shield in front of you, and there will also be a pole arm that gets random buffs. Both of these weapons will also receive Nightwave augments further down the line, so be cautious this. And by the way, if you could maybe drop a like for the video, that would be amazing, because it helps me big time with the YouTube algorithm, so cheers so much for your support. You're leaving?
Or a TurboTax expert charges me less but gives me more. Sing it, Adam.
The tax pro, she's been thinking twice. Couldn't believe TurboTax will beat your price.
Oh, Lord.
So much for the new signature wall. And a new ephemera as well. The Nova Deluxe, which is absolutely gorgeous. Just look at that, it's crazy, the details on this. Love it. Also Nova comes with the Signa and this beautiful ephemera right here. I think they've really outdone themselves. And finally, we have the Caliban Orpheus skin with a type skin, and also his ephemera with a little dead ghost.
Oh, now my battery is dead.
And speaking of Caliban, how about we get into all the Warframe reworks that they announced? I mean, they said they would announce the Caliban rework in the show, and they did. Talk about that, but there are also multiple other frame reworks that I had no idea about, including Nova, including Wukong, including Hildren. There is a lot. Let's jump right into it, starting with probably the biggest rework out of all of them, that being the Caliban one. First off, Caliban's passive is pretty much unchanged, but it now gathers stash when Caliban is immune, similar to adaptation. Next, they introduced an entirely new status effect to Warframe, that being Tau, and this status effect makes it that enemies affected by Tau are more likely to receive other status effects. So it's kind of like a passive status chance buff. Why am I saying that? Because Caliban's abilities are now focused around dealing Tau damage. For example, his Razor Gyre, now he Beyblades over the field with a lot more velocity for every enemy that it hits. Caliban will get healed for 20 health, and if your health is overflowing, then this becomes actually shield. So I might smell some shield gating potential here. Razor Gyre will also refund 25% of the ability's energy cost when hitting an enemy. This to me sounds a bit like Nidus, where you can actually go for negative efficiency to hit multiple enemies and therefore gain more energy back than you initially had. We're going to take a look at how that works once it's down, but it sounds kind of cool. Next, we have Sentient Trash, which has been streamlined, but now enemies are not floating away anymore. There is no target tab anymore. Tau status damage and effect will be applied with a 35% damage vulnerability, and there's also going to be increased status effect. So, all in all, this sounds like a really good crowd control now. Okay, let's come to the big one, summoning your sentients. Now, there will be 3 different types of sentients that you can spawn in. One melee-focused, one ranged-focused, and one portal-based type that kind of distracts the enemy a bit, if I understand right. Now, there is a lot about each and every one of them, and I don't want to get too much into the details right here because it would completely overflow the scope of this video. There is a dev workshop in the Warframe forums. I'm just going to put you a link in the description down below if you want to read through it yourself. But all in all, these sentients will be much more useful in combat, probably deal more damage too, and also they will help you inflict more Tau status effect. As for Caliban's portability, it will now also have been streamlined where it's going to be easier to strip away the armor and the defenses.
Come on, man.
Deal more damage, and in general, it looks much more viable.
Come on, that sucks. They didn't get it. Man. And his voice is killing me. I have to listen to that at the moment.
Hey everyone, my name is Jeff. I'm with Rolling Video Games of Southwest Florida. I just want to tell you about my experience about purchasing the trailer. We had an amazing time. We actually got the trailer within 2 or 3 weeks and we ordered it. I actually asked them to rush the order first, and they were pretty adamant about doing that because we actually had a parade coming up that weekend. So they actually got me the trailer on Thursday and we went right into the parade on Saturday. It was a pretty amazing experience. I drove up there from Florida. Saw everyone, met everyone in the office. The office staff has been
In the last 30 days, we've done $220,000 in video game sales on Amazon and are expecting to hit $1 million by the end of the year. We're running this basement with 1 employee. And as glamorous as this basement is now, it didn't start out like this. It actually started 5 years ago. I had $500 to my name with a bad job and a tiny apartment. In this video, I want to take you guys with me along through that journey and share with you all of the changes I made along the way to go from that radically replace my income. After a few months of struggle, one on a more personal note is that sucking once is not the same. Games were 2 for $15, which is a pretty good starting price. Picked up a couple of them. Dishonored. Look at this 25-year-old guy here. He doesn't even realize that his hairline is slowly deserting him. So for early 2020, I went on my merry way doing terrible pawn shop pickup and grandma's attic haul videos until you guys all know what happened that spring. Harry and Meghan left the royal family. And I can only assume as a result, video game prices skyrocketed.
I didn't get none of this stuff I
many
wanted.
pawn shops actually remained open during lockdown because they're technically
you gotta be
Come on,
kidding
dog. So lay down. Because they're technically...
I didn't get nothing I wanted. The helmet, nothing. What time is it? Oh, we had 6 hours. Oh, shit. Alright, I gotta roll out, guys. I'll be back on, I'm probably gonna get on Yu-Gi-Oh! In a minute. That really sucks. I really wanted to, damn it, man. I could try one more. I definitely gotta charge up these controllers.
Okay, bye.
Yeah, Red, give me a second. I'm debating on it because, I do have to charge up the controller. I wanted to try to get the Caliban piece. And I really don't want to have to go back to my ship and come back down here, but I might have to. Yeah. Might have to go back to my ship. Yeah, even if I take a quick little, take a quick little intermission or something, I gotta get a bite to eat. So I want to do that before it gets too late. But I'll be back on. I need to run Deviri again.
Hey.
Chaos, what's up, bro? What's going on?
Guess I missed it.
Yeah, well, not so much. Well, I've been on for a minute though, as you can see. But yeah, I was just doing a couple of Warframe runs. I did Deviri, couple of things I needed to rack up on some resources, and some weapons I was trying to get earlier. But yeah, I know I gotta
I've run diagnostic regressions.
grab a bite to eat,
you don't need to
charge up the controllers, and I'll probably be, most likely I'll be back on the I'll probably get back on the Yu-Gi-Oh side of things. Get a couple of hands in.
Do you have a ribbon for the heck that I can have?
Shit, I was trying to see
well
if I
put together,
have.
Operator. Now get out there and
if I have the caliber. I'm looking for.
And make the Lotus proud.
What caliber pieces? Do you have a ribbon for the heck? A ribbon for the heck? Ooh. Not sure.
Yeah, me and the wife went out to eat and been everywhere today.
Oh, nice. Yeah, it's still kind of nasty today. Like it looked like the weather's gonna this bad weather's gonna pass and we should be all right for tomorrow. But yeah, it was so nasty all day because now we starting to get a little piece of that hurricane. You know, nothing too heavy, but just some of the outskirts of it. But yeah, it was pretty nasty today, so I ain't really make too many moves out. But yeah, definitely, man. That's nice y'all went out to eat.
You talking about Helen?
Yeah. I know the South got hit. I know North Carolina. Oh well, sorry. I know what they said: Florida, Atlanta, South Carolina, North Carolina. No, Cass. I actually didn't. Today, cause I'm getting ready for the they got an update that's gonna drop.
Yeah, it was a bit rainy here.
They got a new Warframe update that's gonna drop on Wednesday. With new frame, new skins, weapons, and I think like 5 frames are gonna get reworks, so it's gonna be new reworks. So I've been on the frame all day just getting prepared, so I could be ready for when that update drops on Wednesday. So I didn't get a chance to even get on Yu-Gi-Oh. That's why if I do take a little break and get a little something to eat and come back on, I'll probably come back on Yu-Gi-Oh. Cause I know Monday and Tuesday, cause the update comes out on Wednesday, so I know Monday and Tuesday I'll definitely be on my Warframe grind because I wanna make sure I got whatever I need for this update, and I'm probably gonna live stream that update too. So I didn't have Baruch pieces, and I do have them all. Do I got enough to build it? Do I got enough to build
Cool,
them?
I just amped up my extra deck %.
I need 3 Vega, 3 Solar.
Centurion.
What does it say? I might have enough to build him. Oh. Amped up my extra deck for... Oh, okay, okay. Let me see something. Let me see something. Who am I missing? Centurion? Yeah. Let me see. Alright, so I know I got Chroma building. That one I got building. Boom. I need a Grendel. I need to finish an Atlas. Resting Rage. Thermal Slumber, that's Gauss. Void Rush. So do I already have Baruch? I don't understand why I fucking needed Baruch. So I don't need Baruch? Oh, come on, man. So I didn't even need him. But I do need Clevo. Okay. Lavos, definitely. Zada. Yeah. Gauss. Octavia. Hildren. Atlas. Citrine. Seragolf, Grendel, Chroma, Dante, Gyre, Ureli, the Blood Queen. Yeah, so I don't even need Baruch. Yeah, that's how I know I gotta get a little something. So yeah, guys, what I'm gonna do is I'm gonna charge this controller up because controller died on me too because I've been on for a minute. Get a little bite to eat, and then I will be back on. I'll be back on shortly. I'll probably come in on the Yu-Gi-Oh, on the Yu-Gi-Oh side of things, because I know like last night, Chaos. You remember last night that. Once it hit like that 7 hours started acting real weird, and I'm almost at that 7 hour mark, so I'm gonna reset anyway, and I'll come back in on the Yu-Gi-Oh side of things. So just give me a little bit. Yeah, it did. It really started acting real crazy, and I think YouTube they got some funny setup. So. But yeah, Chaos, if you're on in a little bit.
Plus Della was crazy.
Yeah, Delta was crazy. Yeah. And Skylar wanted to play everybody. Skylar's determined though. I give Skylar credit because Skylar's always determined to play. So I don't knock him. Yeah, and that delay, man, you know, usually, yeah, you're right. That delay was crazy because I know you were like, yo, I'm looking in the chat, and you like, the card right there, you keep passing it. And I'm like, what card? And you like, it's right there. And I'm like, huh? But I didn't realize that the delay was that bad, you know? That was crazy. That was definitely crazy. So I figured, you know, I'll reset and come back in on the Yu-Gi-Oh side and restart fresh. Alright, my good people. Red, if you're up, you know, we'll be on the Yu-Gi-Oh side of things. Chaos, if you on, you know what I know I'll see you, bro. And I'll get up with y'all in a little bit, because I want to get this reset going. I'll catch y'all in a minute.